manslaughter, and what we're waiting to see is whether or not we get any indication from his attorney.
Good morning.
What his defense strategy will be. We expect this hearing to be very short.
Good afternoon.
We want to know what that strategy is.
Good night.
Because just last week, when we were in court for the first appearance of the three other officers that were involved, at least two of those officers, their attorneys, were actually pointing to Chauvin and saying that he was the senior officer. He was responsible for Floyd's death. So we're waiting to hear that. Of course, this prosecution here in its early stages. But as this happens, we're learning now also that the Minneapolis City Council is moving for a dramatic reform here for this police department. I spoke to the president of the city.
No better time like the present.
Dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department and replace it with a new public safety model. Now, the mayor of Minneapolis,
It's been a long time coming.
he was asked whether he would defund the police and said that no, he's not.
We've waited for a long time
He was in favor of reform, and he's not
for things to change.
the chair of the
And we got to have follow through. Follow through. This is what we're really bad at, is follow through. Looks like we're doing pretty good so far, though, in regards to protesting, follow through. Protesting the right to just simply be. Regardless of skin color and shit like that, because that's stuff that doesn't matter. But apparently it does matter to some people that carry guns and have various sorts of weapons and armor. These people gots to go. They gots to go. There's a few of them. And it's not just in the police. And it's not just the RCMP. The RCMP 3 weeks ago beat and tortured me in the park and then put me in their prison to torture me more. Hey, morning. Good morning, Quinn. Good morning. So we're just talking about same old stuff. Boring. Beatings, murder, torture. It's getting to the point where you can't really deny it, I guess, everybody. Speaking to the choir here with Quinn Bucktooth. Quinn's been on the case for how many years? And in our town, the indigenous people, we don't have a lot of black people in our town, right? So someone's got to be the whipping boy. And it's usually indigenous people or people that have found themselves on the street, possibly talking to themselves and or, I don't know, singing songs in the park or doing gardening. There's a lot of gardening crime happening in Penticton. It's good to know that the RCMP is on top of that because, who knows what could happen in the garden. Live from Penticton, British Columbia, Canada. It's the Public Talk. It's my favorite out of all the shows because it's just us talking. Nah, it's just you talking, Tom. So far it's just me talking, on Public Talk. It's not like these things aren't happening all the time. It's not just me. Am I right or am I right? Coming to you live on YouTube and Facebook. And I don't know, for the last 5 minutes, we've been kind of touching on the small little problem that we got here worldwide with police and military and shit. I love the idea of defunding police. I love it. You know why? Because everything that we have is based on money. And since they value this so much, that's the easiest thing to take away. Take that away, you take their power away, because money has become power. Those who hoard it have even more power than your average citizen of whatever country you live in. That makes sense. So in backwards world, we got to use the shit that matters. In backwards world, in upside down world, you know, the one we're living right now, where police are the ones instigating the violence and people are dying, innocent people getting trampled, getting fucking their eyes taken out by a rubber bullet, tear gassed for a photo op in front of a church and a Bible. Are you fucking kidding me? Who's buying this right now? Is there anybody left that's buying it? The Trump thing. I want to hear from these people, because I feel like possibly you might be in the dark about a few key ingredients. Like when you're making a pie, you know, if you don't have flour, and you don't have eggs, all you got is like, I don't know, fruit. Well, you got a fruit bowl. Maybe if you got a bowl, you have fruit, but you don't have a pie. You know how you make pies? Well, I'm not here to tell you how to make a fucking pie. It's not my job. My job is to point you to your own selves. You got to stand up sometime. We can't all just hope. We just hope that things are going to get better. And I think that'll take us across the goal line. Football players are planning on taking a knee at the beginning of the season, which I think is a fucking good idea. No one should ever tell you what you should or could or can't do. Fuck. To make a point, a statement, like fucking lives matter. Even black lives matter, right? What about red lives? What about green lives? What about yellow lives? They matter too, right? Yeah, right across the fucking board. You're right, Tommy. They matter. But it's a complicated problem, but a very, very simple solution. We are all one. Now, don't let your government tell you, we're all in this together alone, because that doesn't make any sense. That's from the Ad Council. Who the fuck is the Ad Council? We're alone together. Stay strong. Stay safe. It's for your safety. We're going to round you up and put you in a FEMA camp, or, we won't call it a FEMA camp. It's that building over there that we converted into a hospital, or that ship. I wonder what's happening to those people on that ship when that ship came in. Are they still on the ship? Wonder what happened to coronavirus. What happened to all our updates? The numbers are increasing, apparently. It's getting worse and worse, and now it's not a problem. Oh, God. Shit. Shoot me. Shoot me in the face, please. End it. End it. End it. No, don't end it. Already ended it. 6 RCMP officers attacked me in the bushes for peacefully protesting the fact that they were there in the first place. It was sitting in the park, peacefully with my hands in front of me, and they kicked the shit out of me. Oh boy, I got the beating of my life. They sure did a good job. And those two bylaw officers that were taping it I'm sure they got that on tape, right? I'm sure they got that on tape because they got me raising my voice on tape. So they must have got the beating on tape. That's the main coverage, right? Make sure that the evil crime that's happening in your gardens today are being fucking filmed, okay? So thank God for the city of Penticton and the bylaw officers that work for them that called the RCMP that day to torture me. And you don't have to believe this last part because it's obvious I'm here, but they killed me. They killed me. How many times does a guy have to die around here to prove a point? Is that what you're trying to do, is prove a point? Is that what you're trying to do? Well, I didn't expect it to happen in the garden, but yeah. I'm proving a point. I'm proving a point that violence in my town has been happening for a fucking long time, and no one's fucking doing anything about it. In the city fucking hall, downtown, and the court systems and the hospitals don't fucking care about police brutality in my town. RCMP, Royal Canadian Military Police, monitoring and policing our communities for the last how many fucking 100 years, and its military should never happen. Why did we allow this to happen? There's nobody on top. There's nobody. Police around the fucking world, NYPD, state troopers of all kinds. Oh, I don't believe Bill Barr went on TV yesterday. He said, "I don't believe that racism is a systemic problem that is throughout the police force. I believe that racism exists because of the history and shit like that, but no, they're not. Fuck you. Fuck you." You entitled prick. You don't have to. What polls are you? When the information is right in front of you, do you need a poll to tell you that there's a problem? Good morning. My name's Tom. I'm tired. I'm tired as shit, man. I'm still fucking sore. They gave me a heart attack, huh? This is another part of the story that people don't realize. And it's not my story. It's my story, but it's not my story. It's they gave me a heart attack and chased me into the woods 3 days later. They kicked me so fucking hard repeatedly in the chest. With their knees. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. In my back, in my knee, everywhere. Everywhere. Why would they do that? I must be a threat of some kind. Holy shit, man. I can almost see that if I was like fucking brandishing like two knives and and I'm coming at you, you know, like, rah! Fuck. But no, I was sitting in a park with no knives, with no weapons, with my hands like this in front of me, right? Just so we're clear. Oh, he must be crazy. He must be fucking losing it. Okay, let's go with that storyline. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm losing it. Maybe I'm schizophrenic, bipolar, fucking depressed. Maybe I'm maybe I'm at the top end of whatever spectrum you want to fucking throw me in. Like, what else? What else is there? You know, developmentally disabled. Maybe I got some kind of brain injury. Whatever you want to fucking tell me I got. What, are you going to beat the shit out of me? You going to beat it out of me? You going to teach me a lesson? You idiots. You idiots. Why would you do that? In broad daylight, too, for me. It's like, no one cared. Put a bag over my head. I'm bleeding from top to bottom. I got ripped clothes and fucking pain. I'm squealing like a pig. I can't breathe. I said that so many fucking times. I fucking can't breathe. Oh, you can't breathe? Well, you couldn't. If you couldn't breathe, then you couldn't speak. Well, that's true. You remember when I went silent? You fuckers. Oh, fuck. Preempting the true not breathing episode. I can't breathe. Oh, no, I should have said, sorry, I can breathe, kinda. No, you're right. I can breathe a little bit out of this one nostril. This one's all plugged. Bag over my head. This is partially blocked. Coughing up blood. I got internal injuries because of you fuckers kicking the shit out of me. I got a bag over my head now. I can't. Oh, shit. I'm in the back of a fucking police car and I can't. No one listens to me now. Now I'm fucking choking shit. Fuck. So, what? And then they finally roll down the window like a crack. What am I, a fucking dog here? Dogs get treated better than me. I was in the park yesterday and I was watching people walk their dogs and picking up their shit behind them. That sounds like a lot of fun. Nah. Dogs should be off leash, huh? Don't you think? Nah, that's another whole thing. It doesn't matter. We don't need the police anymore. Defunding them. I think that's a perfect idea. Because they don't do anything. They only create more violence. You got people walking around with fucking guns and armor. You shitheads. We don't have any armor or guns. Use your big boy words. Huh? Do you have them? Oh, you don't know how to communicate like a big boy or a big girl. Okay, so you don't have a badge anymore. You don't have that job anymore. You should not be in charge of people. If you can't communicate people and if you don't see them as yourself, then you gotta go. Am I right? Am I right? It's a public talk. I think it's worth talking about. 9 of diamonds. How did I get there? It's a good question. Coming to you live from Penticton, British Columbia, Canada, at the Beaumont Motel in room 240. My name is Tom. Tommy Glenn Cowles. My social insurance number is 490-993-672. My driver's license number is 598-5980. And was born March 24th, 1971 in a little town called Hamilton, Ontario. And now I live in Penticton, British Columbia, Canada, where I call home. And this is my home at the Beaumont Motel. Lots of shitty things have been going on recently, but I think that's a preamble to all the great things that are going to be happening. So that's my prediction. Great things are going to happen. Because I feel it. Because I know it. Because I know that we're coming out of a really shitty time in history. Cycles and shit like that. How about we don't do the circles thing anymore? How about we just don't go around in circles? How about we do... Woohoo! Now we're free! We can do anything we want! I agree. So that starts with dismantling all the power structures that have been holding us back, like government, religion, and business, like pharmaceutical industries and shitty businesses like oil and pipelines and fracking and tar sands and Banking. Banking is not fair. Don't take a loan out from these fuckers. They want you to take a loan out. They want you to use their banks. They want to know that they have you. They're giving you a loan. You know what they're doing? They're basically saying, I'm going to create this out of thin air, and then I'm going to give it to you as if I gave you a present, something of value. When in fact, they just gave you kind of like something that was worth less than what it was before. What's this thing called devaluing the currency? What's that all about? How does that take down civilizations? What happened to Rome? Rinvoq. That's another pharmaceutical that nobody needs. CNN, the most trusted name in news. How's that COVID thing going? Where's the governor with his fucking updates? You know, the governor of New York that dug all those fucking holes and shoved bodies in them with no names. Did you start building those ovens yet? That's a good way to get rid of bodies. Build ovens and then you just you burn them. No evidence left. No evidence. Good morning. Good morning. I'm in a bit of a mood. I'm always in a mood. This is the nicest spot in my house. This right here. I don't know. That was here before I got here, but I might fix that sometime. Or does it need to be fixed? Maybe that's art. Okay, so I'm just gonna check. Fuck, I'm so tired. Gotta eat breakfast. I gotta shove some food down my throat. I don't feel like eating ever. But I have to. Hey, Melanie. I got Quinn on one end, Melanie on the other end. We're bookended. I'm bookended by two incredible people. What more do you need? When you got three people on the job, you don't really need too much more. Because where three comes, then everybody else comes from that. Everything else comes. Now you're talking like a drunk person. Everything kind of fine. There's three. One is two. Go to sleep, bud. Go to sleep. You need some sleep. Melanie Escamilla on YouTube. I feel sick to my stomach. That's why I'm lying down right now. My stomach's still in knots. Not knots. It's like it's unsettled and my shits are not solid. I know you didn't need to hear that, but it is important when you are talking about your overarching health. And I'm not quite there yet. Perhaps with some strawberries, maybe if I go to the store and get a banana or something. Make myself what? What are we doing right now? What are we talking about? Oh yeah, police brutality. That never happens. Yeah, so I was in the middle of that one story where after they beat the shit out of me and tortured me for that one day, that one period of time, then 3 days later they chased me into the woods after inducing a heart attack. They chased me into the woods where I had to jump 2 fences, one provincial, one federal. And that's why my main goal in life is to fucking take all the borders, all the walls, all the fences fucking down. I'm not going to do it myself. That would just take forever. There's so much of it. But hey, why not? Why not? Like, is it really protecting us? I want to go to the States right now and visit a few of my friends, and the border's fucking closed. Why? Why? My family is on the other side of that border. My friends are on the other side of that border. Nothing separates us except for your fucking walls and your borders and your fences, you shits. Step down. I don't know. I can't understand how President Trump is still in fucking office. And I cannot understand how you think anybody thinks right now that voting at this particular point in time is going to help. The Bidens and the fucking Trumps of this world gots to fucking gozes. And you'll get Obama now talking on behalf of the whole system. Oh, you got to vote, and voting is important, blah, 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 blah. Fuck you. It's not important. And you know what? Black lives do fucking matter, just like every other fucking life matters. The majority of us want to know, do we exist? That's what the majority of us want to know. Are we important? Are we as important as you son of a fucker that has all the money and all the wealth and all the titles? Is it balanced? Is it fair? I think you'll say to yourself, you'll answer that question, you'll say, no, it is indeed not fair. And I'm going to step down, and I'll be the first one to do it. You'll be a hero, man. You entitled people that haven't really thought these things through and have remained in ignorance this whole time. Put it to the test. Give it up. Walk with the people. 28 minutes live from Penticton, British Columbia. I'm so excited about this show. We've got some great guests. We have Quinn, we got Melanie, and we got a few other people on the ready. Hey, and a personal trainer. My personal trainer's here. Hey. You know what? I'm going to have a smoothie. And I want one of those in it. And I want that in it. I want that in it. I want that in it. And I want pancakes. Oh, man, it'd be great to have a personal trainer. It's hard keeping up with just feeding myself lately. There's so much to do. Like getting better. Like getting better after being mauled by the RCMP bear. 1,200 pounds of them on top of one person. 6 individuals in armor and weapons beating one man in the park for sitting on a pillow and waiting for them to bring justice to the table. Because it is obvious that bylaw officers cannot carry on conversation with a regular citizen of their town. Where do these people come from? Are they even from our towns like RCMP? Most likely not. Most likely they're from some other place in Canada. Not their town. Why do they care? Let's round up all the dissenters. Let's round up all the fucking homeless people. Let's round up all the sick, mentally disturbed drug addicts. We'll beat some fucking sense into them, or we'll just fucking kill them and throw them in a ditch. Oh, now you're going too far, buddy. No. RCMP kill people. Police kill people. And it's worldwide. And anybody who says it's not systemic is hiding something, like a Bill Barr would, who works for Trump, the Trump organization, and they're still... Biden doesn't believe police should be defunded. Oh, Biden doesn't believe that the police should be defunded. Oh, really? Okay, so Biden, you don't speak for us, you fuck, you prick. Your entire family and the people you work for and the people that bought you and your super PACs can go fuck yourself. Sorry, it's a kids program. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. But you can stick all that funding up your pooper. Right up there. Retired Navy captain accidentally live streams racial slurs. Oh, it was an accident. I didn't really mean it. Hey. It's Fat Albert. Good morning. Is it toast? Is it time for toast? I should put some toast in. Peanut butter and jam. That's what I'm going to have. Peanut butter and jam. Coming to you live from Penticton, British Columbia, Canada, where all your dreams come true. And if you're bipolar, the RCMP will kick the shit out of you and cure you of it. I'm no longer bipolar thanks to the RCMP and their torture techniques. Thank you to the RCMP for doing me a favor. Texas governor speaks outside George Floyd Memorial. Defund your fucking police. Step down, governor. Step fucking down. All those fucking governors need to step down. Presidents, governors, mayors. In Canada, mayors, premiers, prime ministers, all have to step down. We're not doing our job because we can't. That's what I want to hear, because that is the truth. You can't do your job because your systems that you have in place are keeping you from doing said job. In the meantime, we're going to be working on peace and all sorts of things that we're just going to throw words at it. My name's Governor of Texas, Greg Abbott. I'm a Republican, and I really believe in the system. Couple of quick questions, then I'm going to go meet the family. My security detail's coming with me, too. So, who else has a security detail, you shithead? I don't. The people that have been abused by your system that you uphold have. You weren't very concerned about it before, Texas fucking governor.
And how many people have died before George Floyd? How many people? You fuck. Don't make it about one person. Don't make it about one group. How many people have died? Governor, we want to talk to you again. We want to talk to you. Give us some answers. We want some answers. How are we going to fix this? Fuck you. We're fixing it. Step down, shithead. Tommy, you don't have to be so agitated here. It sounds like you're mad, and you always say don't call names and shit like that. That's true. But there are certain people out there that just need a little bit of encouragement to step down. And if they know they're being dicks, if they know they're being fuckers, then maybe, possibly, they might shake their head and step down. It's the only way this works. Do you believe there should be some statewide policy? I don't believe in policy anymore because policies don't work. Passing bills don't work. Making more laws don't work. You only make more criminals out of people. When you make more laws, you make criminals out of fucking people. Texas governor speaks out outside George Floyd's memorial. Greg Abbott. These guys got to go. They're holding on to their fucking jobs. Please, can we please fucking keep our jobs? We'll do better next time, we promise. You fuck you. Bye. Don't let the door kick you on the fucking way out. Ivanka Trump. How did she become such a prevalent star in this? Ex-cop who kneeled on George Floyd's neck is being sentenced or in front of a court today, in front of a judge. As if that fucking system's going to work. The whole system needs to be dismantled. These people need to be stripped of everything they have, and they got to be put into the bush somehow. In the bush, or on an island, or somewhere where they're away from other people. Because they need to spend some fucking time alone and learn who they are. Maybe. That's just one guy's opinion on this. Hey, did I mention I got tortured by the RCMP, 6 of them, 3 weeks ago? In the park? Oh, sure you did, Tommy. You're just on that bandwagon. Oh, God, please. I wish I was. I wish I was on a bandwagon. That sounds fun. I want to join a band. If they got a wagon, I'm in. You got wheels? Your parents got wheels? Fuck, I'm in. What do you want me to play? I'll play drums. Never played drums in a band yet, so I want to play drums. You guys cool with that? Cool. What kind of experience do you have on the drums, bud? None. You sure you want to play drums? Like that's... Yes. Well, let's shine some light on this subject. Let's try to figure whether it's a good idea or not for you to be playing drums, especially in your condition. You think you're gonna ride across Canada in your condition? No one's fucking listening to me, so maybe it takes me dying on the fucking highway. My town is so apathetic. No media in my town, except for me, what I do. Nobody knows in my town what I do. No media. No one's covering these stories. There's no one to talk to. There's no one to be on your side. It's not like you go to jail and you get represented by, another party that is on your side, like the Crown Council or something like that. No fucking Crown Council, no Ministry of Attorney General, nobody on your side, just pure torture and maximize pain. They maximize pain for an extended period of time, which is at least 10 hours, if not 12, for me. They choked me, they beat me, and what else did they do? They stepped on my cuffs. They took away every right that I had as a Canadian citizen, but like every right that I have as a human being. They treated me like a dog. Like I didn't matter. And for some reason, I got a problem with that, and I know I probably shouldn't. I should probably just shut the fuck up and let the big boys do their job, because they got such a tough job, so violent out there. And I wonder. I got an idea. How about you stop beating people and being violent towards people, and then possibly by abstaining from such practices, the job that you are doing doesn't require a gun anymore, or cuffs, or spray, or a bat, or anything. Now you're walking around in a pair of shorts with your name and a camera. That's all you need. Ha ha! You don't need any weapons. All you need is a camera to enforce peace. You can't enforce peace. That's an oxymoron. Forcing peace. When did we become so stupid? Were we always just stupid? Hey, hey, hey. Man who drove into protesters is head of Virginia KKK. Oh, no, the White House doesn't have anything to do with the KKK. No, they do. The KKK and the white evangelical contingent. That's it. Listening to one another is important now more than ever. Ivanka Trump. Everybody's canceling on her. And she's blaming that there's a cancel culture happening. Well, no, maybe your shitty message and your shitty dad. And you're beautiful. And like, I want to listen to you more, but I see the vacant look in your eyes. And I don't think you completely understand your privilege. My grandma, she had a pendant just like that you have on your fucking over the left side of your chest there. My grandma knew. You don't. Makes sense. Grow up in privilege, you don't know shit. We sure as hell shouldn't be leading people.
and or talking to people in big groups, or talk to them. Let's see what you say, because most likely it's just some more of the same rhetoric, shitty messaging, like "Make America Great Again." I think that's good. I like that. I'm gonna vote for him. And I like red, so red's a really nice color, and I want to make America great again. So I want it to be like it was, back in the day when I was playing football for my high school. Fuck, I had everything then. Women. Grow up, man. Things change. You can't have it the same. That's stupid. Or you can. You're going to have to experience that on a fucking island all by yourself with all your other uncreative friends. And you can go fuck each other on an island. You can be shitty to one another on that little piece of dirt that we've given you. You want to come back into society? You want to come back? I don't know, man. Are you redeemable? Do you want what's fair for everybody? Or do you just want stuff for your fucking self? I know what we need. We need music. I'm so sorry. I should have had music going the whole time. Unnecessary force. All right, so we're going to take it down a notch. That was a pretty aggressive start this morning. Want to be friends? Absolutely. Oh no! Almost lost Chopin there. Biden doesn't believe police should be defunded from the Biden campaign. No, of course you wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't, because they work for you. Without them, you would not be. This is all a very, very good direction. I wonder if we can police ourselves from now on. Oh, yeah, we can. Yep. $144. Really? 144 bottles. Terry Colson, Winnipeg Airport parking lot to turn into drive-in movie theater. Oh, I like it. I like movie theaters. Drive-ins. But that's because of COVID-19. Stupid people. Just bring in drive-in movie theaters just because. Because they're fun. Resilience or persistence. This area of my yard is rocky, yet it was where I started my first garden years ago. These strawberries decided it was their home this year. Hopefully they're home for a while. I love it. Beautiful. Join the fight to protect human rights in the time of COVID-19. Amnesty.ca. Okay, well, here's one way to protect human rights is not to buy into the COVID-19 storyline. Amnesty. I'll give you amnesty in a minute. Le gouvernement demande de se serrer les codes. Ça ne va pas. Non. Ça fait 3 mois qui l'on se mouche de danse. Exclamation mark. Sam Glardon, everybody. If you can go to a protest, be within inches of other people, and use the protest as a photo op, then you can open Parliament. Closing Parliament has nothing to do with COVID-19, everything to do with Trudeau holding unquestionable power. How about Trudeau and Andrew Scheer? You know, conservative liberal governments, fuck. How about the NDP just take over, put Jagmeet Singh in there, and then we completely rewrite everything so that we don't have a messy, endless string of rules and regulations. We do something completely different, and it doesn't involve federal government. Start your free trial, 5G. All right, so I'm going to go to my messages, see if there's anything pressing. Doesn't look like it right now because I've already done that. And all right. Next. Good morning. Good morning. I'm falling. I'm falling. I've fallen. I can't get up. I had a heart attack. Can anybody help me? I can't breathe, man. Is anybody listening?
CNN Sarah Steiner is at the memorial, and she's joining us now. Sarah, there are several people from the Floyd family who are there. Tell us about this.
All right, Canadian fake news.
But I promise you one thing, I will get back to you with that answer.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
This fucker, Doug Ford, and his.
Listening to Ontario Premier Doug Ford and other ministers giving us the details of Phase 2 of the reopening of the province.
Phase 2.
Just let you know that
This is what we'll allow you to do because we're in charge. No, you're not in charge anymore. Step down, Doug Ford. You're a shitty premier, and every premier has to step the fuck down. Because we don't recognize you anymore.
Friday for most regions in Ontario, with a very big exception in terms of population.
And yes, it is as easy as that.
Greater Golden Horseshoe area, as well as Windsor and surrounding border areas there. The CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick has been following along from the Ontario legislature and joins me now. So, Megan, Phase 2 with the big exception.
Right, and it is this regional approach. Premier Doug Ford had said, I think it was last week, Andrew, that idea was on the table and a decision would be made by what they call the command table, essentially. And so it looks like they've given the green light to using this approach. And so let's get into a bit of the specifics, what that really means for people in Ontario. 24 out of the 34 public health units will be allowed to go into Phase 2 as of Friday at 12:01 a.m. Those health units include Ottawa, Kingston, Thunder Bay. Essentially, it includes most of the regions except for Toronto and the surrounding areas, as you were mentioning, Andrew. So the other regions like Peel and York, Hamilton, Halton, Durham, Windsor, as you were mentioning, because of its proximity to the border. Doug Ford saying with those regions not allowed to go into Phase 2, they just need a little bit more time, he was saying, but that he's confident they will get there soon. What this means is people in Toronto won't be able to have a beer on a patio, whereas people in the other parts of the province will on Friday, Andrew. Some of the businesses that will be allowed to reopen under Phase 2 include bars and restaurants serving customers on their patios only, still no dining in inside restaurants. Also, hair salons, people can finally go get a haircut in these regions that are allowed to open in Phase 2. Barbershops, hair salons, nail
Allowed to
salons.
open.
You may have talked to your doctor,
How would you just open? You don't let your government tell you when you can open. You open it.
I know, right? You have to wait a little longer. Good news for parents, Andrew, though, looking for ways to entertain their kids. Swimming pools will be open, splash pads. Playgrounds, though, still closed, and play structures.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard.
Team sports for training only. Little League will not be starting back up. Soccer teams will not be starting back up.
Why?
Games,
Why?
will be allowed to
Why?
play in these region. So
Your government is telling you what you can and cannot do. Are you good with it? Canada.
Again, the headline for people in the whole province, gatherings allowed to increase to 10.
Stage 2 of Ontario's reopening plan.
Physical distancing, right? They were asked about
Shouldn't have been closed in the fucking first place.
Two families perhaps to combine their bubbles and be allowed to be in closer proximity. They're saying they're not recommending that still, that they still want people to be maintaining physical distance. And again, wear masks where necessary, wash your hands a lot. We heard from some of the ministers.
I washed my hands today after I took a poo.
Remains very important. They don't want the
So I washed my hands.
To be rolled back just because some of these.
Because I know how to do it. I don't need to be told to wash my fucking hands.
What has to happen to get them to phase 2? What we heard from the health minister saying the criteria they still rely on are the case numbers, the number of new cases diagnosed every day. Today, that number was 243. They liked that number. It was lower than what we've seen in the last few days when some of the numbers are still in.
I think it's the lowest.
Oh, it's the lowest, is it? Yeah. You guys really know how to count, don't you?
Region, so 243.
You sure know how to read the news.
They also look at hospital capacity.
All right. Let's take it down a notch. I'm considering never talking again after this. This has all been said. It's all been said already.
We have lots of questions. We could dispense with our meditation, but I think we won't, because I wanted to say something briefly today. In fact, to suggest a meditation today in response to the events that are unfolding in the US. With the recent killing of George Floyd, which has shocked the world so deeply. And I wanted in particular to ask the question as to how it is appropriate for those of us that are on this non-dual path to respond to a situation such as this that provokes such outrage and condemnation in us without further fueling the divisions which gave rise to the situation to begin with. In other words, how do we refrain from judgment and bias, whilst at the same time responding appropriately? So I would like to just suggest a very simple meditation. And I suggest that to begin with, we keep our eyes closed. This is a contemplation that, as I said, has been inspired.
No, singing does not count as talking.
Singing
has
does
risen
not
in
count as
response
talking.
to the events of the last week, but it is
Singing's
equally
different.
applicable to any situation in which we find
I'm
ourselves
sick of listening to my own voice talk. That's the main reason.
hurt, upset, angry.
If you had to
outraged
listen to me talk all the time,
by
you would be
another person's,
you would have the
behavior.
same dilemma.
be they somebody in our own personal life, a friend, a family member, a colleague, or
I wonder if I could have
politician.
gotten just as much done just by
Public
being
figure.
silent. Most likely.
So
Why is he silent? I don't know.
I suggest that we
Maybe because
to begin with keep our eyes closed.
maybe
And
because he doesn't think that
we
talking doesn't.
evoke,
Maybe it doesn't matter anymore.
we
Maybe
bring to
nobody's
mind
listening.
the image
That's not true. Actually,
of
that's not true. People are listening to each
George
other.
Floyd.
And they're listening to themselves, which is even more fucking important.
And
Nonviolent,
of course, although presumably
peaceful
none
protest.
of us knew him,
It's the only way we're
it
gonna
is
fucking do
very
anything
easy
about this.
for all of us to feel profound sympathy and compassion
It's
for
happening
him.
everywhere, bud. Everywhere.
So feel his being
No, don't make it
As
about don't make it about one person. It's about and then you just make a religion out of somebody in their death. You know? Well, you creating another Jesus here? We don't need another Jesus. What we need is the middle. There comes a time when forgiveness has to take hold. What does that look like, though? Does that mean that these people are allowed to continue? At whatever it is that they're doing? That make it difficult for everybody else? No. Ex-officer charged with murder appearing in court. Derek Chauvin's first appearance before a judge since killing. We got killers in Penticton that work for the RCMP. We definitely have killers in Penticton. Why do they still have fucking badges? Monsters become men. No. Men become monsters. That's it. Or is it the other way around? Monsters become men. Maybe this is not a natural thing for us. Maybe we've got an invasive species taking control of the human population. And they're really, really violent. It doesn't work though, does it? Now you're just talking to yourself. Now you're not making any sense, bud. All right, does this make sense? 6 RCMP officers beating and torturing one man in a park. knee repeatedly. 10 minutes, you think? It's a pretty good fucking beating, man. These people are still out there. Not that we have anything to fear from these fuckers. They're just, you know what they are? They're bullies, and they need each other to feel strong. And yes, they do. They love hurting other people. They love seeing people in pain. There are people like this. We got them in our CMP, in our military, in our government. It's like everywhere. So, shut it down. Joe Biden, step down. You're not fucking even going to come close to being the president, are you? If you are, then I give up on society. That's when I go silent and I just sing for a living. For a living. Or you think you're going to get paid by singing, eh? You think you're good enough? No. I'm just going to hope that I'll have enough food and enough and a roof over my head, because I don't fucking need anything except the basics. The economic structure of what we're dealing with right now does not make any sense. It's so fucking unfair. The banking system, the government, they're in bed with each other. They're in bed with the police that protect them. The military protects the government. The military protects the banks. They can give a shit about the people. The police are only there to protect the wealthy, the rich, the entitled. So that's why they need to be defunded. Everything needs to be declassified. And all these stories need to come to the forefront because nothing has been investigated. Who's the investigator on these stories? Who's the cop? Who's the RCMP officer that is in charge of investigating itself? Well, I smell a rat in here. What? By rat, do you mean someone who's doing their job? RCMP in Penticton, British Columbia, Canada. City of Penticton. I'm talking to you right now because I'm coming live from the city of Penticton, City Hall. City of Penticton. The municipality of Penticton. What are our leaders doing in our community to protect the citizens from the police that are violently confronting all sorts of people anytime they want, especially at night? Me, broad daylight. Because I'm different. You can't speak common sense to these people because they're not right now capable of knowing what common sense even looks like. That's why the only thing that you can do is remove them from their positions. Oh, we can't just do that, Tom. That takes an investigation. Nope. Investigation's already done. Step down. Well, we have a law system in place, courts and whatnot, and judges too. That's not your. No, it's my job now. It's our job. We don't do judges anymore. We don't do prosecutors or fucking lawyers. It's all become money. That's why I don't have representation. There's no money in it initially. I don't have any funding. I can't employ a team of lawyers. RCMP can. That's all right. I'll represent my fucking self. I don't need your fucking lawyers or your law. The truth is all that fucking matters. One man in a park sitting on a pillow gets the shit kicking of his life. By the people that are supposed to be protecting him. Fact. And it's happened how many times before? And it's happening now. And you can't just say, oh, we're all connected and it's just going to happen. Things are going to get better. We just have to have faith. Okay, George Michael. Just got to have faith, eh? Well, sometimes, it's a little secret, sometimes it takes action. What is that action? What can you do? How about you take your phone out next time when someone's getting beaten or you see someone acting irresponsible? We're the police now. We got the fucking phones, man. Here's the evidence. You're a shithead. You got to leave our town. Bye. Coming to you live from Facebook and YouTube in Penticton, British Columbia, Canada. It's paradise here. It's beautiful. Sun's out. I might go to the park today. To be honest with you, I'm pretty tired. And I know I shouldn't say that because, like, I'm a fucking warrior, right? I'm a warrior. Once we were warriors. Damn it. Oh. It's good. It's all good. It's good to be tired. It means you did something. Whether it's right or it's wrong, we opened the window, played some Nintendo. No new cases reported in Manitoba. Global pandemic. No new cases reported in Manitoba. Global pandemic. Oh, in Nunavut, we had 2 cases. Global pandemic. City of Penticton. Where are we at? I'm in room 240 if you want to talk. My door is always open, usually. Always, usually.
This was just part of an experiment. Put some pictures up online, got some good feedback.
During the last two sessions, I've been talking to you principally about the philosophy of the Lao Tzu book, the Tao Te Ching. And now I want to shift today over to Zhuangzi. This Zhuangzi, so far as we know, lived about 300 BC, maybe a little earlier than that. And he is a very, very remarkable person because the Zhuangzi book, he's also, more exactly, his name is Zhuangzhu. But his book, sometimes called simply the Zhuangzi book, is quite unique in the whole history of philosophy, because he's almost the only philosopher from the whole of antiquity who has real humor. And therefore he's an immensely encouraging person to read. But part of his humor is the art of exaggeration. And you always have to allow for that. You always have to realize that he's slightly pulling his own leg. He is, as in a group of people who are enthusiasts for something, but have humor, you very often find that when they're talking among themselves, they carry their own ideas to ludicrous extremes and roar with laughter about it. And Zhuangzi does that. Now, for example, he has a great deal to say about the value of the useless life. The whole notion of something of life, any moment in life or any event in life being useful, that is to say, serving the end of some future event in life, is to a Taoist absurd. Because nothing is useful at all. The universe is viewed as purposeless and useless through and through, because it's a game. More than that, game doesn't really convey the sense of this. When a Taoist sage is wandering through the forest, he isn't going anywhere. He's just wandering. When he watches the clouds, He loves them because they have no special destination. He watches birds moving around. He watches the waves lapping on the shore. And just because all this is not busy in the way that human beings are busy, because it serves no end other than being what it is now, it is for that reason that he admires it, and it is for that reason that you get the peculiar styles of Chinese painting in the Tang, Sung, and later dynasties, where nature, in its wayward, wandering nature, is the main subject. When we say that something is without purpose, that's a put-down phrase. Say, well, there's no future in it. What's the use? No, we say, what's the use? And we need very much to realize that that question reflects our insanity. What's the future in it? What's the use? The joy for the Taoist is that things have no use, and the future is not important. Now you can exaggerate this, and Zhuangzi does in a very humorous way, by describing the ideal useless man. He's a hunchback, and he's so deformed that his chin rests on his navel, and so on. And but he says, now this man is very admirable. He's found the secret of life, because when the social service workers come around, he's the first to get a free handout. And when the military officers come around to conscript people for the army, he's the first to be rejected. Therefore, he lives long. And he also describes a case of some travelers came across an enormous tree. Fantastic thing. And they said, never did anyone see such a tree. So they went up and looked at it, and first they tested the leaves and found that they were rough and disagreeable and no good to eat. Then they looked at the branches and found that they were all twisted and absolutely no good for using as sticks. Then they examined the wood and found it was full of pith and absolutely useless for a carpenter. So nobody had disturbed this tree. It was not used for cutting down or any purpose whatsoever. And so it grew to an enormous size and was of great age. Now, Zhuangzi is here pulling our legs. He is not exactly asking us to take all that literally, but this is his way of doing things. Then also he describes the behavior of the high form of man. And he says, the man of character, that is, in this case, the word de we were discussing yesterday, the man of character lives at home without exercising his mind and performs actions without worry. The notions of right and wrong and the praise and blame of others do not disturb him. When within the four seas all people can enjoy themselves, that is happiness for him. When all people are well provided, that is peace for him. Sorrowful in countenance, he looks like a baby who has lost its mother. Appearing stupid, he goes about like one who has lost his way. He has plenty of money to spend and does not know where it comes from. He drinks and eats just enough and does not know where the food comes from. This is the demeanor of the man of character. Then by contrast, the hypocrites are those people who regard as good whatever the world acclaims as good, and regard as right whatever the world acclaims as right. When you tell them that they are men of Tao, then the countenances change with satisfaction. When you call them hypocrites, then they look displeased. All their lives they call themselves men of Tao, and all their lives they remain hypocrites. They know how to give a good speech and tell appropriate anecdotes in order to attract the crowd. But from the very beginning to the very end, they do not know what it's all about. They put on the proper garb and dress in the proper colors and put on a decorous appearance in order to make themselves popular, but refuse to admit that they're hypocrites. Tom. But this explanation of the man who is stupid in countenance and appearance and is wandering about as if he had lost his way and doesn't know anything, of course, is based on the text in Lao Tzu where he says, the people of the world are merrymaking as if partaking of the sacrificial feasts, as if mounting the terrace in spring, I alone am mild, like one unemployed, like a newborn babe that cannot yet smile, unattached, like one without a home. The people of the world have enough and to spare, but I am like one left out. My heart must be that of a fool, being muddled, nebulous. The vulgar are knowing, luminous. I alone am dull, confused. The vulgar are clever, self-assured. I alone depressed. Patient as the sea, adrift, seemingly aimless. The people of the world all have a purpose. I alone appear stubborn and uncouth. I alone differ from the other people and value drawing sustenance from the mother, capital M, that's Mother Nature. So there is about you see, the character of the Taoist sage as depicted by Zhuangzi, something of the fool. Because the fool is the person who doesn't know enough to come in out of the rain, who doesn't compete. Everybody else gets before him to the prizes, the material prizes of life, and even to the spiritual prizes. The fool is, you see, the person who isn't going anywhere. He sits by the road and goes... The fool is like a Mongolian idiot child who isn't interested in survival, who will take a plate of food and run his finger around in it and make a wonderful slosh with the stew, and then watch it drip from the tip of his finger. He won't eat for quite a while, and then he'll play with it in all sorts of ways. Then his attention will be distracted by something else, and he'll chase after that, you see. But so long as you don't cross him, this is the case of the Mongolian idiot, he remains the most wonderfully friendly, swinging kind of a cat. And but he has no ambition. He doesn't fight for himself. And nobody can ever get him to. So the fool has always been used as a kind of analog of the sage. There's a Hindu verse which says, sometimes naked, sometimes mad, now as a scholar, now as a fool, thus they appear on earth, the free men. And if you read the biographies of the early life of Sri Ramakrishna or Sri Ramana Maharshi, they are absolutely wild. Now, not all of this, you see, again, just as in reading Zhuangzi, you mustn't take it too literally. These things are said by way of a kind of overstress to correct another kind of overstress in the opposite direction. When a Japanese scholar many years ago explained the teaching of Buddhism to me, he said something I had never heard anybody else say, that the Buddha taught, for example, that life is suffering in order to correct the wrong view that it ought to be pleasure. He said that everything is impermanent in order to correct the wrong view that reality lasts forever in time. So the idea of the middle way is set up in this fashion by going to one extreme in order to correct another. This is a very common Asian technique, and it is found especially in Zen, where teachers, when they are asked about something sacred, will always answer in terms of something secular. What is the Buddha? The tree in the garden. Then when you ask about something secular, they answer in terms of something sacred, you see. As there's a master and his student working in the field, and they are using a knife to prune, and the student suddenly says to the master, give me the knife. And he gives it to him point first. And so he says, but please let me have the other end. The teacher says, what would you do with the other end? See, the question immediately turns into a kind of a metaphysical thing. So this play back and forth between the extremes has as its interior design the awakening of the mind to polarity that I was talking to you about yesterday, this thing of mutual arising. Zhuangzi tells a story about this. He says a certain keeper of monkeys said with regard to their ration of nuts that each monkey should have 3 in the morning and 4 at night. But at this the monkeys were very angry, so the keeper said they might have 4 in the morning and 3 at night, with which arrangement they were all well pleased. Now the number of nuts was the same, he goes on to say, but there was an adaptation to the likes and dislikes of those concerned. This, then, he says, is the way of conduct of the sage. Basically, Zhuangzi's philosophy is a philosophy of relativity. He makes a great deal of the point that there is no absolute standard of great or small, of important or unimportant. There is a story, for example, of a sort of enfant terrible at a banquet, and the speeches are being made after dinner, and somebody gets up and says that the human being is the highest of all creatures, that the whole world serves humanity, and there's a lot of pompous nonsense. The small boy gets up and says that since tigers feed on human beings, it's quite obvious, therefore, that human beings exist for the service of tigers. For Zhuangzi, you must get the point of view that small things are as big things can be, and big things are as small things can be. Everything can be looked at as great or small, important and unimportant, and all the steps between. Because his conception of the world is essentially cyclic. In his idea of the circle, and Taoist and Zen teachers have a whole method of teaching by circles and drawing circles. The center of a circle is any point on the circumference. You can begin anywhere. There's a koan in Zen Buddhism which asks the question, Indra built the seamless tower. Where did he start? Now a seamless tower is like a sleeve with no seam on it. It's a continuous cylinder of cloth. So the continuous cylindrical tower is the seamless tower. Where do you start? So in the same way, where does the circle start? The circle of life, the cycle of life, the interdependence of the bees and the flowers, the interdependence of long and short, you see, it's all circular. And so there is nowhere and there is everywhere that it can begin. In the same way, when he discusses the organs of the body, he makes a catalogue of all these organs and says, now, which do you prefer? He says, which one comes first and which one follows? Which one rules and which ones are servants? He said, it seems that there may be a governor in all this, but nobody could ever find it. This is a very strange passage in Zhuangzi, which I've seen translated in many different ways. There is an absolutely absurd translation of Zhuangzi on the market now, published in Mentor Books by a professor of Chinese at Harvard. And it is absolutely ridiculous. The whole thing is made by a man who is, I'm sure, an ex-missionary, and keeps talking about God. Well, there is no expression in Zhuangzi for God. There is this expression, Tianran, which has almost the same meaning as Ziran, spontaneity of itself so. This means something is so through the power of heaven. Now heaven, Tian, means simply the universe. As you look out from Earth, which is, as it were, the center or the base, everything else, the whole expanse of the cosmos is Tian, heaven. And there is no connection in the idea of heaven with some sort of personal ruler of the universe. So the notion of God, you see, as we understand it, is really very foreign indeed to Taoist thought. And when you see somebody translating this as God, it gives a very wrong impression of this teaching. For example, there is a passage in which Shun asked Zheng, saying, "Can one get the Tao so as to have it for one's own?" And the sage answers, "Your body is not your own. It is the delegated image of Chen." And, missionaries translate God, because they've read in the Bible, man is made in the image of God. Your life is not your own. It is the delegated adaptability of heaven. Your offspring are not your own. They are the delegated seeds of heaven. You move, you know not how. You are at rest, you know not why. These are the operations of the ways of Tao. So how could you get Tao so as to have it for your own? Similarly, there's a passage which says, "When a drunk man falls out of a cart, though he may suffer, he does not die. Because his spirit is in a condition of security, he does not suffer from contact with objective existences. If such security may be got from wine, how much more from Tianran, from being in accord with the spontaneous rhythm of the universe." That's really what it means. But in the anxiety of missionaries, and missionaries have been, you see, the great Western, they've been the foundation of Chinese scholarship in the West. To translate the scriptures into Chinese, they studied Chinese. They were the first people to study Chinese. And they have constantly, therefore, had an interest in slipping Chinese Christian ideas into Chinese classics, just in the same way as when you read Monia Williams's Sanskrit dictionary, which is the base dictionary for Sanskrit study for centuries, it's all made up with a missionary bias. But this notion, you see, of God in the sense of the personal ruler of the world is totally foreign to Chinese thought. There isn't even an idea in Chinese thought of the law of nature as we have it. See, the motions of the body, the harmony of the organism, is not what it is in obedience to a law. The Chinese do have an idea of law. This is the word zi. This is an interesting character, nowadays written this way. But originally written like this. This is a drawing of a sacrificial iron cauldron with a knife beside it. And it comes from a time when the laws were inscribed on the sacrificial cauldrons, so that when people came to offer their sacrifices, they would read the laws. Certain sages objected to this and said that if the people know what the laws are in the fixed terms of writing, they will develop a litigious spirit. That is to say, they'll start haggling about what it really says. And as you know, that is the principal occupation of lawyers. And they said that the thing is that you mustn't write it down like that. And so the Tao is described as Wu Zi. we would translate literally lawless. But it means, of course, transcending this kind of law, which is specific law. Positive law, I think, is the correct legal term. So there is no notion in the Taoist philosophy, or one might almost say in Chinese philosophy as a whole, but this certainly includes Confucianism, no notion whatsoever of the world as responding to a boss. So the body, in other words, does not have in it a ruling organ. Its order is the consequence of, or the operation of, every part of it existing together simultaneously, arising mutually. There's no governor. Now, the difficulty, you see, in Zhuangzi's philosophy, the difficulty with human beings is they begin to think in terms of governing and ruling. And they set out to dominate themselves and their surroundings. And invariably, this leads to a mess. He tells the story of an ancient man by the name of Polo. Polo was a great horse trainer. This is where we get the word polo from. But he said Polo absolutely ruined the nature of horses. Horses were nice, charming creatures like Dean Swift's Houyhnhnms before Polo interfered and ruined their nature. Then he says in other places, a good carpenter doesn't need a square or a compass. He works without it. And this is fantastically true of Japanese carpenters. You should see one of the fascinating things in going to Japan is these old-style carpenters working from the roughest architectural plans you could imagine, and with the strangest instruments. But they have an uncanny knack of fitting things by feel and by eye. A great story is told of ceremonial raising of the ridgepole of a new temple. And it was being done by a certain guild of carpenters, and there was a rival guild in town which had not got the contract. And they were very sore about it. So during the night, one of the members of the rival guild came, and he chopped off 6 feet or so of the ridgepole. And so when the master craftsman came in the morning and all the priests had arrived for the ceremony of raising the roof beam, he looked at it and said, somebody has interfered with this. It must be our enemy guild. They've cut off 6 feet of the roof beam. Anyway, he said, never mind, I will put it right. And he took his hammer and ceremonially struck the beam, then said, raise it. And it was raised, and it fitted exactly. So, the story is, of course, that the master carpenter knew that this would happen, and he made the beam too long. Those sort of stories are always associated with the art of carpentry. He needs no square, you see, because his sense of skill that is in his organism, in his nerves, in his senses, is much more subtle than anything that can be made with instruments. There are all kinds of stories about the artists of the Far East excelling in this kind of thing, of knowing with tremendous precision exactly where something should go. So a master is decorating a ceremonial tea room, and he's with his student, and the student wants to know where to put a hook for hanging a bamboo vase for flowers on the wall. And the master says, there, and the student makes a little mark. Somewhat later, the student rubs out the mark, gets rid of it. But he remembers by a tiny little secret prick in the cloth where it should go. And then he says to the teacher, excuse me, sir, but I forgot where you said that thing should go. And The teacher says it was there, and he puts his finger exactly on the same spot, you see. That's the sort of thing that is admired. Without the slightest calculation, you see. Now, he goes on and says, Zhuangzi explains at length that music has been ruined by the 5 notes. He says the 5 notes will make a man deaf, and the 5 colors will make a man blind. Now, what does this mean? The thing is that if you think there are only 5 notes, you can't hear. If you think there are only 5 colors, you can't see. The moment you say, this is a problem that we have in music, that we've got a notation, which is our chromatic scale. And the stave, the way we can write music, is limited to that possibility. But there are all kinds of subtleties between every one of our notes. Same way in writing our rhythm, we have to go in steps from whole note, half note, quarter note, 8th note, 16th note, and so on, and we can increase the value of each by 1/2 by dotting it. But that's the limit of our rhythmic expression. Whereas in all Oriental music, you have an infinite continuum, both of tone and of rhythm. They make the most extraordinarily complicated rhythms. And the way you learn music is not from notation, not from measures, but from the living body of your teacher, demonstrating the ways of playing instruments. So you follow the teacher, the man, instead of what it says in a book. So the whole principle then is one of of success in life through not pushing it around, through not trying to govern it. He tells a story, as a matter of fact, Zhuangzi has a very funny trick. A lot of his wisdom he puts into the mouth of Confucius. He said that Confucius was one day doing this, and he ran into Lao Tzu, and they had an argument, and Lao Tzu won. But then the next time he talks about Confucius teaching Lao Tzu's doctrines. This to the immense confusion of everybody. But it said one day Confucius was standing by a river where there was a tremendous cataract plunging down. And he suddenly saw an old man coming out of the forest who fell into the river and suddenly disappeared into the cataract. And he said, "Oh dear, too bad. Probably some old fellow tired of life who wants to put an end to it all." The next moment, way downstream, the old man gets out of the water and starts bouncing along. And Confucius is amazed, and he sends one of his disciples to catch this fellow before he disappears. He said, "Sir, I was thinking that you were going to commit suicide, and I suddenly find that you came out of that cataract alive. Do you have some special method by which you do this?" "No, I have no special method," said the old man. "I just go in with the whirl and come out with the swirl. Because I don't resist the water, I entirely identify myself with water." So you see, here he is, utterly relaxed, just rolling around in the torrent and not resisting in any way. And so he is preserved.
So I went to the park, and they still got those stupid signs staked into the ground. So there's a game going on. It's about 10 teenagers, 20-somethings, whatever. They're playing in the park. A game. Those signs don't pertain. So we took them down, and we put them on the ground because we don't want them in our parks anymore. City of Penticton. The signs will be lying down on the grass. You want to pick up those signs that don't pertain to us. Feel free. And any other sign that you've left behind,
you're more than welcome to come and pick up at any time.
Relaxation is simply something that happens when there's too much yang in you, too much of the positive.
Maybe we don't need your signs anymore. Maybe we don't need your rules anymore.
Exhibit too much yang, too much aggressiveness, too much of the male.
Just thinking out loud.
To balance with the female. And so all these exaggerations in the direction of let things go, let things happen, don't interfere, are stressing the yin point of view.
Can't gather in groups more than 2. Wow. Why, Penticton? There's no fucking coronavirus here, if that's what you're looking for. When do you think that'll come? It'll come. It'll come. Sure, it'll come. Viruses always come for us.
How on earth do I do it? Even in trying to
We think we're so clever that we can get on top of a virus. A virus that's been around millions of years. We think that we can, that we know what it's about.
What you have to understand is that you don't have to do anything. There is no method, as the old man said.
Anyways, signs are down. Game on at the Riverside Park. Looks like a good game. I might watch it for a while.
You have to find out that there is nothing that you do as a source and cause of action separate from everything else. When you know that there is no separate acting you, then there is no need to try to relax. The thing you have to see is that the flow of the Tao, as I said yesterday with the illustration of the people swimming in a strong stream, that the flow of the Tao goes on anyway. Just like the flow of time, for example, you can't get out of the present moment. You can think about the past, and you can think about the future. But since you do that thinking now, the present is inescapable. All right, now the present moment, doesn't it? It has a sense of flow. Time is going along, life is going along. Time, actually, the clock time is simply a measure of flow, a way of going tick, 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 and counting tick. Well, who certainly tick. Nevertheless, the real time is a flowing. It moves, but you're always there. You're always now. Right, now you can feel that. See? Get out of now. You will. Now, realize that what we call now is the same thing as now. Now, what's the thing? One call it. See? That's now. And you can't get out of it. So there's no need to get with it. See? That's beautiful. You just relax. And you're there. That's the principle of flowing. You can make all kinds of very clever ways of flowing and finding this out. But it's simple. Say, well, this is a very spiritual matter, and I'm an unevolved person. Realize this is more than an intellectual excuse. Saying you're okay. I'm not finding this out. There are all sorts of elaborate ways of doing that. You can put it on by indulging in the most complicated system of spiritual culture, yoga, and so on and so That's all right. I have no objection to your putting it off if that's what you want to do. It's always here now. Wait for now. Same thing, you know, as it then in the spring landscape, there's nothing superior, nothing inferior. Flowering branches grow naturally, some short, some long. Or they say a long thing is the long body of fruit, a short thing is the short body of fruit. There are therefore, you see, flowers that grow naturally. Fat people, tall people, short people. Cultured people, about their people. The Christian hymn says, the rich man is counsel, the poor man is king. God made them high and low, for all of their mistakes. We don't think that now because we don't have social function. I think I probably read this passage yesterday. Maybe I didn't. But Jesus was certainly wrong. Those who say that they would have right without it correlate wrong, or good government without it correlate with rules, do not apprehend the great principles of the universe.
Police chief stepping down. Mark Saunders will be relieving position of June. Stepping down. Woo! It's all good. Step down. What is this? The real game is being played out in real life.
Service isn't perfect, he said, but he keeps trying to emphasize that it is trying to listen to the communities here, to learn from their mistakes and move forward. But yes, it's a very interesting time for him to be leaving. I'm not exactly sure how old he is, Andrew, but we did, he was saying he's not going to stop working. This isn't a retirement. It's going to be a change of jobs for Chief Saunders.
37 years in the service.
Yeah, late 50s perhaps. We do know he has had some health issues, having had a kidney transplant about 3 years ago or so. He's 58. Okay, good Googling there. Our producer and we are giving it up back. But he said this doesn't have to do with his health, that he is healthy, he's feeling fine. And it sounds like he's eager.
More needs to be done. More. Follow through. We need follow through.
The affirmations and denials of the Confucian and the Mozian schools, each denying what the other affirms and affirming what the other denies. Each denying what the other affirms and affirming what the other denies brings us only confusion. There is nothing which is not this. There is nothing which is not that. What cannot be seen by that, the other person, can be known by myself. Hence I say, this emanates from that, that also derives from this. This is the theory of the interdependence of this and that. Nevertheless, life arises from death and vice versa. Possibility arises from impossibility and vice versa. Affirmation is based upon denial and vice versa. Which being the case, the true sage rejects all distinctions and takes his refuge in heaven. That's in the universe. For one may base it on this, yet this is also that, and that is also this. This also has its right and wrong, and that has its right and wrong. Does then the distinction between this and that really exist or not? When this, the subjective, and that, the objective, are both without their correlates, that is the very axis of Tao. And when that axis passes through the center at which all infinities converge, affirmations and denials alike blend into the infinite one. Hence it is said that there is nothing like using the light. See, the axis of the opposites is the perception of their polarity. The difference between them is explicit, but the unity of them is implicit. The difference, the explicit difference between two ends of a stick, but the implicit unity that they are ends of the same stick, you see? So that's the axis. The axis of Tao is the, you might call it the secret conspiracy, that it lies between all poles and all opposites, which is implicit, esoteric, or whatever you want to call it, that they're fundamentally one. So that unity, whether it's between you and the universe, or whatever polarity you want to take, is not something that has to be brought into being. If one brings it into being, one assumes that it doesn't exist. That's called in Zen putting legs on a snake, or a beard on a eunuch. There's something unnecessary, you see. So it exists, it is always there, and you can see it so vividly. And actually almost put your finger on it and sense it. If you understand that the movement of the Tao is exactly the same thing as the present moment. Now, of course, if you try to grab the present moment and get ready with your clapper and say, now, it's gone. The finer and finer you draw the hairline on the watch, you don't know exactly when now is. You could eventually get to the point where you can't see it at all. See? But if you leave it alone, and you don't try to grab the moment as it flies, but it's always there. See, you don't have to mark it. You don't have to put your finger on it. Because it's everything that there is. And so the present moment suddenly expands. And it contains the whole of time, all past, all future, everything. You never have to hold on. In the West, we inherit the idea of law from those ancient conceptions of God, and it is even passed down into science, where we discuss laws of nature. But one recognizes more and more in the sciences that what we call laws of nature are simply observed regularities in the way things behave. And you, in order to observe regularities, you must look at things through something regular. That is to say, you must lay a ruler alongside them, or compare their behavior with the regular behavior of a clock. But clocks and rulers are human inventions. They are regular measures which we use for comparing the rates of change. Say, a clock is a measure of a rate of change. It's quite arbitrary. But we very easily compare our regulation measuring devices with what makes things happen, as if the sun rises because it's 6 in the morning. Now that's being completely backwards in one's thinking. And we get into the same confusion when we imagine, for example, that money is wealth. Here we have fantastic wealth, you know, and we have the technological possibility of making everybody on earth the enjoyer of an independent income. We can't do it because people say, where's the money going to come? Because they think money makes prosperity. It's the other way around. It's physical prosperity, which has money as a way of measuring it. But people think money has to come from somewhere, like hydroelectric power or lumber or iron, and it doesn't. Money is something we invent, like inches. So you remember the Great Depression? When there was a slump? And what did we have a slump of? Money. There was no less wealth, no less energy, no less raw materials than there were before, but it's like you came to work on building a house one day, and they said, sorry, you can't build this house today, no inches. What do you mean no inches? Just inches. We don't mean that we got inches of lumber. Yes, we got inches of metal. We've even got tape measures. But there's a slump in inches as such, you see? And people are that crazy. they can have a depression because they've got no inches to go around, or no dollars. That's all a lot of nonsense. But you see, because we get thinking backwards, making the metaphysical tail wag the dog, making the law rule things, whereas it doesn't. It's merely a way of measuring what happens. And so you see, when you get into Buddhistic thought, you don't get that confusion. You're the other way around. So you're looking at a system where, to go back to the Buddha's words, this arises, that becomes, which is a way of saying you can't have this without that. You can't have here without there. You wouldn't know where here was unless you knew where there was. And they come into being together. You don't get first here and then there, or first there and then here. These arise independently. That's the meaning of interdependent origination. And to grasp the idea of interdependent origination is as important as the idea about seeing how things are related by space and intervals. And seeing, therefore, that you tend to look at life from a myopic point of view and see details, see the trees and not the forest, see yourself as something loosely related to everything else that's going on and not integral to it. You see the figure, but ignore the background. But the figure and the background arise mutually. They are to each other as this is to that. And so we really have to rid our brains of the notion of causality. The notion of causality being that present sets of circumstances are the result of past sets of circumstances. And that therefore certain events, which are called causes, are responsible for following events called effects. And all this is an enormous piece of mumbo jumbo. Because what is not seen and what is not clear in thinking that way is that in physical nature, there are no separate events. This is startling to people. But it's really quite easy to see that there are no events in nature. Because you can ask very simply, let's take something called an event. How do we demark it from other events? At what point, shall we say, were you born? Were you born at parturition? Or when the doctor slapped you on the bottom, or cut the umbilical cord, or when you were conceived, or when your father and mother were first attracted to each other? When was it? When did you begin? There's no way of deciding except arbitrarily. And for legal purposes, we say you were born at parturition. And that's when the astrologer casts your horoscope, except that other astrologers disagree and want the conception time. You say that's the real beginning. There isn't a real beginning. It goes back and back and back in an inseparable continuity. When are you dead? That's another big argument. And you can get all kinds of ideas about that. So once you see that an event is a term in an intellectual calculus, calculus being the way of measuring, say, curved formations by reducing them to point instants and counting it, see? But actually, the point instants are imaginary. The curve wiggles along, and it doesn't stutter from point to point. But in calculus, you make it do that. So, just as there are no point instants in the curve, so there are no events in nature. Nature is a constantly fluctuating pattern. You can only designate particular wiggles in a pattern arbitrarily. You can count the convex formation as one wiggle, or a concave formation as one wiggle. Then you decide if you call it one way, if you give the convex properties the title of wiggle, you have to deny it the concave properties, and vice versa. So when you see that what we call separate events don't exist, it becomes nonsense to speak of one event causing another. What you really mean is that the two events which you speak of as being causally related are simply two parts of the same event. They go with each other in the same way as this with that. The relationship is not causal. It is mutual. And it works two ways in time, because future, so-called future events are not merely passive to past events. But you can easily see when, for example, any biological process goes on, you can reason just as well from the future to the past as from the past to the future. Why do two mammals have sexual intercourse? Well, it isn't just that they enjoy it. It's also that they're a very complex system which does this because it makes babies. And the prospect of baby works in reverse and creates desire. You can reason that way. Oh, it's silly. Because the whole process is one. And when we speak humanly and purposefully, I'm going downtown to buy groceries, then a future event could be said to be the cause of why you're now starting out to get into the car, buying groceries. And the difficulty we have in seeing this to be so is that we think in an either-or way, which is what is called dualism in Hindu Buddhist thought, and that liberation is being free from dualism. So when you think in an either-or way, you see the figures in the background as moving, and therefore being responsible for their action. But if somebody argues the other way around and say the figures are just following lines of force in a field, gravitational principles say, we're all human beings, you see, we're all concentrated on our fact that we're individually rushing around and doing this and that. But we don't see that we're equally sucked and that we move around in response to all sorts of stimuli. But neither position is adequate. You have to see that our being sucked by all sorts of stimuli is exactly the same thing as our apparently voluntary and deliberate action. Because what we're looking at is not this Newtonian game of billiards, where balls roll because they are hit by cubes. What we're involved in is a dance where, for example, watch a snake. When a snake swims, there's nothing more beautiful than watching a snake swim in water. Lovely motion. But you see, it wiggles along, and its wiggle is conceivable, you see, as convex, or was it concave? This way, and that way, and this way, and that way. Now, which side of the snake moves first when it wiggles? It's very easy to see there. Now, when we interact with the world, what moves first? Who starts it? The objective world or the subjective world? They are related as this to that. You can't have an object without a subject, or a subject without an object. You can't have something known without the knower. And that gives the show away. There isn't any real distinction between the knower and the known. There's two ways of looking at something, yes. Two poles of a single process. But the knower and the known are subsumed as the knowing. And all life is knowing. Being, becoming. And it isn't something, in other words, that works by the idea of all this happens because someone shoves it. And you see, the idea all this happens because someone shoves it is basic to Western thinking. There is the Lord God, who's the boss. And he sloshes this universe into being and shoves it and sets it going. And you better obey that shove, because he's introduced into it some recalcitrance by giving to human beings what the Hebrews call the Yetzer Hara, the wayward spirit, so that they shall be able to play certain games on their own. Because nothing very interesting would happen if everybody obeyed God. The whole world would be like a lifeless thing. So they had to reason that into it in order to save face for God, practically. Because otherwise he could be blamed for all the catastrophes that happen. Instead of our being able to say to each other, well, it's our fault. But then, you see, you do the flip. In giving away the control, you got it. You got the kind of control you wanted. That's to say, where you had a loving relationship to the world, but you didn't have to make up your mind what it should do. You let it decide. But then, you see, you do the flip. Now, do you see that's how your bodies work? You don't have to make up your mind what your nerve cells are going to do. You've delegated all that authority. If the President of the United States has to lay awake at nights thinking what every official under his command is going to do, he can't be president. He's got to make an act of trust in all those subordinates to be responsible and carry on their things in just the same way as you make an act of trust to all your subordinate organs to carry on their functions without you having to tell them what to do. And this is the secret of what we will call organic power as distinct from political power. Lao Tzu puts it in this way: the great Tao flows everywhere, both to the left and to the right. It loves and nourishes all things, but does not lord it over them. And when merits are accomplished, it lays no claim to them. The more, therefore, you relinquish power, trust others, the more powerful you become. But in such a way that instead of having to lie awake nights, controlling it, you do it beautifully by trusting the job to everyone else. And they carry it on for you. So you can go to sleep at night and trust your nervous system to wake you up in the morning. You can even tell it, I want to wake up at 6 o'clock, and it'll wake you up just like an alarm clock. This seems a sort of paradox to say this, but the principle of unity, of coming to a sense of oneness with the whole of the rest of the universe, is not to try to obtain power over the rest of the universe. That will only disturb it and antagonize it and make it seem less one with you than ever. The way to become one with the universe is to trust it as another, as you would another, and say, let's see what you're going to do. But in doing that, you see, in saying that to everything else that you have been taught to think is not you, you are also saying it to yourself. Because finally, as I pointed out, you do not know where your decisions come from. They pop up like hiccups. And when you make a decision, people have a great deal of anxiety about making decisions. There's this guy farmer, who ordered a help man come in. And found he was an extraordinarily efficient worker. On the first day, he put him on sawing logs. And he sawed more logs than anybody had ever sawed. It was fantastic. But it was all done in one day. So the next day, he put him on to mending fences. And there were all kinds of broken fences around the farm, in One day he had the whole thing done. So he thought, what am I going to do with this guy? So he took him down into a basement and said, look, here are all the potatoes that are coming from this harvest. And I want you to sort them into 3 groups. Those that we sell, those that we use for seeding, and those that we throw away. So he left him at that. At the end of the day, the laborer came back and said, well, that's enough, mister. I quit. Oh, he said, you can't quit. I've never had such an excellent worker. I'll raise your salary. I'll do anything to keep you around. I said, no. It's all right mending fences and chopping wood, but this potato business is decision after decision after decision after decision. So when we decide, we're always worrying, did I think this over long enough? Did I take enough data into consideration? And if you think it through, you find you never could take enough data into consideration. The data for a decision in any given situation is infinite. So what you do is, you go through the motions of thinking out what you will do about this. And then when the time comes to act, you make a snap judgment. I mean, I'm speaking a little extremely, making some fun of it and so on, because after all, we do occasionally get the vague outlines of things and make a right decision on rational grounds. But we fortunately forget the variables that could have interfered with this coming out right. And then when the time comes to act, it's amazing how often it works. But warriors are people who think of all the variables beyond their control and what might happen. So then when you make a decision, it works out all right. I think very little of it has much to do with your conscious intent and control. But somehow or other, you are able to decide and control things more harmoniously if you delegate authority. Why, very great businessmen are those who can delegate authority. Trust others to work for them. Because those are people developing businesses on the same basic structure that is fundamental to a living organism: delegation of authority. It loves and nourishes all things, but does not lord it over them. And you see, then what is happening is this: the more you let go of it, trust it, on the same basic structure as if it were quite other than you. It loves and nourishes all things, but does not lord it over them. You see, the more you realize what is happening is this: the inseparable identity of self and other. To go back, if you try to find the identity of self and other by subjecting other to self, no go. If, on the other hand, you find it through giving self, that is control, over to other and trusting that, you may make a mistake. You may make a bad gamble. But in the long run, you're acting on a principle. If you try, which has the backing of evolution, by subjecting other to self. This is the way biological evolution goes on. Constant delegation of authority. If, on the other hand, that's why obviously the democracy is superior to the monarchy. Mr. Tocqueville, who said that democracy is always right, but for the wrong reasons. You may make a bad gamble.
Because there is operating in a democracy the principle that Buckminster Fuller calls synergy. And synergy is the intelligence of a highly complex system, the nature of which is always unknown to the individual members. Because that goes back again to this point, that we're always entering a new environment. We don't ever know fully what the new environment is, because the only environments we know are the past ones. There is always then operating in the development of cellular life on any level a new way of organization, higher than any existing form. And we're not aware of it until after it's happening. If you ever saw, for example, the film Kon-Tiki, this man figured out a few things as to how to make a balsa wood raft sail from South America to the Pacific Islands. But once he had set this in motion, he discovered that all sorts of unexpected factors cooperated. That when the wood got wet, it expanded, so that the tides bit into it and held it completely secure. He'd never expected that. And he found that as he sailed along, a flying fish would simply alight flat on the deck every morning for breakfast. That all kinds of natural factors, it was just, he had touched a key where he was flowing with the course of nature. Everything cooperated. Because he had touched the key. He made the act of faith. And he was just picking up, in other words, a practice which had been hundreds and hundreds of years ago had been followed by others who had worked it out by their great ecological awareness. So we do come out of this way of thinking to something which has, I would say, the most enormously creative and revolutionary social consequences. That it has become not virtuous, not self-sacrificing, not anything like that. It has become the hardest practical politics to let go control to others, to give up trying to dominate the scene. That it has become not virtuous. Also, in a parallel way, it has become at this time in our history very much hard practical politics. Not anything like that. It has become the hardest practical politics to learn how to enjoy ourselves. You can go to the Protestant people with their Protestant ethic who are against this kind of thing. Now say to them with great glee, it is your solemn duty also to learn how to enjoy yourself. It has become at this time in our history. Why? Because in an age of leisure, people have really got to know how to enjoy themselves. Because if they don't, they'll smash the whole future of the human race. So a utopia has become not some sort of a dream, but an urgent necessity. We can't do without it. Because if we try to do without it, what's going to happen is that we are going to terminate our race in a mutual massacre of scapegoats. And so the present paranoia in the United States that is going on, where everybody is thinking up a new scapegoat, how great it would be to get them out of power. All this kind of bickering, right and left politics has become irrelevant. Because we now have the opportunity of trusting our own intelligence, our own technology. To take the risk of doing what we want, which will work to the extent that we realize that what I want, basically, what I really want is what you want. And I don't know what you want. Surprisingly. But that's the kinship between I and thou. Of doing what we want. So when I ask, I go right down to the question. We start here. What do I want? The answer is I don't know. When Bodhidharma was asked, who are you? Which is another form of the same question. He said, I don't know. Planting flowers to which the butterflies come. Bodhidharma says, I know not. I don't know what I want. And when you don't know what you want, you reach the state of desirelessness. So when I ask, I go right down to the question. What do I want? When you really don't know. You see, there's a beginning stage of not knowing, and there's an ending stage of not knowing. In the beginning stage, you don't know what you want because you haven't thought about it, or you've only thought superficially. Then when somebody forces you to think about it and go through and say, yeah, I think I like this, I think I like that, I think I like the other, as the middle stage. Then you get beyond that. Say, is that what I really want? In the end, you say, no, I don't think that's it. I might be satisfied with it for a while, and I wouldn't turn my nose up at it, but it's not really what I want. Why don't you really know what you want? Two reasons that you don't really know what you want. Number one, you haven't. Number two, you don't know yourself, because you never can. The Godhead is never an object of its own knowledge. Just as a knife doesn't cut itself, fire doesn't burn itself, light doesn't illumine itself. It's always an endless mystery to itself. I don't know. And this I don't know, uttered in the infinite interior of the spirit. This I don't know is the same thing as I love. I let go. I don't try to force or control. It's the same thing as humility. And so the Upanishads say, if you think that you understand Brahma, you do not understand. You have yet to be instructed further. If you know that you do not understand, then you truly understand. For the Brahman is unknown to those who know it, and known to those who know it. And the principle is that any time you, as it were, voluntarily let up control, in other words, cease to cling to yourself, you have an access of power. Because you're wasting energy all the time in self-defense, trying to manage things, trying to force things to conform to your will. The moment you stop doing that, that wasted energy is available. Therefore, you are, in that sense, having that energy available, you are one with the divine principle. You have the energy. When you're trying, however, to act as if you were God, that is to say, you don't trust anybody and you're the dictator and you have to keep everybody in line, you lose the divine energy. Because what you're doing is simply defending it. So then, the principle is, the more you give it away, the more it comes back. Now you say, I don't have the courage to give it away. I'm afraid. You can only overcome that by realizing You got anything, because we know we're holding on to it. The meaning of the fact, you see, that everything is dissolving constantly. We're all falling apart. We're all in a process of constant death. And that the world where hope men set their hearts upon turns actually very profitable, like snow upon the desert's dusty face. The cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the great globe itself, I all which in a minute shall dissolve, like this unsubstantial pageant fade, meaning round the facts, all falling apart. That's the great assistance. That fact that everything is in decay is your hope. That is allowing you that you don't have to let go, because there's nothing to hold on to. It's achieved for you, in other words, by the process of nature. So once you see that you just don't have to cry, it's all washed up, and that you will vanish and leave on a rack behind. You rarely get with that. Suddenly you find you have this enormous access to energy. But it's not power that came to you because you grabbed it. It came to you entirely the opposite way. The power that comes to you in that opposite way is power with which you are. Of course, what we've been talking about is not so much a set of ideas as an experience, or shall we say experience. And this kind of seminar, in comparison with encounter groups or workshops of various kinds, or experiments in sensory awareness, is now being called a conceptual seminar. Although I'm not talking about concepts. But the crucial question arises that an understanding, a real feeling understanding of the polar relationship between the individual and the world is something that operates, as we say, in your bones, and isn't just a view that you hold or a belief that you hold. It's so curious that the emphasis of the Western tradition in religion is primarily upon right belief. Do you believe in the right dogmas and the right doctrines? And only secondarily upon right action. Because what you believe is, in Christianity at any rate, far more important than what you do. Because one is saved through faith, not by works. And early in its history, the Christian church rejected the movement in the church which had been known as Gnosticism, from the Greek gnosis, which means knowledge. And in a way, there were some sound reasons for doing so. Because the Gnostics were what I would call anti-materialists. They divided human beings into three classes that were called, respectively, pneumatic, psychic, and hylic. The last one being H-Y-L-I-C, from the Greek hyli, or they would call it now ile, meaning wood. So the people were spiritual, psychological, and wooden. And that is to say, the wooden people were those most absorbed in materiality and most closely identified with their bodies. And Orthodox Christianity rejected this sort of distinction because of the perfectly correct idea that material existence is not inconsistent with spirituality. This is something which most Christians have forgotten. But they do believe as the central principle of Christianity in what's called the incarnation. That in the Jesus of Nazareth, Almighty God did in fact become material, become human. And by this process, initiated a transformation of the cosmos. In the words of Saint Athanasius, God became man, that man might become God. And you don't hear that from the pulpit very often. The Christian Church therefore emphasized pistis, or faith, as against gnosis, or knowledge, because
I think it's really convenient.
they said you can never know God. God could never become an object of knowledge.
The police chief doesn't want to tackle some of these concerns.
And in this funny roundabout way,
he extended his contract last
the
year.
Christian theologians were saying exactly the same thing as the Hindus.
This issue of
Only the Hindus.
All right. Okay, so Rick Ends. Hey, how's it going? Rick Ends. Tommy Propaganda. Tommy Propaganda, that's what he calls me. Fake news. If your mom or GMA died from it, you wouldn't have this opinion. What do the governments worldwide have to gain? Come on now. I know you hate the Canadian system, but all world systems? Fuck, I'm sick of conspiracy theories. Let me read it one more time. This is from Rick Ends. Tommy Propaganda. Fake news. If your mom or GMA died from it, you wouldn't have this opinion. What do the governments worldwide have to gain? Come on now, I know you hate the Canadian system, but all world systems? Fuck, I'm sick of the conspiracy theories. All right, so in answer to this, let me take it step by step. Fake news, propaganda. What would anybody have to gain? Control. Have you not been listening? I know you've been listening, Rick. And I'm not sure if you're pulling my leg right now, or you're seriously. That's a serious comment. Was that even a question? Is that a question? But all world systems? Yes. Right now, this day and age, at this moment in time, all world systems are owned by a few people. And it's very, very, like, it's in our fucking faces. Like, I don't know how you cannot, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's not a fucking theory. These rich bastards buy governments and write material for media that they own. Why would they own it? What would they have to gain? More of the same shit that they got, and less for us. It's simple. And you think that you got enough right now? You think that you're set? Well, give it another couple of years, my friend, because everything's going to evaporate if you continue down the same road of apathy and ignorance. Quite honestly, right? My friend, get a grip. I know you're smarter than this. This is Rick Ends again. Well, it really doesn't matter how smart I am. Like, I could be the smartest guy in the world, but if you're labeled crazy and nobody listens to you, then who cares, right? Get a grip? Well, if this is something that I believe, that I know is happening, the only way to get a grip is to grip the situation. Take the fucking bull down by the fucking horns. 6 RCMP officers kicked the shit out of me, Rick. Huh?
over COVID-19. Gave them all sorts of permission to do all sorts of shitty things to me, torture. And you don't think it's systemic all the way through all the police agencies, RCMP? How many police, state police, all of them, military, all these fuckers rise to the top and they become shitty, shitty systems. Then they add more rules, more laws. Then they make criminals out of regular people. So, the macrocosm mimics the microcosm. The microcosm mimics the macrocosm. It's the same thing that's happening all the way down the line. Municipal, federal, municipal, provincial, federal, municipal, state level, federal in the United States. Well, it's not a different story, right? It's the same story, Rick. It's the same story, and I don't need apologies. You didn't do it, like. And I'm not asking for apologies. I'm asking for fucking change. I've known this is happening for a very, very long time, but because it's a systemic thing. You hear systemic? Okay, let's use a different word. It's everywhere, man. And the shit rises to the top in these times. So, government, business, healthcare. Your grandparents and your moms and your dads are dying in these hospitals because they're privately owned and it's all about fucking making money. So, they get less care. I know this firsthand. I've seen it. This is not something that is another conspiracy theory. This is fucking fact. I don't deal in conspiracy theories, Rick. I never have. I'm not mad at you. And I'm so super excited that you actually put some words to it. If you're thinking it, you may as well say it. Right? So thank you. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I appreciate every comment. But there's only really one real story here, and the story is that we've become, as a society, greedy bastards. And it's all about us, the individual, and we forget how connected we are. If we really truly knew ourselves, knew where we came from, know why we're here, all those kind of things, this wouldn't happen. But we don't. You know I'm smarter than this. Everybody knows I'm smarter, But you know what they do with smart people? They tell them they're crazy. And then you'll hear that around the poker table. Oh yeah, Tom's lost his fucking mind. He's crazy. He's doing crazy things. He's a crazy person now. He's schizophrenic, bipolar, depressed. Oh, he needs to be on medication. We have a responsibility to each other, man. We have a responsibility to each other to hear each other out. Or if we don't want to, then let each other be. Amen. Hallelujah. U.S. President comments on police. As if I care what the U.S. president comments on anymore. This fucker talks through his... he uses words sometimes, right, to express things that are either meaningless, untrue, or just downright nasty. And this is the kind of leadership some of you still follow, which is weird. And... the Joe Bidens and the Donald Trumps and the liberal conservative battle against good and evil and shit like you shitheads, stand down. We don't fund you anymore. We don't pay taxes to you anymore. We don't do it like you say we should because we can do something completely different
that makes sense for everybody. Money is a construct of the human imagination. Can you imagine if we put all our imaginations together and we just thought, you know, what could we do? What could we do? Just think of an idea and do it. We got to think about community more. Community. Do you remember what community is? Anybody old enough? I think maybe we don't have old enough people to remember what community is all about. So now we need to do a course on community. What does fucking community mean? Like, really, when we're a community, when we're a tight community, who needs to police us? Nobody. Police needs to step down. RCMP step down. It's military police. It's shitty that you're here to begin with. I'm sorry that you got that job. I'm sorry that you went through all that training, that shitty training that you went through. I'm sorry that some of you were told that it's okay to step on people's necks and step on people's heads with your knees and kick them repeatedly in the fucking chest, in the back, in the chest, in the back for 10 minutes and twisting them in knots and making them into like fucking, what is it? I'm a meat grind? You're tender. I'm meat. Are you going to eat me later? Oh, fuck. Man, I'm in a real mess now, aren't I? I'm in a fucking prison, bleeding, coughing up on my blood, internally bleeding, you know, cold, naked, no clothes, ripped, blood, mess. Oh, shit. What, no medical attention? What the fuck happened in my community that this kind of shit happens, and it's been happening for a fucking long time? How long? How many times? Words don't fucking matter, do they, Rick? They don't matter anymore because no one listens. They think you're crazy, or they think you're just saying another conspiracy theory. Oh, it's a conspiracy. Oh, really? Do you see how many people are fucking rioting right now? Not rioting as much as protesting, but do you see them? All of them. You know, the rioters, you know, the few. And then the protesters, the many. Do you see them? You don't think it's connected? This is an unintelligent thing to think. To think that everything's not connected. Everything's connected. I do appreciate the comment, though. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. At least it's conversation. We don't have to agree with one another. And we don't have to get violent with one another. All we have to do is talk. Let's see who the crazy one is. Let's see what the crazy ideas are. Let's see what really is truly mad. Like the few ruling the many. That's truly insane. Cheers. And I will never stop singing, but I might stop talking. These are problems that need to be fixed. I'm not just here pointing out problems. I'm ready to fucking fix them. But here's what I know. I know that one person can't fix a town. It takes the whole town to fix a fucking town. We don't need countries anymore. Those borders should come down. We're stronger together than we are apart. They closed the borders for a fucking reason, to alienate us from each other. That border between America and Canada, or United States and Canada, should not be there. Period. Mexico should not be there. Period. Next border. We'll deal with things as they come in our community, and we'll accept the people we want to accept in our community when we accept them. No federal government, no provincial government should be telling us otherwise. There's plenty of space to live. Federal government does not exist anymore, so there's plenty more land, and provincial government does not exist anymore. Is that right? Is that right? Or are we just doing provincial government? Now it's provincial and municipal? No. How about we just start from scratch? How about we don't name it anymore? Canada. What does that mean, man? What is it giving you? Well, it hasn't given me much. It's only taken away my government in Canada. It's only taken away. Oh, really, Tommy? Is that true? Yes. And I can prove it. It's a good day. It's a good day. I did reply. I did reply. I just did. Live. There you go. Here. You know what? I'll just make it easy on you. And I'll give you the show you where to find it. I'll show you where to find my answer. Okay. So here, my friend, is where the answer is. Thank you. Because I'm not going to type it out. If I've already said it, I'm not going to fucking type it out. If you can't listen, you know, it's easy. You know what? I'll be able to explain it a lot better if you give me some time in a conversation or, you know, listening to it in a video. I'll be able to explain it a lot better than in fucking one paragraph. How's that? I could do it, but it's not going to amount to much. It's just going to be another back and forth, right? What do we need? I told you. Fake news? Okay. Every news organization that is purchased by a separate entity that is controlling the content is not fucking news. Okay? It's called a commentary. It's called an opinion piece. Well, I think COVID-19 is really scary. And it needs to be dealt with. We need more testing. We need more data. We need more vaccinations. We need to get on top of it because we're sick in our fucking heads because we want to get in front of a fucking vaccine that's been with us for millions of years. Idiots. We're idiots if we think this. I think most people are starting to recognize that it's a fucking joke, that storyline, and that people are dying all the time. You get any kind of virus when you got COPD, or if you got diabetes, you got some kind of lung infection, any kind of shitty end of life kind of thing, and you're in a home right now, you don't want to get sick. But the fucking sad fact of the matter is that's where you're going to get sick because they don't circulate fresh air. They circulate the air that's toxic. And everybody gets sick and everybody dies. And this is not a fucking new thing. It's been happening for a long time. But these people in office, these people that are ruling us, want to point to COVID-19 the reason why the economy is collapsing, the reason why people are dying. No, it's because you bought up businesses. You are doing something shitty. You're not doing something which is equally shitty because people are sitting in their own feces, bed sores, because you're not moving them. You're not feeding them proper. You're not giving them fucking fresh air or hope to fucking live. They're there to die, and that's great for you because that's good business. Death is good business. Rotation. Get the new ones in. New money, fresh meat. And then you got nurses working in these organizations, and they're trying. But quite honestly, I don't think most of them know what the fuck they're doing. And if they did, they would have much more to say about the conditions in which they fucking work. So either you're ignorant or you're a dick. Is there an in-between? Or you're on the way out because they want to fire your ass because you're actually talking out about it. Which is normally what fucking happens. And that's how these people stay in the positions they're in because they keep firing the good ones. You shitheads. So I answered your question. What's your reply? I did. I answer everybody's questions. If they got them. Most people don't have questions because they think they know the answers already. Well, how do you know the answers if you haven't lived through it, if you haven't done it, if you haven't studied it, if you you have the answers because a news anchor told you? Chris Cuomo told you that it's good to self-isolate, so you think that's what you're going with? Okay, today's show is brought to you by the letter B and the number 4. And before you think that's a good thing, Before. Oh, we got to be bingo. So, what do you think you know about what's going on? Do you want to have a conversation with me? A dialogue? Hey, Rick, give me a call. Do you want me to call you? And we can have a talk online about this? Just you and me and the whole world? That's the way to do it, right? And then we get to what's true quicker. Because we're looking for what's true, right? Love you, buddy. And yes, it's everywhere. And no, it's not a conspiracy. It's fact. Fact. Truth is only what I peddle in. I only peddle the truth. Do you want to know what the truth is, or do you want to know what the next guy's opinion is? Don't listen to me. Listen to yourself. Know yourself. Andre invites me to watch his program for sure. Let's see what he's talking about. Hey, Rick is there. All right. Okay. I was on another page, so I didn't know you were here. But every time I give you a little heart here, well, you know what? Yeah, my truth, and then there's the truth, and then there's your truth, and then there's just the truth, right? The truth. What's the truth? Don't accept my truth. My truth? My truth doesn't mean anything unless it's true. And the one thing we know about truth is it's always changing. And in every situation, it's different. But it's constant. That's truth. That's not my truth. That's truth. What do you know about truth? Why are you here, Rick? Why are we here? Are we just here to make money? Are we just here to get by? Are we here to step on each other as we go up the ladder? My truth is 100-year-old, what's a GMA? And young grandkids. Okay, so you got kids, you got young grandkids, you got people in your life, family. Okay, who else is your family? Is it just them? You going to build a fence around them? COVID-19 is a conspiracy brought onto you by the government to keep you in fear and in check. Absolutely. There's no other way to explain it. The Germans did this and occupied Europe back in the day. Grandma, that's what I thought it was. Back in the day. My grandparents came over here from occupied Europe. My grandfather lived in a wall. They had to feed him in between two walls. And then they escaped with two kids. And their thing was for your safety. That was their storylines. For your safety. That's why we're gathering you up. You know me, Rick, maybe to a point that at least you know that even... Okay, so I think you probably know that I would never lie. But maybe you think I'm confused, right? Why would I lie? I have no fucking reason to lie. Hitler is not different. Hitler is not fucking different than what is happening now. It is all based on greed and hate. And it's hate for the person that is different than you. Looks different, black people, red people, yellow people. You're short. I don't like you. You're fucking, you got some mental difficulties, don't you? I don't like you. So they round up all these people. Hitler did it. It's happening fucking today. Happening in my fucking town. There's no debate over this. This is fact. And you got shitty people that find each other in police departments and in governments and in businesses. And now they're all fucking working together. And it's shitty for everybody except for the few that have the power at the time. Period. Thank you for your discussion. I appreciate you, Rick. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, I'm going to have to say it. At least you're fucking engaging me in conversation, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You don't have to agree. We do not have to agree here. What we do need to do is start listening to each other and maybe listening to people with differing opinions. That's a key. Because if you're always hanging around with the same shitty people, you too, man. You too. Heartsies. Heartsies. All right. You know what? You know what I think we need to do? I think, Rick, you and I and a few other poker buddies, we need to go and play some soccer. So I'm sending you a soccer ball. I might go watch that game now. I'm going to continue doing this live thing. I might be back. I might not. I don't know. But we've been live for the last 3 hours, 16 minutes in and out, having some good conversations. Quinn, Bucktooth, Melanie Camila, Rickens, and everybody else who wants to join in on this scintillating conversation about COVID-19, propaganda, truth, and government control.
Ces familles sont contrôlées par des hôtels. Ces familles-là sont contrôlées par des entités spirituelles. Ces familles-là ont adoré de l'eau. En réalité, avant que tu ne naisses, il y a eu des pratiques qui ont été faites. Il y a eu des actions qui ont été posées. Il y a eu des choses qui ont été faites au niveau de ta famille. Il y a des familles, on a adoré de l'eau. Il y a des familles, on a adoré des montagnes. Il y a des familles, ils ont adoré des serpents. Il y a des familles, ils ont adoré des cimetières. Il y a des
Start
familles,
listening to the women in your life.
il y a des familles, ils ont fait des liens de sang. Il y a des familles, ils ont fait des liens d'insectes.
But then we found we could cut the atom. And lo and behold, big fleas had little fleas upon their backs to bite them. And it goes on forever. There is no end to the minuteness which you can unveil through physical investigation. For the simple reason that the investigation itself is what is chopping things into pieces. And the sharper you can sharpen your knife, the finer you can cut it. And the knife of the intellect is very sharp indeed. And the sophisticated instruments that we can now make, well, there's probably no limit to it. But in a way, all that is vain knowledge. In a way. Because you see, what it does is it gives you the illusion that you've solved your problems. When you have controlled certain things and you have solved certain problems, practical problems, you say, fine, more of that, please. Let's go on solving problems. And then you do. You create a world of people, as we are today, far more comfortable than people who lived in the 19th century. Just remember the troubles of going to a dentist when you were children, or some of you when you were children, of medicine, of badly heated homes, of all sorts of things that we don't put up with anymore. But the problem is we keep running into this thing that all constant stimulations of consciousness become unconscious. And when we take it as a matter of course to have certain comforts, then we switch the level on which we worry. When you solve a whole set of problems, people find new ones to worry about. And after a while, you begin to get that, haven't we been here today? Aren't we just going round on a cycle and doing the same old thing over and over and over again because we don't realize that we're chasing our own tails? By an eternally recurrent process of not knowing who you are. That is the hide and seek. That is the nature of what the Hindus call the Manvantara and the Pralaya, the period of the Manvantara in which the worlds are manifested, and the period of the Pralaya in which the worlds are withdrawn from manifestation. In and out, in and out. Evermore came out by the same door as in I went.
The thing is to get to the point where you can see that you are doing that in every moment of your existence, with every tiny little atom of your body. You now, at this minute, you see, are the whole system of inning and outing. In other words, you often think perhaps, maybe a long, long time ahead, I shall reach the point where I wake up from manifestation and overcome the world illusion and discover that I am the supreme reality behind all this diversification. My friends, there is no diversification. In other words, what you call diversification is your game. In the same way as you chop the thing and then you say it is made of pieces. Because you forget that you cut it. And so when you see the world is complicated and that there are life problems and that you might one day succeed, see, hundreds and hundreds of people are running like mad after something that they call that is success, and they have no idea what it is. So in exactly the same way, the guru is keeping you running and running after spiritual attainment. You don't know what you want. See why Krishnamurti is so clever? Because he says, if you ask me for enlightenment, how can you ask me for enlightenment? If you don't know what it is, how do you know you want it? Is it any concept you have of it will be simply a way of trying to perpetuate the situation you're already in. If you think you know what you're going out for, all you're doing is you're seeking the past, what you already know, what you've already experienced. Therefore, that's not it, is it? Because you say you're looking for something quite new. But what do you mean new? What's your conception of something new? Well, I can only think about it in terms of something old. Something I once had. So he doesn't say anything. He doesn't indicate anything positively. Everybody says, why are you so negative? Why don't you give us something to hang on to? Well, the simple answer is it would be spurious. You don't need anything to hang on to. You're it. You don't need a religion.
Know thyself.
But then you say, well, what is all this religious stuff about then? Why don't we just forget it? You can try. By all means. Just go away. Don't go to gurus. Don't go to church. Don't enter philosophical discussions. Forget it. But then you'll realize that by having consented to forget it, you're still seeking. What a trap. What can you do? You see, if you stay here and listen to me or to anyone else who comes around here, you're fooling yourself. But if you go away, you're fooling yourself too. Because you still think that's going to improve your situation. It won't. And therefore, when you discover that it doesn't, you'll think, well, maybe it was a mistake to go away, and you come back to the guru. And he looks at you and says, you are very undisciplined, very inferior student. And you need to apply yourself. Well, as I explained what he's doing. But it comes down in a way to a sort of contest with the guru. See? Will you call his bluff? You're afraid to. Because you might discover that if you do call his bluff, he's no better than you are. That's what you're supposed to find out. But without being cynical about it. He's as divine as you are. But you've got to call the bluff. There's going to be a showdown. And it's a double bind. The whole situation's a double bind. Because it doesn't do any good to stay here. It doesn't do you any good to go away. either to do something about it or to do nothing about it. Now then, there's something else. When you understand that, and when you realize that there's nothing to realize, well, it's all here, then what are you going to do? Well, of course, this is the sense of the Zen poem: supernatural activity and marvelous power, drawing water, carrying fuel. You know? Do whatever one does as a human being. But there's a little element of Philistinism in that. It's like when a child is pestering father or mother with all sorts of questions. They finally get down to the deepest metaphysical problems. They say, "Oh, shut up and eat your donut." And I wouldn't say that, you see, at this point. Because life, as one looks at it, you see, is in fact a celebration of itself.
Hey, Dave.
When
I
you look
see
out
you there.
at night at the stars and you really wonder, good God, what is all that about? Well, it's a firework display. And it's celebrating
Just
my
eating.
holy day. That's whoopee. And the whole world is whoopee. It's a kind of exuberance. And therefore, the proper function of religion is digging us. It's not seeking. It's not seeking anything, but is, in a way, thanksgiving. That's why, of course, the Christians were right in calling the Mass the Eucharist, the Thanksgiving. Only they had such a complicated way of thinking about it that nobody could understand it. So there, in religion, all religious exercises, whether they are meditative or whether they are ritualistic, are whoopee. They are not something you do in order to attain anything. They are like art forms, like dancing. They are expressive of attainment, of the attainless attainment. So here's another hang-up for you. When you go to Mr. Suzuki, who runs the Zen Center, he's a good disciple of Dogen, who brought Zen, a certain school of Zen to Japan in the 13th century. Dogen said, you can't sit and meditate unless you're already a Buddha. In which case, why meditate? Well, meditation is just the way a Buddha sits. And he called this sitting just to sit, not to attain enlightenment. Because the minute you do that, you see, you're not meditating. So you only become a good meditator if you're not looking for anything. Therefore, you realize what it thinks, be able. And what a great is to dissect old analytical intent. To be able to look at or the trees, floor, and the light up front of you without calling it light or floor or trees, or thinking that it has parts, or thinking that it's complicated. It isn't. So when you can sit without thinking, not with an empty mind, mind you, I'm going back to that point, not with an empty mind, but just a non-analytic mind, a non-probing mind, where you're not creating problems on.
I'm doing pretty good today,
mind,
man.
A non-probing mind.
Gonna go out for a walk. It's
Where you're not creating
humid here,
problems all the
but
time by trying to control it.
so
By trying to
slightly
control
on the
your
cool
mind,
side.
by trying to control your experience, what you see and
I
hear,
don't know.
you then just simply
I don't
discover
really have any plans today, like every other
that
day.
there is no way of controlling what you're experiencing, because what you're experiencing is you. And to try and really fundamentally control that is just going around the circle. So if I would say to you now, what you have to learn is to let it happen, that's wrong too. There's no one to let it happen. If I say to you, accept your experience, be calm and open to things, that again perpetuates the illusion that you're something different from. So we go round and round.
Round and round. Do we like going round?
But
and round?
if there are some people who want to get together and like we would get together to play poker or to walk, go fishing or sail a boat. If there are some
I
people who want
barely
to get
know
together
her.
and meditate and
Oh,
have
come on
rituals,
now.
chant, great. It's an art form. And you can only use it and make it a good art form.
I wouldn't mind
You're not
playing a
using
game
it
of
to get
poker. I don't have any
This is
money.
what
Can someone lend me some?
really is the base of temples all over the world. You go into Buddhist temples
Hey,
where they theoretically don't believe.
hey, you want to
in
get
God.
a game of poker going?
But there are the
Can
people
I borrow
praying.
some money?
And they're all doing it in order that we get a male child next time around, or that the horse recover from a disease, or that mama gets cured of the dropsy. And all these petitions are going on and on and on. People always coming to the temple to ask for something. Lowbrow people for lowbrow things, highbrow people for highbrow things. And there all the vendors sit outside and sell souvenirs and magic and charms, and all the people go in and do this. And all these serious priests sitting there, really having to keep up face and say, yes, we can provide these services. On the other hand, if you go in to one of these temples, along with all the faithful followers, and have a ball, buy a bead, buy a candle, buy a this, buy that, buy some incense, go in and dig this great thing going on, salute the Buddhas or the altars or the crucifixes or what you will, but don't take it seriously. And this is one of the great important transformations of today in our consciousness, is that a great many people are finding out that religion is not supposed to be taken seriously. This is a shocking thing to many people. There used to be an old saying that a religion is dead when the priests laugh across the altars. That's true in one sense. When the priests know that they've got a racket going, they don't believe one word of it, and they're laughing across the altar because of all these suckers around doing it, then it's true. The religion is dead. But when the priests laugh at the altars because they're having such fun, because this whole scene is so beautiful, well, it's the difference between some stuffy old Buddhist priest humming a sutra and Allen Ginsberg chanting a sutra. That's a thing to hear. Because the priests go, no, they go on for interminable. It's a bore. They're sick of it. But they get paid for it. This is magical. But when Allen Ginsberg chants a sutra, everybody gets in the circle and he gets these little bells. And they get going. It's just like a jam session where everybody is absolutely delighted. Well, that's the way to do it. And if you can't do it that way, forget it. Moving in the real world. And children love to get completely absorbed in their games and get the actual thrill of adventure in playing at war and so on. And you see, one reason why people don't really want to know the future, why a really expert fortune teller gives most people a little bit of trepidation, is that if you know what the future is going to be, it is less worthwhile going ahead towards it. If you know the outcome, why bother? See, this is one of the ways we are trying to stop war. The Rand Corporation is trying to make computer systems that at any immediate future date can predict the outcome of a war, so that it won't be necessary to fight it. So if we did fight, this would happen. So the person who gets the winner claims the diplomatic advantage, and we go on. So this is the reason, you see, why we don't want to know that the game is only a game. Now, if we can make believe that the game is real, whatever that means. We are not really very clear about that. But somehow we know what it means in our bones if we don't know very well in our heads what is for real. And we're always testing things out. What is for real? But when the whole world game becomes too real and people become too earnest, it's highly necessary to play a new game, which is the game of game against non-game. How far can you get away with giving the show away about the games? Nobody really wants to go the whole hog until you're ready for final nirvana. You know, then you give the show away so far as you're concerned. And that's it. But in the meantime, the fascination of seeing how to put together knowing it's a game and still playing it. And doing this is what in Mahayana Buddhism is called being a bodhisattva. A bodhisattva is a person who doesn't give his show away completely. He doesn't simply release his consciousness from playing the human game. He is released and yet still in it. He knows the human game is a game, but he goes on playing it with considerable gusto. And his gusto derives in a great deal from the fact of knowing it's a game. You see, you can do that. And it's one of the peculiar properties of self-consciousness, to be able to know it's a game and yet enjoy doing it. It's like being happy and knowing you're happy. Now, a lot of people are afraid of that. They feel that if the moment they say, well, I'm happy, that it'll somehow stop. That it'll be like being too conscious of digesting your food. There is a point there where enjoying dinner, it very slowly merges into disgust. But it needn't be like that. The real gourmet never gets into that bind. And so in the same way, the doing something, being happy and knowing that you're happy, has about it a certain quality of what I would call resonance. For example, if I talk in a room which is completely soundproofed, it's terrible. I can't stand it. There's no resonance. No little tiny echo. I feel I'm talking into the proverbial wet blanket. But if there's a little resonance, if there's a feedback, you see, that makes the thing go vibrate a bit more than it ordinarily would. So one gets feedback from an audience. And it's much easier to talk to an audience than it is to a microphone, because there's feedback. And so consciousness is feedback. So for that reason, your voice sounds better when you're singing in the bathtub than it does when you're singing out in an open room, because you get resonance. And so we put resonators, like say a guitar or a violin has a sounding box in it. That's a resonator to make it echo a bit. And so great churches at one time was, or still are, built by acoustic experts. So concert halls to give them the proper resonance. But when resonance gets too much, you know, it starts chattering. It gets a system of echoes set up. And some of the old cathedrals, which weren't built with acoustical knowledge, you can hear the echoes of a choir going on forever and ever and ever. It sounds very marvelous from a certain point of view, but it's not from a musical point of view. It's a kind of a, it's more sentimental. And we used even to be taught to sing in church with an echo technique in the voice. So that even if you weren't in a great cathedral with its echoes, you would slightly sound as if you were. Isn't that trickery for you? That's real showbiz. So, to play the game and to know it's a game can be quite fascinating. And not really giving the show away, but giving it away enough somehow. And that, you see, is the Joker's function. So, what he is doing then is he is in a point of view where he sees all that is going on as a game. He doesn't take anything seriously. But don't forget that that doesn't mean that he is simply shallow and frivolous. Because, for example, if somebody were to say to me, I love you, and I turned to them and said, are you serious? She might say, no, I'm sincere. Because love isn't necessarily serious. We use the word serious very frequently, where we should be using the word sincere. And the lack of proper delineation between these two words causes a great deal of confusion. It's like the confusion about the word must. You must do this, whether it's a commandment or whether it's a condition, a state of affairs that simply is so. And so in the same way, we need a clarification of must, and we need a clarification of serious. And it can be divided down into serious on the one hand or sincere on the other. What is sincerity? Sincerity is being integrated, being all of a piece. Now you see, we often think that the person who doesn't take life seriously isn't all of a piece. That is to say, his heart's not really in it. He is out here living, you see, and going along and talking to people. But the feeling is of an insincere person, there's something in the back of his mind that isn't participating. That's what worries people about actors. Are they acting in real life? Are they still playing the part? Is this person I'm introduced to as Charlie Chaplin the same man as, or different from the funny little man with the derby hat? And so actors occasionally bother and bug people. And people may be apt to say, well, they're always on the stage. They're never really genuine. And we have a feeling, you know, when we know when somebody is being genuine, see? But mark it, when you know somebody is being genuine, they are not necessarily being serious. They're not necessarily being grave or solemn. What I want to give the idea of is sincere laughter. And also sincere play. There is a perfectly sincere laughter. And it may be, ideally, I mean, the sincere laughter expresses a spirit of irrepressible gaiety. And it is not, in other words, a defense mechanism. Laughter is often a defense mechanism. We laugh, what we call a nervous laugh, or laughing someone to scorn can very often be a forced laugh that isn't really funny at all. But the real laugh is, of course, the resolution of anxiety. The anxiety is serious. And anxiety is a state of palpitation, of the trembles. Anxiety comes upon us when we cannot decide which way to go, or which way things are going to go. And so we tremble between alternatives. Now, because, of course, we tremble between alternatives because we are under the illusion that it matters very much which of these two things happens. Now, once one has seen the nature of the game, you realize that it matters superficially which of these two things happens, but it doesn't fundamentally matter because all negative things pair with positives. There is no positive without negative, and there is no negative without positive. I heard a very amusing story which kind of goes with these rugs. The question is a zebra a yellow horse with black stripes or a black horse with yellow stripes? The answer is it is an invisible horse which has been striped yellow and black so that people won't bump into it. Now, in a similar way, reality is an invisible state of affairs beyond all description and thought, but it has been striped black and white so as to be seen. And this is life and death, up and down, sound and silence, the whole vibratory character of being. And the game, the fundamental game that the universe is playing, is to forget that this is so. You see, what you might say, feel in theological language, the invisibility of God is his self-forgetfulness. And the visibility of the world is the game being played. Now, the nature of the game, I think I've told some of you this before, but I see some I haven't. The nature of the game is, let us pretend that the positive and the negative are not really identical. You see, they are explicitly different, but implicitly the same, because they always go around together. And that reveals a hidden, implicit conspiracy between black and white. And the truth is you can't have one without the other. But if we can pretend that they don't go together, that they are actually enemies, then we can have all sorts of games. The first game of which is, oh dear, black might win. The next game is, but white must win. And from that position, you can develop all the games you want. And it's interesting, isn't it, how so many of our table games, like chess and dominoes and checkers and so on, use the black and white pieces. And you can find in the conventions of chess, one could discuss all the problem in terms of chess. When I bring up the Joker, of course, we're in a way discussing it in terms of the game of cards, because the Joker is the card beyond role, the card that's wild, that can be any card in the pack. In other words, it's delivered from being a particular someone and can be an anyone. And it pops up here, and it pops up there, and it pops up here. And you never know, where is the Joker? Who is the Joker? You see? The thing that we have to understand, really, is that all the roles are the Joker playing. And the Joker is looking at you out of all pairs of eyes. There he is. Only he's pretending very often that he's not the Joker at all. Oh no, it's just me. I'm not the Joker. Where is the Joker? Well, let's have an intermission. Now, to revise a little bit about this morning's talk so that we're all up to date, I have been discussing the role of a certain person called the Joker. The Joker being the one who has insight into the fact that all our social institutions are games. The social game is played with an initial rule. The first rule being, this game is serious, or this game is not a game. And therefore there is a tendency within society to resist very strongly any notion that what it is doing is not altogether serious. And at a still deeper level, beneath the level of social institutions, there is also the recognition on the part of the joker that the basic forms of nature are also games. The human game, the rabbit game, the mouse game, the bee game, the tree game, the stone game. Because all these are forms of a musical nature, that is to say, they are forms played for themselves. They are played in the most intimate interconnection and interrelationship with each other. But they don't have any purpose beyond what is happening, in the same way as music and dancing. But when people take games seriously, and part of the fun of a game, you must remember, is to take it seriously, they acquire an attitude which strikes the joker as being half funny and sometimes a little pitiful. A good joker is inclined, really, not to laugh at people, because if a person is terribly seriously involved, in the sense of the kind of person we call colloquially a square, the joker feels sorry for them because they live a deprived life. But the point is that he is the one who is a wild man, which is to say, he has no fixed role. He can play, as the joker can in the deck of cards, any role. And in a way, in that sense, all of us are roles of the joker. Because the real joker, of whom any human joker is a manifestation, the real joker is Brahman, is the ultimate player of the game, the divine ground of the universe. So then, if you look upon the world as play, as what the Hindus call the Vishnu Leela, Vishnu being one of the names of God, and Leela meaning sport or play, from which we get our word lilt, then Vishnu or Brahman is the big joker, and anyone who realizes this is the little joker. And the art of the joker is very paradoxical, because it is to give the show away that it is a game and yet keep the show going on. There is something about a joker of a now you see it, now you don't character. So that even when somehow you find in studying all these Hindu and Buddhist texts, that when they're discussing one's awakening to the very final secret, somehow there is the feeling of, well, what did we get? Because you step into a new dimension. You see from the standpoint of this sort of awakening that really and truly you were awakened all the time. Imagine going through a gate in a wall. Here is this great barrier. You walk through it, you turn around, and the wall and the gate have both disappeared. And you see you were always there. One of the most extraordinary things that happens in entering into a sort of mystical state of consciousness, one of the most delightful things about it is the discovery that you don't have to stay in ecstasy. that ordinary consciousness is all right too. That is part of the whole total fitness of things. You see that everybody is, as it were, right in the place where he stands. Imagine a pearl necklace, how it's arranged. Down in the center, they put the big pearls, and then they trail off slowly until there are very tiny pearls at the back. And so it doesn't matter whether you're a big pearl or a little pearl. You all constitute the harmony of the whole. So they say in Zen Buddhism, a long thing is the long body of Buddha. A short thing is the short body of Buddha. Or in the spring scenery, there is nothing superior, nothing inferior. Flowering branches grow naturally, some short, some long. So from that standpoint, you see, everybody is seen to be a perfect manifestation of the Godhead, or of the void, or whatever you want to call it. Everybody. And even though the very fact that they don't know it, and that they're unhappy, that they quarrel, etc., 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 is still a manifestation of this. The whole thing is seen like this, just as I was discussing the balances of a garden in which the birds eating the worms and the snails eating the lettuce, all these processes of conflict build up the ongoing miracle of the garden itself. So in the same way, things that you see in yourself as neuroses, as forms of ill health, as things that you shouldn't be, they are your slugs and worms. And there is nothing at all in your whole being that's unnatural. All of it is an integral part of the game. And if you weren't as awful as you are, you might be creating very serious trouble. Now, I don't want to say that so that you can say in turn, well, let me be more awful still. You know, St. Paul got all tangled up in it. He, having explained that without sin there could be no grace, he said, shall we then sin that grace may abound? And his Greek, you know, mithi genito, heaven forbid. But this is, of course, a problem that simply has to be faced. That the universe in its grand design has nothing special to do with morality, or rather no more special connection with morality than with anything else. Morality is a part of the universe. It's a way of playing the human game. And but the thing itself is really beyond good and evil. Now, as I see it, that's the way it is, and whether one likes it or not, it's always still up to you how you want to behave. If we try to get people to behave decently by scaring them and saying that if they don't behave decently, they'll be out of sorts with God, this doesn't help at all. Because it merely inculcates a new kind of fear and a new kind of false basis for morality. One can only be moral because you like to do it that way. There really is no other reason whatsoever. And to try and find other reasons always perverts morality. In just the same way, the powers of the universe, the power of fire, the power of electricity, the power of steel, they are neither good nor evil. You can use either one for the blessing of people or for their destruction. And so the truth itself, I mean, the foundation reality of the world is something like that. Although it does have this certain edge to it, and so does all human activity. And the edge is something like this. Those powers that we call positive are always in a process of overcoming those that we call negative. It's the nature of the positive to win and the nature of the negative to lose. But win and lose always go together. Nobody wins unless somebody loses. Nobody loses unless somebody wins. Their relationship is transactional in the same way as buying and selling. But if it were the other way around, you see, if the negative were always in the situation of overcoming the positive, you would get a universe that would not be a continuing game. It would be 100% tragedy. But you see then, once we are up against this possibility that the distinction between what we do and what happens is obliterated. And therefore we would say that if I run into a catastrophe, it is my karma. You see, that means far more than that it is a punishment for something I did wrong in the past. That is a legalistic view of karma. But a naturalistic or organic view of karma is, in fact, that what happens to me is what I do. And that in a certain sense, I want what happens to me. We can use want. Notice how we use this word. It means the desire, and it means the lack. We say to somebody, you're wanting, you're deficient, you need. So it's rather remarkable, really, when you consider that you always get what you need. Invariably. Even though you may think that it's entirely opposed to your wishes. But if it's your karma, everything that happens to you, put it in another way, everything that comes to you is a return to you of what goes out of you. Yes, obviously, that's absurd. If you confine the definition of yourself to your voluntary, conscious behavior, that's a ridiculous definition of oneself. Oneself, by any stretch of the imagination, must involve far more than the conscious and voluntary aspects of our behavior. And if we see that it involves intimately and inescapably the behavior of what we call the other, the not self, the environment, and see that these two are moving together like the two sides of the snake when it swims, then you get a very curious feeling. You have to be careful. Because you've got a Western background. Because this is what happens to a lot of people who play around with psychedelic chemicals. There are many, many cases of inflation among these people. That is to say, when you get this sensation that the two sides of the world, the inside and the outside, are moving together, you may think, I am ruling. I am God in the Western sense of the word. Therefore, your ego, instead of being, as it were, integrated and transcended with all this process, merely assumes vast dimensions, has megalomania, is blown up by the mystical experience. So you get the holier-than-thou people going around, who seem to think that they're above all human conventions and have no obligations to anyone or anything, because they're divine and they can do as they damn please. What they haven't realized is that doing as you will isn't a new kind of behavior. that you suddenly put on and say, from now on I'm going to go around doing as I will. You have to realize first that that's what you've always been doing.
We're going to be discussing those comments from both Mr. Scheer and the Prime Minister a little bit later.
And you can look at this from a very
also
simple
going to talk
way.
to Calgary's Mayor Ahead Nenshi about the use of body cameras by frontline police officers in this city. It's the only city in
And you did the
Canada
things
where
that they
that
didn't
currently
want to
happens.
do.
First,
You know, everybody's mother said to me, darling, sometimes we have to do things we don't like.
Chief Public Health Officer of that province, or Chief Medical Officer, is delivering an update on
Well, you can always say,
Let's take a
the kid obeyed the mother and did the thing that he didn't like because that was the better part of history.
will be felt for some time.
In other words, if he hadn't done that, something worse would have happened. And we choose the lesser of two evils. And when you find yourself in a situation where you have to choose the lesser of two evils, then you say, I want out of here. And you take the easiest way to the line of existence. So that's what it is. Now, you can see that more profoundly when you start thinking about human behavior as something that responds to the compulsion of an environment. And you can get out of that when you see the behavior of an environment as an essential aspect of you. So it isn't, as it were, the environment responds, which you are therefore compelled to follow.
No, I'm busy.
It's the whole system moving together. So then, you get in the state of liberated or mystical consciousness. You very often feel that a hill is lifting you up as you walk up it. The ground seems to heave beneath your feet and up you go.
Yeah.
And you get this strange feeling of life, walking on every turn. This wonderful sense that there are no obstructions. There's nothing as if you're banging you and making you do that. It all flows together. And that's a very common sense. That's, you are actually, in that state of consciousness, you are perceiving the goings on, the Tao, the force of nature, in the way it's happening. But in the ordinary way, you've been conditioned to resist it, to fight it, and to use those sensations of resistance to create a sensory basis for what you describe as the ego. The ego, in practice, is a sense of feeling. You are aware of I, you are aware of this basic discomfort. It is located basically between the eyes. Somewhere in here. It's a tightness. Also, it's in other centers too. It's in the solar plexus. And the various physical centers, in other words, where this constant tension or resistance against it is going on. And that's what you feel when you talk about I. When that tension ceases, you discover immediately that the separate ego has disappeared. And that what I refer to because I can't expect all this with my radar. That would be a ridiculous undertaking. To know everything in that sense. You know a better way. You know so this point of view can be understood if we clarify the initial problems we had about it. And I suppose the first problem is if we accept the notion that everything that happens to us is our own power, then we have to be very careful of the level of inflation, of feeling that your ego is what is in control of all this. And the second thing is, if you think then that everything that happens to everybody is what they really want to happen, then you can absolve yourself from any qualms about being unkind to somebody. Because you could say, well, the unkindness I did you was what you really wanted. And, you know that business about the responsibility of the person who gets murdered for getting murdered? There is a curious sense in which a lot of people go around looking for trouble. Freud pointed out quite correctly the psychology of accident-prone individuals. They seem to be attracting trouble like lights attract moths. And we're all doing that, but we manage to remain unconscious of it, so that we can praise and blame and play the game that says, that's not my fault, that's your fault. And so we go around apportioning faults to everybody. Because if we're going to apportion praise for what the good things people do, you can't make praise mean anything unless you also go around blaming. Praise and blame go together. Supposing everybody was acting in a praiseworthy way, and we praised everybody for everything, then get tired of it. They wouldn't even notice it anymore. So long as you're going to get a kick out of being praised, you've got to go around blaming too. It's very simple. But if you see the folly of that praising and blaming are just creating each other, then you don't praise and you don't blame. You just dig the whole thing. And that's why when we encounter very great saviors, we never hear them blame people. They very rarely praise them. You try to start gossip in the presence of such a person, and you make a derogatory comment about someone. It's as if you had thrown a rock into a well and heard no splash. A funny feeling, because that you get no response, you get no agreement. And if you praise somebody, there's also likely nothing to be said, except perhaps some remark that, of course, you're praising the beloved in all its manifestations. And this disconcerts some people terribly. I've always noticed that real saviors never gossip, never criticize persons. And because they understand something. The French saying, tout comprendre, c'est tout pardonner, to understand all is to forgive all, is so true in your experience, even just the ordinary way of dealing with human problems. Even a counselor or a psychotherapist or a minister or anything like that, you very soon get to realize how vastly complicated people are, and see that they really are in the messes they're in, not because of anything. That's the way it is. You stop blaming people. Because you don't blame people, you have open ears and people come and seek your advice. If they don't want to come to someone who's a counselor, who will call them out. Like dentists who simply accept the fact that people really don't take care of their teeth. Realize that the job of a dentist is precisely to look after people who can't be bothered to take care of their teeth. He's in business. So a good dentist doesn't call his patients out because they didn't do this, that, and the other. Accepted. Same with doctors. They know perfectly well that nobody's going to live by the rules of health. They're very vague as to what they are. You know, there's every kind of theory about how you ought to live, what is healthy, but they change in fashion. And we ought to eat this kind of diet in 1921. By the time it's 1930, they've changed their ideas altogether. By the time it's 1960, it's back again to a mixture between 1931 and 1894. Something like that. It's always changing. So while the rules are not so, you see, if they were all absurd, it would be easy. But they're not all absurd. There's some truth in it always. But nobody's ever quite sure. So the function of healers and doctors and so on is just to do what can be done to stop the mess getting too big. And they must accept it as that. That's their job. If I were healthy, say to the doctor, I wouldn't need you. So you're in business. Now, we have difficulty in seeing this mutuality of our relationship with the rest of the world because it's contrary to common sense, contrary to the way we think about it. Therefore, we have what I would call an initial intellectual block to understand, quite apart from any emotional block. But obviously, we must overcome that intellectual block if we're going to go any further and actually realize and feel this way of life's working between what you do. Then the question is, then what do I do? Do I go around saying to myself, all this that's happening to you is what I want? I am inside of myself. I am the subject of the I didn't have to go around thinking thoughts. So as to go and talk yourself into this way of feeling. Well, that's very superficial. Because this new sense of relationship to nature is something much more than an idea. See, ecologists and physicists have the idea that this is so. But they mostly, in their private life and in their ordinary human behavior, are just like other people who don't feel it, and who feel themselves in a Newtonian Buddhist game, even though they've gone on to quantum mechanics. So that there may be a transition from our ordinary way of feeling how things go on to the new way, we have to do something other than think. Because actually thinking is causing the trouble. It is by thinking that we divide the world into separate events and separate things. That is calculus. And Ananda Kumaraswamy once described the life of the liberated being as a perpetual, uncalculated life in the present. You say, wow, I don't think I could do that. That saying of Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount, be not anxious for the morrow. The uncalculated life. If God so clothed the grass of the field, will he not much more clothe you, faceless ones? And I've never met a preacher yet who would really take that up. They all say, well, of course, that's too hard a saying. It's not practical. Everybody has to take off tomorrow and calculate. Well, at this point, people can go in two directions. There's one class of people who will say, all right, let's live the uncalculated. Let's not make it. And before you know where they are, they're living with their and scrounging around, living on petty fever and so on. This is the usual thing. This is got to do it the wrong way. The first thing to do is just as I said. Whether you like it or not, and whether you know it or not, the relationship between you and the environment is always one that is harmonious. So in the same way, you are always living the uncalculated life. You have to find out, first of all, that you're always doing it. And that what you call your calculations, the things you did, were funny little rationalizations. In other words, your ego has about as much control over what goes on as a child sitting next to its father in a car with a plastic steering wheel. that is turning the car the way Daddy drives it. Because, as I pointed out, most of the functions, most of the goings on in you, around you, the circumstances of life, have nothing to do with your ego at all. And you don't even know why you make up your mind to do so. We know superficially, we've a few ideas. It's like when you enter into a marriage, you have really no control over its outcome, in the ordinary sense of ego control. You've taken a colossal gamble, in which you've involved enormous complexes of patterns. And maybe it'll come out all right if you don't interfere with it too much. You know, it's like Oppenheimer said, it's perfectly obvious that the whole world is going to hell. And the only possible way we might stop that happening is not to try to prevent it. You know, all these wars are started out by people who think that they're helping someone. But it's going to make things better. So when you begin from the basis, not of saying, I should now live the spontaneous and improvident and non-calculating style of life, but realize you've always done that. Only you rationalized that you didn't. You always did what you wanted to do. Basically. Only you said sometimes it was my duty. But you preferred a conception of yourself as someone who always does his duty. That flattered you. So you were still following your own way. The first thing then is to see that. That's what's happening. So that you don't think, well, now there is some special thing I have to do to understand this harmonious relationship between the individual and the world. Because if you work on it that way, you will start from the presupposition that that relationship doesn't already exist and has to be brought to be. But now when you see that that's so, it obviously starts to make a difference. You do behave in a different way. But the behavior, the new kind of behavior that is a result of a transformation, is not forced behavior. When you try to imitate the way a saint behaves, you have made a forced change, and you know forced behavior is phony. It's like someone saying, I love you, I love you, I love you, when you don't. You feel you ought to, but you don't really. And there's something that doesn't ring true. Listen to all the prayers of all those people saying, I love you, Jesus. Who knows they don't? They're just saying this because they think they ought to. And be very trying. So, whenever you do a thing like that, you see, you make a forced change. Now, if the change is to happen in the same way that a seed at proper season breaks open and sends up a shoot, see, it comes from the whole force of life itself. Now, when you see that without your having to do anything, see, you are living the uncalculated life. And you're only pretending you're calculating it and arranging it. Then, as it were, you will have a grasp of the total situation. And it will, you can allow it to produce changes and actions which are not forced. So this is why there is always a trend in every kind of spiritual doctrine which says something about grace, divine grace. There must come about something in you of change which you can't produce. And if you try to produce it, you will be a victim of spiritual pride. But on the other hand, all teachers are universally saying, you've got to make an effort. There's some discipline. There is something you must do. Well, that's the only way to get it across to people. That you, as a separate effort maker, are a myth, are a phantasm. Because if you really try to control your mind and only think the thoughts that you think are good thoughts to think, you will find that you're going round in a circle. Krishnamurti is awfully good at pointing this out. When people ask him, how do you meditate? He says, why do you want to meditate? Why are you concentrating? Why are you saying prayers? Why do you think you should believe in God? And it always comes up because I'm just a son of a bitch. I mean, I'm out for my own good, and this seems to be the way. So he says, you see, you don't have any genuine love at all. It's all fake. And so you have to find, first of all, where the genuine love is. Now, you love you, don't you? That's genuine. We won't argue about that. But then, when you start from this, I gave a talk some time ago to the Air Force. Their camp, or lab where they make weapons, do all the research. And they got a bunch of us there who were ministers and philosophers. And they had the nerve to ask us what was our basis for moral behavior, personal moral behavior. So I said, my basis for moral behavior is pure selfishness. And I'm talking, after all, to realistic people here, and I don't think we need to be sentimental and beat about the bush. After all, you're all warriors and fighters and so on, and you know how rough things are. So I'm going to say to you, frankly, I'm out for me. But of course, I don't do it in a tactless way. I don't go around and hit people over the head and say, give me this, give me that. I'm much more subtle. I say, good manners, please, and how nice you all are, and so on. And finally, people feel massaged psychologically into a state where they'll give. But then after that, there's some things that bother me. The first one is, if I love me, what do I want? And furthermore, who am I? Because if I'm going to be realistic about getting what I want, I've got to be pretty sure what it is that's me and what is the state of desire in me. If I am desire, see, if I am a center of desire, what's it all for? Well, I think of all the things I want. Well, it so turns out that none of them are me. If I say I want dinner, it doesn't mean I'm going to eat me up. If any pleasure I can think of is the enjoyment of something that I haven't thought of defining as myself. Because I like my sensations. I like what happens to my body when I take a fine wine and down it. But then what's the difference between my body and the wine? If I say I like the wine, I also mean I like me and the wine together, mixed it. But then I don't eat you or a friend or a lover in the same way as I drink wine. I live in association like this. But then I'm loving things that aren't formally supposed to be me. And as I go into it, in other words, as I investigate what I mean by me, I find that I can't put any limits. That I cannot experience me without you. Or without the other. They're inseparable. But you don't find this out until you investigate it. Until you really go into the question, what do I want? And that's the most important investigation anyone can make, which I'm going to into in the next session. The question of power. And all these military men, you think they think they want power. And so I said to them some very subversive and undermining things without anybody knowing it until long after I'd left.
This concludes session 1 of Do You Do?
So I'm telling you something, which is the mind, the brain must be completely free of prejudice, of opinion, of belief, of all the things thought as put together in the brain. You understand this? Now, is that possible? Are you following? A professor, a scientist, if he wants to discover something new, naturally he can't keep on repeating his old knowledge, which is absolutely useless. He wants to discover, he wants to find something fresh, not put together by thought. So, first, to learn, which is not mere accumulation of knowledge, the mind must be free to observe. That is, the mind must, though it has got tremendous knowledge, must be capable, have the sakti, have the energy to set it aside and be free so that it has an insight. Your insight into what is actually going on. You understand that question? Do you follow me? Am I explaining things clearly? If not, please tell me. I'll go over it in different ways. We live in the past, and therefore we're always destroying the present. The past modifies itself in the present and becomes the future, but is still the past. Right? I wonder if you're following all this. Please. So, our life, our daily life is based on a routine. Going to the office for the next 50 years, just think of it. And tradition, your sexual habits, your loneliness, all that is part of this enormous accumulation of knowledge. And from that knowledge, which is the past, we're acting. Now, the speaker is saying there is an action which is not of the past. That implies a mind, a brain, that has put aside all remembrance. I'll show you how to, I'll go into it and you will capture the meaning of it. No remembrance, and therefore is capable of observing instantly and acting instantly. The very observation is the action. Not I have learned and then act. Therefore, that implies a time interval. In that time interval, all other factors enter. Therefore, in that interval, there's contradiction, there's pain, and so on and so on. Whereas what we are saying is to have insight into the whole structure of my consciousness, of your consciousness. I'm going to go into it. To have an insight into your whole consciousness. And that very insight is the action which dispels the content of consciousness, which makes up consciousness. I hope you understand all this. I doubt it. Success. What is action in your life? If you look at it, I'm sorry, go back to it, I must, till this is absolutely clear. It's based on memory, on knowledge, or a motive based on some self-interest and so on and so on. So what? So knowledge has its place. And in relationship with each other, has knowledge any place at all? It's very important to find out. Which means, in relationship there is mere memory. Is memory, remembrance, love? When you say, my wife, is a remembrance. You have the image of her, or the husband, or the girl, you have an image of her. That remembrance is the outcome of past incidents, experiences, memory. And so in relationship where there is memory, there cannot be love. Logically. So, we are saying to have an insight is not a continuation of memory or remembrance. I'm going to explain what that means. Our brain, I'm not specialist on brain. I watched it. Once if you watch it, and if you watch, you don't have to pick up a single book. You know it all, you can see it all yourself. Our brains have the capacity to register an incident, an event, a happening, an insult, a flattery, a hurt. It has the capacity to register as computer. As long as that computer is in operation, there is no sense of freedom to observe. Please listen to this. If the brain is registering and therefore retaining it as memory and acting from that memory, then that action is born from the past. That's so. And so, that between the action and the past, there is an interval. Therefore, there is conflict. Therefore, there is adjustment. and a sense of constant struggle to approximate. Now, can the brain, please listen to this, give 2 minutes concentration or attention. Can the brain register only what is necessary and nothing else? What is necessary is your physical needs. What is necessary is to have knowledge to act in daily life. Where you live, what language you speak, how to drive a car, how to design a house, and so on. Or design a war, a machine to kill other people. All that.
YouTube Music. Download the app today and get a try.
That is the function of the brain to register.
Although the Tibetan Book of the Dead is traditionally read in order to guide the spirit of the dead person, it is primarily meant to be studied and practiced during life, not only so that one will be able to remember it at the time of death, but because its teachings actually refer to this life just as much as they do to any future existence. Buddhism teaches that nothing is static or permanent. Life is a continuous flow of interconnected moments. The nature of each moment is determined by what has gone before, just as one's next birth is determined by one's actions during this lifetime. So we can say that life and death are actually both taking place at every instant. The word bardo means an intermediate state, a gap or period of suspension when one situation has come to an end and another has not yet developed. It occurs in the interval between two states of mind as well as between states of existence, such as birth and death. Any everyday situation of hesitation or uncertainty, or of inner conflict between opposing emotions, contains characteristics of the intermediate state. So do those extremes of emotion when one is on the edge of complete exhaustion or feels one is approaching the borderline of insanity. At such moments of concentrated energy, one may suddenly enter a neutral state in which one feels completely free, calm, and detached. This is an intuitive glimpse of the ground of being, the nature of mind itself. It is called dharmata, the essence of things as they really are. It is described as indivisible emptiness and luminosity. Just before death, a dying person's consciousness becomes progressively more and more detached from the external world and from the body, until it is completely concentrated within, and there is an experience of a sense of internal glow or luminosity. This is called the bardo of the moment before death. After death, the consciousness is freed from the limitations of the physical body and is able to perceive a subtle level of existence where everything manifests as sounds and colors instead of solid material forms. Underlying all these appearances is a luminosity, the light of reality. And if one can recognize that and merge with it, one reaches the absolute level of Dharmakaya. If one is unable to let go into that state, visions of the Buddhas and other divine beings appear, first in peaceful forms and then in wrathful forms, offering many different approaches to enlightenment. At the same time, our memories of the ordinary world of suffering, or samsara, also beckon us, appearing as paths of colored light leading us to future rebirth in one of the 6 realms of existence. Next come terrifying experiences of judgment by Mara, the Lord of Death, and the pursuit and torture by avenging demons. The fundamental teaching of the whole text is to recognize that these visions are the projections of one's own mind. As soon as one realizes this, one is liberated from the visions. Finally, if one has been unable to recognize this, one enters the bardo of becoming, the transition to a future birth in one of the 6 realms. Even at this point, there are still opportunities to recognize the luminosity, because the focus of the mind is concentrated by intense fear. Instead of escaping into a new form of existence, the consciousness in the bardo can stop and confront this fear, and so attain liberation from it. If this fails, the text gives instructions on choosing a new birth that will be of benefit to oneself and others. All these situations described in the Tibetan Book of the Dead can be seen as symbolic or visionary pictures of events and experiences in human life. For instance, even at the last minute, there is always the possibility of refusing to give in to anger or passion, refusing to be caught up in that world, and preventing the birth of some seemingly inevitable situation. The 6 realms of existence represent both the various states of mind into which our consciousness is continually reborn and the different ways of experiencing the world. They arise from the instinctive emotional reactions to the openness and brilliance of the luminosity. The realm of hell, the lowest of the 6 realms, is the most intense, dominated by aggression, hatred, and anger. Hell can be burning hot, an environment of claustrophobic terror, or icy cold, a frozen isolation that results from pride and resentment towards others. The realm of hungry ghosts develops from greed, a hunger that continually increases and can never be satisfied. Possession brings no pleasure to the hungry ghost, only searching and grasping matter, so there is a sense of endless frustration and disappointment, even though one is surrounded by food and wealth. The animal realm arises from ignorance. It is a deliberate turning away, playing deaf and dumb so as to avoid the brilliant light of reality. It can create a comfortable, predictable way of life, but one that is also very mechanical and without any sense of humor, unable to respond to the unexpected or the unknown. The human realm is based on passion and enjoyment. It contains qualities of exploration, striving, and creativity that may lead to success and fulfillment, but also suspicion and doubt that continually undermine the sense of achievement. The realm of the jealous god is based on a fundamental sense of jealousy or envy, as though the very existence of others is a threat to one's own survival. Here, no relationship is possible without intrigue. One must always be on one's guard against hidden enemies and on the watch for opportunities to win, either by diplomacy or superior strength. The realm of gods develops from pride, an instinctive self-consciousness which arises when faced with the impersonal openness of the luminosity. It is the highest realm of self-development, pleasure, and peace, with the feeling that one is invincible and immortal. We can easily recognize in these 6 realms the familiar psychological states of daily life, but at the same time, we always possess within us inherent Buddha nature, the latent possibility of enlightenment, which appears as aspects of wisdom or enlightenment corresponding to our particular tendencies. In the intermediate state, they manifest as the 5 Tathagatas, or Buddhas, inviting us to dissolve into the rays of light that stream out from their hearts. The 5 wisdoms are the liberated energy of enlightenment, but in samsara, they are distorted into the 5 negative emotions, or poisons. They are also known as the 5 families, to which all living things belong. The first of the Tathagatas, in the center of the mandala, is Varochana, and his family is known simply as the Tathagata of Buddha family. It is associated with the basic poison of confusion, or ignorance, which it deliberately ignores, and out of which all the other poisons evolve. But Varochana also embodies the wisdom of Dharmadhatu, the limitless, all-pervading space in which everything exists as it really is, the truth, that reverses ignorance. The second Tathagata is Akshobhya, in the eastern side of the mandala. He is the ruler of the Vajra family, whose poison is aggression or hatred. This is transmuted into the mirror-like wisdom, which reflects everything calmly and clearly. In the southern side of the mandala is Ratna Sambhava, ruler of the Ratna family. Ratna means jewel, and in particular the wish-granting gem which magically grants all desires. So here the poison is pride, resulting from the possession of spiritual or material riches. Its antidote and corresponding wisdom is the wisdom of equality and equanimity. In the west is Amitabha, whose family is Padma, the lotus. The poison of this family is desire or passion, grasping hungrily at everything. And its wisdom is the wisdom of discrimination, which provides the coolness and carefulness that allows for passion to be transformed into compassion. Lastly, in the north is Amoghasiddhi, ruler of the Karma family. Karma means action and is symbolized by a sword or double vajra. Envy is the poison associated with karma, arising from the insatiable ambition that drives this kind of activity, while its enlightened aspect is the wisdom that accomplishes all actions. The Tathagatas embody the transcendent qualities of enlightenment, their absolute existence. They are united with their consorts, the fertile feminine energy, which completes them and allows them to manifest. They are attended by male and female bodhisattvas, which represent the principle of active engagement for the sake of all beings. At first, these deities appear in peaceful form. They simply reveal the existence of enlightenment, immovable and invincible, the beginningless and endless state of absolute peace. Such a pure and personal state may appear threatening as well as attractive, which leads us into the next vision, the Vidyadharas. The Vidyadharas are simply expressions of the same Buddha nature seen in a different light. They are the essence of communication, the divine form of the Tantric Guru, possessing power over the magical aspects of the universe. They combine elements of both the peaceful and wrathful deities. If we do not respond to the communication of the Vidyadharas, they become transformed into their wrathful manifestations, the Herukas. The basic qualities of the five families continue, but now their energy is expressed in a very dramatic and powerful way. This is the ruthless, unyielding quality of peacefulness, which does not allow any escape. Fundamentally, the quality of the five families is a peaceful state because it is completely stable and nothing can disturb it. The tremendous energy of that peaceful state now manifests itself as wrathful. It is often described as compassionate anger, anger without hatred. These transformations, too, have counterparts in our own lives. As their active energy increases, not only do the possibilities for insight increase, but also the possibility of danger. For instance, psychic experiences and the awareness of the magic of life belong to the realm of the Vidyadharas, while the activity of the Herukas might be felt as an accident or a sudden shock that wakes one up to reality. After the Herukas, a whole crowd of other fierce and terrifying deities appears, each symbolizing a specific quality of enlightenment and carrying out a particular function of the individual consciousness. Again and again, we are reminded that these visions come from our mind, and we need only recognize them as our own projections in order to be liberated from them. In the text, it says that all this is meant to remind the dead person of what he has already practiced during his life. But we can still use the essential principles of the teaching to help those who are not familiar with it by opening our minds to them and transmitting our own sense of warmth, stability, and confidence. If one is close to someone who is dying, it is very important to be truthful about what is happening, so that there is complete mutual trust, friendship, and communication. As the person's physical and mental condition deteriorates, he or she develops a higher awareness of the surrounding emotional atmosphere, so that one's own state of mind is extremely important and becomes part of the dying person. It is impossible to know what someone in the intermediate state is going through, or whether you are still having any real contact with a person. But the essential thing is to continue to provide this stable environment so that automatically the consciousness in the bardo will be attracted to that. When one listens to the Tibetan Book of the Dead, although all the symbolic details are significant, it is not necessary to analyze and remember them all in order to benefit from the text. All these details contribute to overwhelming emotional impressions. Just listening in a relaxed, open, and attentive state of mind will make us receptive to their inner meaning, and we will be able to recognize them as experiences in our own lives and understand their symbolism intuitively. The Tibetan Book of the Dead. Homage to the Gurus, the three Kayas, Amitabha, infinite light, the Dharmakaya, peaceful and wrathful lotus deities, the Sambhogakaya, Padmasambhava, protector of beings, the Nirmanakaya. This great liberation through hearing, the means of liberation in the bardo for yogins of average capacities, is in three parts: the introduction, the main subject matter, and the conclusion. Firstly, the introduction, the means of liberating human beings. First of all, one should have studied the instructions, which should certainly liberate those of the highest capacities. But if they do not, one should practice the ejection of consciousness, which liberates spontaneously as soon as it is thought of in the bardo of the moment before death. This should certainly liberate yogins of average capacity, but if it does not, one should strive in this great liberation through hearing in the bardo of Dharmata. Therefore, the yogin should first examine the sequence of signs of death according to the spontaneous liberation of the signs of death. And when they are definitely completed, he should effect the ejection of consciousness, which liberates spontaneously as soon as it is thought of. If ejection is effected, there is no need to read the liberation through hearing. But if not, it should be read clearly and precisely, close to the dead body. If the body is not present, one should sit on the dead person's bed or seat and, proclaiming the power of truth, call on his consciousness and read, imagining him sitting in front listening. At this time, sounds of crying and weeping are not good, so his relatives should be shut out. If the body is present, then during the interval between the ceasing of the breath and the ceasing of pulsation in the arteries, his guru, or a Dharma brother or sister whom he loved and trusted, should read this great liberation through hearing close to his ear. The teaching of the liberation through hearing. An elaborate offering should be made to the three jewels if the materials are available. But if they are not available, one should set out whatever there is and visualize the rest without limit. One should say the inspiration prayer calling on the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas for rescue 7 or 3 times. Then loudly recite the inspiration prayer for the deliverance from the dangerous pathway of the bardo and the main verses of the bardo. Then read the great liberation through hearing 7 or 3 times. It is in 3 parts, showing the luminosity in the bardo of the moment before death, the great reminder of showing the bardo of Dharmata, and the instructions for closing the entrance to the womb of becoming. First, showing the luminosity of the bardo of the moment before death. By having this read to them, all kinds of ordinary people who have received teachings but have not recognized, although they are intelligent, or who have recognized but have practiced little, will recognize the basic luminosity and bypass the bardo experience to reach the unoriginated Dharmakaya. The method of instruction. It is best if his principal guru, from whom he requested teaching, can be present, but otherwise, a Dharma brother or sister with whom he has taken the Samaya vow, or a spiritual friend in the same lineage. If none of these are to be found, then someone who can read aloud clearly and precisely should read it several times. This will remind him of what his guru has shown him, and he will immediately recognize the basic luminosity and be liberated. There is no doubt. The time of instruction. When respiration has ceased, prana is absorbed into the wisdom duti, and luminosity free from complexities shines clearly in the consciousness. If prana is reversed and escapes into the right and left nadis, The Bardo state appears suddenly, so the reading should take place before the prana escapes into the right and left nadis. The length of time during which the inner pulsation remains after respiration has ceased is just about the time taken to eat a meal. The method of instruction. It is best if ejection of consciousness is effected when the respiration is just about to stop. But if it has not been effected, one should say these words.
Thank you for everything you've been sharing on Instagram.
O child of noble family, now the time has come for you to seek a path. As soon as your breath stops, what is called the basic luminosity of the first Bardo, which your Guru has already shown you, will appear to you. This is the Dharmata. Open and empty like space, luminous void, pure naked mind, without center or circumference. Recognize then and rest in that state, and I too will show you at the same time. This should be firmly implanted in his mind by repeating it many times over in his ear until he stops breathing. Then, when the ceasing of the breath is heard, one should lay him down on the right side in the lion position and firmly press the two pulsating arteries which induce sleep until they have stopped throbbing. Then the prana which has entered the duti will not be able to go back and will be certain to emerge through the Brahmarandra. Now the showing should be read. At this time, the first Bardo, which is called the luminosity of Dharmata, the undistorted mind of the Dharmakaya, arises in the mind of all beings. Ordinary people call this state unconscious because the prana sinks into the avaduti during the interval between the ceasing of the breath and of the pulsation. The time it lasts is uncertain, depending on the spiritual condition and the state of yogic training. It lasts for a long time in those who have practiced much, who are steady in the meditation practice of tranquility and sensitive. In striving to show such a person, one should repeat the instruction until pus comes out from the apertures of his body. In wicked and insensitive people, it does not last longer than a single snapping of the fingers, but in some it lasts for the time taken to eat a meal. As most sutras and tantras say that this unconscious state lasts for 4.5 days, generally one should strive to show the luminosity for that length of time. The method of instruction. If he is able, he will work with himself from the instructions already given. But if he cannot by himself, then his guru, or a disciple of his guru, or a Dharma brother or sister who was a close friend should stay nearby and read aloud clearly the sequence of the signs of death. Now the sign of earth dissolving into water is present, water into fire, fire into air, air into consciousness. When the sequence is almost completed, he should be encouraged to adopt an attitude like this. O child of noble family, or if he was a guru, O sir, do not let your thoughts wander. This should be spoken softly in his ear. In the case of a Dharma brother or sister or anyone else, one should call him by name and say these words. O child of noble family, that which is called death has now arrived, and you should adopt this attitude. I have arrived at the time of death, so now by means of this death, I will adopt only the attitude of the enlightened state of mind, friendliness and compassion, and attain perfect enlightenment for the sake of all sentient beings as limitless as space. With this attitude, at this special time, for the sake of all sentient beings, I will recognize the luminosity of death as the Dharmakaya, and attaining in that state the supreme realization of the great symbol, I will act for the good of all beings. If I do not attain this, I will recognize the Bardo state as it is, and attaining the indivisible great symbol form in the Bardo, I will act for the good of all beings as limitless as space in whatever way will influence them. Without letting go of this attitude, you should remember and practice whatever meditation teaching you have received in the past. These words should be spoken distinctly with the lips close to his ears, so as to remind him of his practice without letting his attention wander for even a moment. Then, when respiration has completely stopped, one should firmly press the arteries of sleep and remind him with these words, if he was a guru or a spiritual friend higher than oneself. Sir, now the basic luminosity is shining before you. Recognize it and rest in the practice. And one should show all others like this. O child of noble family, listen. Now the pure luminosity of the Dharmata is shining before you. Recognize it. O child of noble family, at this moment your state of mind is by nature pure emptiness. It does not possess any nature whatever, neither substance nor quality such as color, but it is pure emptiness. This is the Dharmata, the female Buddha Samantabhadri. But this state of mind is not just blank emptiness. It is unobstructed, sparkling, pure, and vibrant. This mind is the male Buddha Samantabhadra. These two, your mind, whose nature is emptiness without any substance whatever, and your mind, which is vibrant and luminous, are inseparable. This is the Dharmakaya of the Buddha. This mind of yours is inseparable luminosity and emptiness in the form of a great mass of light. It has no birth or death. Therefore, it is the Buddha of immortal light. To recognize this is all that is necessary. When you recognize this pure nature of your mind as the Buddha, looking into your own mind is resting in the Buddha mind. This should be repeated 3 or 7 times clearly and precisely. Firstly, it will remind him of what he has previously been shown by his guru. Secondly, he will recognize his own naked mind as the luminosity. And thirdly, having recognized himself, he will become inseparably united with the Dharmakaya and certainly attain liberation. If he recognizes the first luminosity, he will be liberated. But if it is feared that he has not recognized the first luminosity, then what is called the second luminosity will shine. And that comes when a little more than the time taken to eat a meal has passed after the respiration has ceased. According to good or bad karma, the prana escapes into the right or left nadi and comes out through the apertures of the body, and the consciousness suddenly becomes clear. To say that this lasts for the time taken to eat a meal depends on whether he is sensitive or insensitive, and on whether or not he has practiced. Then his consciousness emerges, and he does not know whether he is dead or not. He will see his relatives gathered there, just as before, and hear their cries. During this time, when the violent, confused projections of karma have not yet appeared, and the terrors of the lords of death have not yet come, the instructions should be given. Here there is a distinction between the perfection stage and the generation stage. If he was working on the perfection stage, one should call his name 3 times and repeat the instructions given above for showing the luminosity. If he was working on the generation stage, one should read aloud the sadhana and description of his yidam, and remind him with these words. O child of noble family, meditate on your yidam and do not be distracted. Concentrate intensely on your yidam. Visualize him as an appearance without substance of his own, like the moon in water. Do not visualize him as having a solid form. If he is an ordinary person, one should show him by saying, meditate on the Lord of great compassion. There is no doubt that those who have not recognized the Bardo will grasp it by being shown in this way. But those who were not adept in meditation, even if they were shown by their guru while they were still alive, will not be able to clarify the Bardo state by themselves, so that their guru or Dharma brother or sister must make it clear. And it is necessary for someone to instruct those who cannot remember during the Bardo of the moment before death because they were confused by serious illness, even though they were adept in meditation. It is also extremely necessary for those who, although they were formerly adept in meditation on this path, may enter into lower existences because they have broken the precepts or because their samaya practice has degenerated. It is best if he understands during the first bardo, but if he has not understood, his insight is awakened by the reminder in the second bardo, and he will be liberated. During the second bardo, his consciousness, which did not know whether he was dead or not, suddenly becomes clear. This is called the pure illusory body. If he understands the teaching at this time, the mother and son dharmatas meet, and he is no longer dominated by karma. Just as the light of the sun overcomes darkness, so the power of karma is overcome by the luminosity of the path, and liberation is attained. This, which is called the second bardo, flashes before the mental body, and the consciousness is able to hear again just as before. If this instruction is understood at this time, its purpose is fulfilled, and since the confused projections of karma have not yet appeared, he is able to direct himself anywhere. In this way, he is liberated by recognizing the luminosity during the second bardo, even if he did not recognize the basic luminosity. But if he is not liberated by it, then what is called the third bardo, the bardo of dharmata, arises. The confused projections of karma will appear in the third bardo, so it is most important that the great showing of the bardo of dharmata is read at this time, for it is very powerful and helpful. At this time, his relatives are crying and weeping. His share of food is stopped, his clothes are removed, his bed is taken to pieces, and so on. He can see them, but they cannot see him. And he can hear them calling him, but they cannot hear him calling them, so he goes away in despair. Three phenomena will appear at this time: sounds, colored lights, and rays of light, and he will grow faint with fear, terror, and bewilderment. So at this moment, the great showing of the bardo of dharmata should be read. Calling the dead person by name, one should say these words very distinctly. O child of noble family, listen carefully without distraction. There are 6 bardo states: the bardo of birth, the bardo of dreams, the bardo of samadhi meditation, the bardo of the moment before death, the bardo of dharmata, and the bardo of becoming. O child of noble family, you will experience 3 bardo states: the bardo of the moment before death, the bardo of dharmata, and the bardo of becoming. Of these 3, the luminosity of dharmata in the bardo of the moment before death shone until yesterday, but you did not recognize it, and so you had to wander here. Now you will experience the bardo of dharmata and the bardo of becoming. So recognize what I will show you without distraction. O child of noble family, now what is called death has arrived. You are not alone in leaving this world. It happens to everyone. So do not feel desire and yearning for this life. Even if you feel desire and yearning, you cannot stay. You can only wander in samsara. Do not desire, do not yearn. Remember the 3 jewels. O child of noble family, whatever terrifying projections appear in the bardo of dharmata, do not forget these words, but go forward, remembering their meaning. The essential point is to recognize with them. Now when the bardo of dharmata dawns upon me, I will abandon all thoughts of fear and terror. I will recognize whatever appears as my projection and know it to be a vision of the bardo. Now that I have reached this crucial point, I will not fear the peaceful and wrathful ones, my own projections. Go forward saying these words clearly and distinctly and remembering their meaning. Do not forget them, for the essential point is to recognize with certainty that whatever appears, however terrifying, is your own projection. O child of noble family, when your body and mind separate, the Dharmata will appear, pure and clear, yet hard to discern, luminous and brilliant, with terrifying brightness, shimmering like a mirage on a plain in spring. Do not be afraid of it. Do not be bewildered. This is the natural radiance of your own Dharmata. Therefore, recognize it. A great roar of thunder will come from within the light, the natural sound of Dharmata, like 1,000 thunderclaps simultaneously. This is the natural sound of your Dharmata, so do not be afraid or bewildered. You have what is called a mental body of unconscious tendencies. You have no physical body of flesh and blood, so whatever sounds, colors, and rays of light occur, they cannot hurt you, and you cannot die. It is enough simply to recognize them as your projections. Know this to be the Bardo state. O child of noble family, if you do not recognize them in this way as your own projections, whatever meditation practice you have done during your life, if you have not met with his teaching, the colored lights will frighten you, the sounds will bewilder you, and the rays of light will terrify you. If you do not understand this essential point of the teaching, you will not recognize the sounds, lights, and rays, and so you will wander in samsara. O child of noble family, after being unconscious for 4.5 days, you will move on, and awakening from your faint, you will wonder what has happened to you. So recognize it as the Bardo state. At that time, samsara is reversed, and everything you see appears as lights and images. The whole of space will shine with a blue light, and blessed Vairochana will appear before you from the central realm, all-pervading circle. His body is white in color. He sits on a lion throne, holding an 8-spoked wheel in his hand and embracing his consort, the queen of Vajra space. The blue light of the skanda of consciousness in its basic purity, the wisdom of the Dharmadhatu, luminous, clear, sharp, and brilliant, will come towards you from the heart of Vairochana and his consort, and pierce you so that your eyes cannot bear it. At the same time, together with it, the soft white light of the gods will also come towards you and pierce you. At that time, under the influence of bad karma, you will be terrified and escape from the wisdom of the Dharmadhatu with its bright blue light. But you will feel an emotion of pleasure towards the soft white light of the gods. At that moment, do not be frightened and bewildered by the luminous, brilliant, very sharp, and clear blue light of supreme wisdom, for it is the light ray of the Buddha, which is called the wisdom of the Dharmadhatu. Be drawn to it with faith and devotion, and supplicate it, thinking it is the light ray of blessed Vairochana's compassion. I take refuge in it. It is blessed Vairochana coming to invite you to the dangerous pathway of the Bardo. It is the light ray of Vairochana's compassion. Do not take pleasure in the soft white light of the gods. Do not be attracted to it or yearn for it. If you are attracted to it, you will wander in the realm of the gods and circle among the 6 kinds of existence. It is an obstacle blocking the path of liberation, so do not look at it, but feel longing for the bright blue light, and repeat this inspiration prayer after me with intense concentration on blessed Vairochana. When through intense ignorance I wander in samsara, on the luminous light path of the Dharmadhatu wisdom, may blessed Vairochana go before me, his consort, the queen of Vajra space, behind me. Help me to cross the Bardo's dangerous pathway and bring me to the perfect Buddha state. By saying this inspiration prayer with deep devotion, he will dissolve into rainbow light in the heart of blessed Vairochana and his consort, and become a Sambhogakaya Buddha in the central realm, the densely arrayed. But if, even after being shown, he is afraid of the lights and the rays because of his aggression and veils of error, and he escapes, and if he is confused even after saying the prayer, then on the second day, Vajrasattva's circle of deities will come to invite him, together with his bad karma, which leads to hell. So, to show him, one should call the dead person by name and say these words: O child of noble family, listen without distraction. On the second day, a white light, the purified element of water, will shine, and at the same time, the blessed Vajrasattva Akshobhya will appear before you from the eastern realm of complete joy. His body is blue in color. He holds a 5-pointed Vajra in his hand and sits on an elephant throne embracing his consort Buddha Lochana. He is accompanied by the 2 male bodhisattvas, Kshitigarbha and Maitreya, and the 2 female bodhisattvas, Lasya and Pushpa, so that 6 Buddhas' forms appear. The white light of the skandha of form in its basic purity, the mirror-like wisdom, dazzling, white, luminous, and clear, will come towards you from the heart of Vajrasattva and his consort, and pierce you so that your eyes cannot bear to look at it. At the same time, together with the wisdom light, the soft smoky light of hell beings will also come towards you and pierce you. At that time, under the influence of aggression, you will be terrified and escape from the brilliant white light, but you will feel an emotion of pleasure towards the soft smoky light of the hell beings. At that moment, do not be afraid of the sharp, brilliant, luminous, and clear white light, but recognize it as wisdom. Be drawn to it with faith and longing, and supplicate it, thinking, it is the light ray of blessed Vajrasattva's compassion. I take refuge in it. It is blessed Vajrasattva coming to invite you to the terrors of the bardo. It is the light ray hook of Vajrasattva's compassion, so feel longing for it. Do not take pleasure in the soft, smoky light of the hell beings. This is the inviting path of the veils of error accumulated by your violent aggression. If you are attracted to it, you will fall down into hell and sink into the muddy swamp of unbearable suffering from which there is never any escape. It is an obstacle blocking the path of liberation, so do not look at it, but give up aggression. Do not be attracted to it. Do not yearn for it. Feel longing for the luminous, brilliant white light and say this inspiration prayer with intense concentration on Blessed Vajrasattva. When through intense aggression I wander in samsara on the luminous light path of the mirror-like wisdom, may Blessed Vajrasattva go before me, his consort Buddha Lochana behind me. Help me to cross the bardo's dangerous pathway and bring me to the perfect Buddha state. By saying this inspiration prayer with deep devotion, he will dissolve into rainbow light in the heart of Blessed Vajrasattva and become a Sambhogakaya Buddha in the eastern realm of complete joy. Yet even after being shown in this way, some people are afraid of the light ray hook of compassion because of their pride and veils of error, and they escape. So then on the third day, Blessed Ratnasambhava's circle of deities will come to invite them, together with the light path to the human realm. So to show him again, one should call the dead person by name and say these words: O child of noble family, listen without distraction. On the third day, a yellow light, the purified element of earth, will shine, and at the same time, Blessed Ratnasambhava will appear before you from the yellow southern realm, the glorious. His body is yellow in color. He holds a wish-fulfilling jewel in his hand and sits on a horse throne, embracing his consort Mamaki. He is accompanied by the 2 male bodhisattvas, Akashagarbha and Samantabhadra, and the 2 female bodhisattvas, Mala and Dupa, so that 6 Buddha forms appear out of the space of rainbow light. The yellow light of the skandha of feeling in its basic purity, the wisdom of equality, brilliant yellow, adorned with discs of light, luminous and clear, unbearable to the eyes, will come towards you from the heart of Ratnasambhava and his consort and pierce your heart so that your eyes cannot bear to look at it. At the same time, together with the wisdom light, the soft blue light of human beings will also pierce your heart. At that time, under the influence of pride, you will be terrified and escape from the sharp, clear yellow light, but you will feel an emotion of pleasure and attraction towards the soft blue light of human beings. At that moment, do not be afraid of the yellow light, luminous and clear, sharp and bright, but recognize it as wisdom. Let your mind rest in it, relaxed, in a state of non-action, and be drawn to it with longing. If you recognize it as the natural radiance of your own mind, even though you do not feel devotion and do not say the inspiration prayer, all the forms and lights and rays will merge inseparably with you, and you will attain enlightenment. If you cannot recognize it as the natural radiance of your own mind, supplicate it with devotion, thinking, it is the light ray of blessed Ratnasambhava's compassion. I take refuge in it. It is the light ray hook of blessed Ratnasambhava's compassion, so feel longing for it. Do not take pleasure in the soft blue light of human beings. That is the inviting light path of unconscious tendencies accumulated by your intense pride. If you are attracted to it, you will fall into the human realm and experience birth, old age, death, and suffering, and never escape from the muddy swamp of samsara. It is an obstacle blocking the path of liberation, so do not look at it, but give up pride, give up your unconscious tendencies. Do not be attracted to it, do not yearn for it. Feel longing for the luminous, brilliant white light, and say this inspiration prayer with intense, one-pointed concentration on blessed Ratnasambhava. When through intense pride I wander in samsara, on the luminous light path of the wisdom of equality, may blessed Ratnasambhava go before me, his consort Mamaki behind me, help me to cross the Bardo's dangerous pathway and bring me to the perfect Buddha state. By saying this inspiration prayer with deep devotion, you will dissolve into rainbow light in the heart of blessed Ratnasambhava and his consort, and become a Sambhogakaya Buddha in the southern realm, the glorious. By being shown in this way, liberation is certain, however weak one's capacities may be. Yet, even after being shown like this many times, there are people whose good opportunities have run out, such as those who have done great evil or let their samaya practice degenerate, who will not recognize. Disturbed by desire and veils of error, they will be afraid of the sounds and lights and will escape. So then on the fourth day, blessed Amitabha's circle of deities will come to invite them, together with the light path of the hungry ghosts built from desire and meanness. To show him again, one should call the dead person by name and say these words. O child of noble family, listen without distraction. On the fourth day, a red light, the purified element of fire, will shine, and at the same time, blessed Amitabha will appear before you from the red western realm, the blissful. His body is red in color, he holds a lotus in his hand and sits on a peacock throne, embracing his consort Pandaravasini. He is accompanied by the two male bodhisattvas, Avalokiteshvara and Manjushri, and the two female bodhisattvas, Gita and Aloka, so that 6 Buddha forms appear out of the space of rainbow light. The red light of the skandha of perception in its basic purity, the wisdom of discrimination, brilliant red, adorned with discs of light, luminous and clear, sharp and bright, will come from the heart of Amitabha and his consort and pierce your heart so that your eyes cannot bear to look at it. Do not be afraid of it. At the same time, together with the wisdom light, The soft yellow light of the hungry ghosts will also shine. Do not take pleasure in it. Give up desire and yearning. At that time, under the influence of intense desire, you will be terrified and escape from the sharp, bright red light. But you will feel pleasure and attraction towards the soft yellow light of the hungry ghosts. At that moment, do not fear the red light, sharp and brilliant, luminous and clear, but recognize it as wisdom. Let your mind rest in it, relaxed, in a state of non-action. Be drawn to it with faith and longing. If you recognize it as your own natural radiance, even if you do not feel devotion and do not say the inspiration prayer, all the forms and lights and rays will merge inseparably with you, and you will attain enlightenment. If you cannot recognize it in this way, supplicate it with devotion, thinking, it is the light ray of blessed Amitabha's compassion. I take refuge in it. It is the light ray hook of blessed Amitabha's compassion. Feel devotion and do not escape. Even if you escape, it will stay with you inseparably. Do not be afraid. Do not be attracted to the soft yellow light of the hungry ghosts. That is the light path of unconscious tendencies accumulated by your intense desire. If you are attracted to it, you will fall into the realm of the hungry ghosts and experience unbearable misery from hunger and thirst. It is an obstacle blocking the path of liberation, so do not be attracted to it, but give up your unconscious tendencies. Do not yearn for it. Feel longing for the luminous, brilliant red light, and say this inspiration prayer with intense, one-pointed concentration on blessed Amitabha and his consort. When through intense desire I wander in samsara, on the luminous, light path of discriminating wisdom, may blessed Amitabha go before me, his consort Pandaravasini behind me, and help me to cross the Bardo's dangerous pathway and bring me to the perfect Buddha state. By saying this inspiration prayer with deep devotion, he will dissolve into rainbow light in the heart of blessed Amitabha, infinite light, with his consort, and become a Sambhogakaya Buddha in the Western realm, the blissful. It is impossible not to be liberated by this. Yet even after being shown in this way, sentient beings cannot give up their unconscious tendencies because of long habituation, and under the influence of envy and evil karma, they are afraid of the sounds and lights. They are not caught by the light ray hook of compassion, but wander downwards to the fifth day of the Bardo state. So then, blessed Amoghasiddhi's circle of deities, with their light rays of compassion, will come to invite them. And the light path of the jealous gods, built from the emotion of envy, will also invite them. Then, to show him again, one should call the dead person by name and say these words. O child of noble family, listen without distraction. On the fifth day, a green light, the purified element of air, will shine. And at the same time, blessed Amoghasiddhi, Lord of the Circle, will appear before you from the green northern realm accumulated actions. His body is green in color. He holds a double vajra in his hand and sits on a throne of shang-shang birds soaring in the sky, embracing his consort Samaya Tara. He is accompanied by the two male bodhisattvas, Vajrapani and Sarva Nirvana Vishkambin, and the two female bodhisattvas, Ganda and Naividya, so that 6 Buddha forms appear out of the space of rainbow light. The green light of the skanda of concept in its basic purity, the action accomplishing wisdom, brilliant green, luminous and clear, sharp and terrifying, adorned with discs of light, will come from the heart of Amoghasiddhi and his consort, and pierce your heart so that your eyes cannot bear to look at it. Do not be afraid of it. It is the spontaneous play of your own mind. So rest in a supreme state, free from activity and care, in which there is no near or far, love or hate. At the same time, together with the wisdom light, the The soft red light of the jealous gods caused by envy will also shine on you. Meditate so that there is no difference between love and hate. But if your intelligence is weak, then simply do not take pleasure in it. At that time, under the influence of intense envy, you will be terrified and escape from the sharp, brilliant green light, but you will also feel pleasure and attraction towards the soft red light of the jealous gods. At that moment, do not be afraid of the green light, sharp and brilliant, luminous and clear, but recognize it as wisdom. Let your mind rest in it, relaxed in a state of non-action, and supplicate it with devotion, thinking, it is the light ray of blessed Amoghasiddhi's compassion. I take refuge in it. It is the light ray hook of blessed Amoghasiddhi's compassion, called the action-accomplishing wisdom. So long for it and do not escape. Even if you escape, it will stay with you inseparably. Do not be afraid of it. Do not be attracted to the soft red light of the jealous gods. That is the inviting path of karma accumulated by your intense envy. If you are attracted to it, you will fall into the realm of the jealous gods and experience unbearable misery from fighting and quarreling. It is an obstacle blocking the path of liberation, so do not be attracted to it, but give up your unconscious tendencies. Feel longing for the luminous, brilliant green light and say this inspiration prayer with intense, one-pointed concentration of Blessed Amoghasiddhi and his consort. When through intense envy I wander in samsara on the luminous light path of action accomplishing wisdom, may Blessed Amoghasiddhi go before me, his consort Samayatara behind me. Help me to cross the Bardo's dangerous pathway and bring me to the perfect Buddha state. By saying this inspiration prayer with deep devotion, he will dissolve into rainbow light in the heart of Blessed Amoghasiddhi and his consort, and become a Sambhogakaya Buddha in the northern realm, perfected actions. However weak his good karmic results may be, by being shown like this in many stages, if he does not recognize at one, he will at another, so it is impossible not to be liberated. But even after being shown in this way many times, those who have been habituated to many unconscious tendencies for a long time and have never become familiar with the pure visions of the five wisdoms are carried backwards by their bad tendencies, even though they are shown. So they are not caught by the light ray hook of compassion, but become bewildered and frightened by the lights and rays and wander downwards. So then on the sixth day, the Buddhas of the five families with their consorts and attendant deities will appear simultaneously. And at the same time, the lights of the six realms will also shine simultaneously. To show him, one should call the dead person by name and say these words. O child of noble family, listen without distraction. Even though you were shown when the light of each of the five families appeared until yesterday, under the influence of bad tendencies, you were bewildered by them, and so you have remained here until now. If you had recognized the natural radiance of the wisdoms of those five families as your own projection, you would have dissolved into rainbow light in the body of one of the five families and become a Sambhogakaya Buddha. But because you did not recognize, you have gone on wandering here until this time. So now watch without distraction. Now the five families will appear all together, and what is called the four wisdoms combined will come to invite you. Recognize them. O child of noble family, the four colored lights of the four purified elements will shine. At the same time, the Buddha Vairocana and his consort will appear just as before from the central realm, all-pervading circle. The Buddha Vajrasattva, with his consort and attendants, will appear from the eastern realm, complete joy. The Buddha Ratnasambhava, with his consort and attendants, will appear from the southern realm, the glorious. The Buddha Amitabha, with his consort and attendants, will appear from the western blissful realm of lotuses, And the Buddha Amoga Siddhi with his consort and attendants will appear from the northern realm, perfected actions, out of the space of rainbow light. O child of noble family, beyond those Buddhas of the 5 families, the wrathful guardians of the gates will also appear. Vijaya, the victorious, Yamantaka, destroyer of death, Hayagriva, the horse-necked, and Amrita Kundali, coil of nectar. And the female guardians of the gates, Ankusha, the hook, Pasha, the noose, Shumkala, the chain, and Ganta, the bell. The 6 sages, the blessed ones, will also appear. Indra, of the 100 sacrifices, sage of the gods. Vemachitra, splendid robe, sage of the jealous gods. The lion of the Shakyas, sage of human beings. Dhruva Singha, steadfast lion, sage of the animals. Jvalamukha, flaming mouth, sage of the hungry ghosts. And Dharmaraja, the Dharma king, sage of the hell beings. Samantabhadra and Samantabhadri, the all-good father and mother of all the Buddhas, will also appear. These 42 deities of the Sambhogakaya will emerge from within your own heart and appear before you. They are the pure form of your own projections, so recognize them. O child of noble family, those realms too do not exist anywhere else, but lie in the 4 directions of your heart, with the center as 5th, and now they emerge from within your heart and appear before you. Those images too do not come from anywhere else, but are the primordial, spontaneous play of your mind. So recognize them in this way. O child of noble family, those images are neither large nor small, but perfectly proportioned. They each have their own adornments, their costume, their color, their posture, their throne, and their symbol. They are spread out in 5 couples. Each of the 5 is encircled by a halo of the 5 colored lights. The whole mandala, the male and female deities of the families, will appear completely, all at once. Recognize them, for they are your yidams. O child of noble family, from the heart of those Buddhas of the 5 families and their consorts, the light rays of the 4 wisdoms will each shine upon your heart, very fine and clear, like sunbeams stretched out. First, the wisdom of the Dharmadhatu, a cloth of luminous white light rays, brilliant and terrifying, will shine upon your heart from the heart of Vairochana. In this cloth of light rays, a sparkling white disk will appear, very clear and bright, like a mirror facing downwards, adorned with 5 discs like itself, ornamented with discs and smaller discs, so that it has no center or circumference. From the heart of Vajrasattva, on a luminous blue cloth of the mirror-like wisdom, will appear a blue disc like a turquoise bowl, face downwards, adorned with discs and smaller discs. From the heart of Ratnasambhava, on the luminous yellow cloth of the wisdom of equality, will appear a yellow disc like a golden bowl face downwards, adorned with discs and smaller discs. From the heart of Amitabha, on the luminous red cloth of the wisdom of discrimination, will appear a sparkling red disc like a coral bowl face downwards, shining with the deep light of wisdom, very clear and bright, adorned with 5 discs like itself, ornamented with discs and smaller discs, so that it has no center or circumference. They too will shine upon your heart. O child of noble family, these also have arisen out of the spontaneous play of your own mind. They have not come from anywhere else. So do not be attracted to them, do not fear them, but stay relaxed in a state free from thought. In that state, all the images and light rays will merge with you, and you will attain enlightenment. O child of noble family, the green light of action-accomplishing wisdom does not appear because the energy of your wisdom is not yet fully matured. O child of noble family, this is called the experience of the four wisdoms combined, the passageway of Vajrasattva. At this time, remember your Guru's previous teachings on the showing. If you remember the meaning of the showing, you will have faith in your earlier experiences, and so you will recognize them, like the meeting of mother and son, or like seeing old friends again. As though cutting off doubt, you will recognize your own projections and enter the pure, changeless path of the Dharmata. And through that faith, a continuous meditative state will arise, and you will dissolve into the great self-existing form of wisdom and become a Sambhogakaya Buddha who never falls back. O child of noble family, together with the wisdom lights, the lights of the impure, illusory six realms will shine. The soft white light of the gods, the soft red light of the jealous gods, the soft blue light of human beings, the soft green light of the animals, the soft yellow light of the hungry ghosts, and the soft smoky light of hell beings. These six will shine together with the pure wisdom lights. At that moment, do not grasp or be attracted to any of them, but stay relaxed in a state free from thought. If you are afraid of the pure wisdom lights and attracted to the impure lights of the six realms, you will take on the body of a creature of the six realms, and you will grow weary, for there is never any escape from the great ocean of the misery of samsara. O child of noble family, if you have not been shown by a guru's instruction, you will be afraid of those images and pure wisdom lights, and attracted to the impure lights of samsara. Do not do so, but feel devotion to the pure wisdom lights, sharp and brilliant. Think with devotion, the light rays of the wisdom and compassion of the blessed ones, the Buddhas of the five families, have come to seize me with compassion. I take refuge in them. Do not be attracted to the lights of the six realms of illusion. Do not yearn for them, but say this inspiration prayer with intense, one-pointed concentration on the Buddhas of the five families and their consorts. When through the five poisons I wander in samsara, on the luminous light path of the four wisdoms combined, may the conquerors, the five families, go before me, the consorts of the five families behind me. Save me from the light paths of the six impure realms. Help me to cross the Bardo's dangerous pathway and bring me to the five pure Buddha realms. By saying this inspiration prayer, the superior person recognizes his own projections, and merging with non-duality becomes a Buddha. The average person recognizes himself through intense devotion and attains liberation. Even the inferior person prevents rebirth in the six realms by the purifying power of the prayer, and understanding the meaning of the four wisdoms combined, attains enlightenment by the passageway of Vajrasattva. By being shown clearly and precisely in this way, many sentient beings will recognize and be liberated. But some, such as inferior people in uncivilized places and wicked people who have no experience of Dharma at all, and those who have let their Samaya practice degenerate, are confused by their karma and do not recognize even when they are shown, but wander downwards. So on the seventh day, the Vidyadharas will come from the pure realm of space to invite them, and at the same time, the light path of the animals produced from the emotion of ignorance will also meet them. At that time, to show him again, one should call the dead person by name and say these words. O child of noble family, listen without distraction. On the seventh day, a pure, many-colored light will shine in your unconscious mind, and the Vidyadharas will come from the pure realm of space to invite you. In the center of the mandala, filled with rainbow light, he who is called the unsurpassable, fully developed Vidyadhara, Lotus Lord of the Dance, will appear, his body bright with the five colors, embracing his consort the red Dakini, dancing with a crescent knife and a skull full of blood, gesturing and gazing at the sky. From the east of the mandala, he who is called the Vidyadhara, established in the stages, will appear, white in color, with a radiant, smiling face, embracing his consort the white Dakini, dancing with a crescent knife and a skull full of blood, gesturing and gazing at the sky. From the south of the mandala, he who is called the Lord of Life, Vidyadhara, will appear, yellow in color, with beautiful form, embracing his consort the yellow Dakini, dancing with a crescent knife and a skull full of blood, gesturing and gazing at the sky. From the west of the mandala, he who is called the great symbol Vidyadhara will appear. Red in color, with a radiant smiling face, embracing his consort the red Dakini, dancing with a crescent knife and a skull full of blood, gesturing and gazing at the sky. From the north of the mandala, he who is called the spontaneously arisen Vidyadhara will appear. Green in color, his expression both angry and smiling, embracing his consort the green Dakini, dancing with a crescent knife and a skull full of blood, gesturing and gazing at the sky. Beyond these Vidyadharas will appear countless crowds of Dakinis, Dakinis of the 8 charnel grounds, Dakinis of the 4 families, Dakinis of the 3 worlds, Dakinis of the 10 directions, Dakinis of the 24 places of pilgrimage, male and female warriors and servants, and all the male and female protectors of Dharma, wearing the 6 bone ornaments with drums, thigh bone trumpets, skull drums, banners made from the skins of youths, canopies made from human skin, ribbons of human skin, and incense made from human flesh, with countless different kinds of musical instruments, filling all the regions of the universe so that they rock and tremble and shake, making all the instruments vibrate with music so as to split one's head, dancing various dances they will come to invite those who have kept the Samaya practice and to punish those who have let it degenerate. O child of noble family, in the realm of the unconscious, the pure innate wisdom, shining with the 5 colored lights like colored threads twisted together, flashing, vibrating, shimmering, luminous and clear, sharp and terrifying, will come from the hearts of the 5 Vidyadhara lords and pierce your heart so that the eye cannot bear it. At the same time, the soft green light of the animals will also shine together with the wisdom light. At that time, under the influence of confusion caused by unconscious tendencies, you will be afraid and escape from the 5 colored light, but you will be attracted to the soft light of the animals. At that moment, do not be afraid of the bright, sharp, 5 colored light. Do not fear it, but recognize it as wisdom. From within the light, all the spontaneous sounds of the Dharma will come like the roar of 1,000 thunderclaps. It rolls and thunders and resounds with war cries and the penetrating sound of wrathful mantras. Do not be afraid of it. Do not escape. Do not fear. Recognize it as the play of your mind, your own projection. Do not be attracted to the soft green light of the animals. Do not yearn for it. If you are attracted to it, you will fall into the animal realm of ignorance and experience the extreme suffering of stupidity, dumbness, and slavery, from which there is no escape. So do not be attracted to it. Feel longing for the clear, bright light of the 5 colors, and concentrate one-pointedly on the blessed Vidyadharas, the divine teachers, thinking, these Vidyadharas, with the warriors and Dakinis, have come to invite me to the pure realm of space. Please all give thought to sentient beings like me who have not gathered merit and have not been caught, although until today the light rays of compassion of so many deities of the 5 families of Buddhas of past, present, and future reached out. Alas for one like me. Now, all you Vidyadharas, do not let me go any lower than this, but grasp me with your hooks of compassion and pull me up quickly to the pure realm of space. With intense, one-pointed concentration, say this inspiration prayer. May the divine Vidyadharas think of me, and with great love lead me on the path. When through intense tendencies I wander in samsara on the luminous light path of the innate wisdom, may Vidyadharas and warriors go before me, their consorts the Dakinis behind me. Help me to cross the Bardo's dangerous pathway and bring me to the pure realm of space. By saying this inspiration prayer with deep devotion, he will dissolve into rainbow light in the heart of the divine Vidyadharas and be born in the pure realm of space. There is no doubt. All the types of spiritual friends, too, recognize as a result of this and are all liberated. Even those with bad unconscious tendencies are certainly liberated here. The end of the first part of the Great Liberation Through Hearing, showing the luminosity during the bardo at the moment before death, and showing during the peaceful bardo of the Dharmata. Iti samaya gya gya gya. Now it will be taught how the bardo of the wrathful deities appears. Up to now there have been 7 stages in the dangerous pathway of the bardo of the peaceful deities, and by being shown at each of the stages, even if he has not recognized at one, he will have at another, and boundless attainments of liberation occur. But although many are liberated like this, sentient beings are great in number. Bad karma is very strong. The veils of error are heavy and thick. The unconscious tendencies last for a long time, and this cycle of confusion and ignorance neither wears out nor increases. So there are many who are not liberated, but wander downwards, although they have been shown accurately in this way. So then, after the meeting by the peaceful deities and the Vidyadharas and Dakinis is over, the 58 blazing, blood-drinking, wrathful deities will appear, transformed from the previous peaceful deities. But now they are not like they were before. This is the bardo of the wrathful deities, so one is overpowered by intense fear, and it becomes more difficult to recognize. The mind has no self-control and feels faint and dizzy, but if there is a little recognition, liberation is easy, because with the arising of overwhelming fear, the mind has no time to be distracted, and so it concentrates one-pointedly. If one does not meet with this kind of teaching now, even an ocean of learning will be of no use. At this point, even teachers who observe the monastic rule and great philosophers are confused and do not recognize, so they go on wandering in samsara. It is even more so for ordinary people. Escaping from the intense fear, they fall into the lower realms and suffer misery. But a tantric yogin, even if he is the lowest of the low, will recognize the blood-drinking deities as yidams as soon as he sees them, like meeting old friends. So he will trust them, and merging inseparably with them, become a Buddha. The secret is that in the human world, he visualized the forms of these blood-drinking deities and worshipped them. And even if he only looked at their images drawn in pictures or 3-dimensional figures, and so on, he will recognize the forms appearing here and attain liberation. But however much effort the philosophers and teachers who observed the rule made in religious practice, and however clever they were at preaching the scriptures in the human world, when they die, there will not be any signs such as jewel-like relics, rainbows, and so on. While they were alive, they cast abuse at the tantras and could not accommodate them in their minds. They did not know the tantric deities, therefore they cannot recognize them when they appear in the bardo either. Suddenly seeing something they have never seen before, they think of it as an enemy and feel aggression towards it, and as a result, they go to the lower realms. That is the reason why, however good those philosophers and observers of the rule were, since they did not practice the tantras, signs such as various kinds of jewel-like relics and rainbows do not occur among them. A follower of Tantra, even if he is the lowest of the low, however coarsely he behaved in this world and however uncultured and unrefined he was, even if he was unable to practice the Tantric teachings, just because he had faith in the Tantras and did not have any doubt or disbelief, will attain liberation at this point. So although his behavior was unconventional in the human world, when he dies, at least one sign, such as jewel-like relics or rainbows, will appear. This is because this tantric teaching has very great power. Tantric yogins who are above average, who have meditated on the visualization and complete practices, and practice recitation of heart mantras and so on, need not wander so far down in the bardo of Dharmata. But as soon as they stop breathing, the Vidyadharas, warriors, and Dakinis will invite them to the pure realm of space. As a sign of this, the sky clears and they dissolve into rainbow light and rain of flowers, fragrance of incense, sounds of musical instruments in the air, light rays, jewel-like relics, and so on appear. These are the signs. Therefore, those philosophers and observers of the rule, followers of Tantra who have let their Samaya practice degenerate, and all ordinary people have no means except this great liberation through hearing. Meditators who have practiced the great symbol and great completion meditations and so on will recognize the luminosity in the bardo of the moment before death and reach the Dharmakaya. So it is absolutely unnecessary to read this great liberation through hearing. If they recognize the luminosity during the bardo of the moment before death, they will reach the Dharmakaya. If they recognize during the bardo of Dharmata, when the peaceful and wrathful deities appear, they will reach the Sambhogakaya. If they recognize during the bardo of becoming, they will reach the Nirmanakaya and be born in a better situation, where they will meet with this teaching. And since the results of actions continue into the next life, that is why this great liberation through hearing is a teaching which enlightens without meditation, a teaching which liberates just by being heard, a teaching which leads great sinners on the secret path, a teaching which severs ignorance in one moment, a profound teaching which gives perfect instantaneous enlightenment, so that sentient beings whom it has reached cannot possibly go to lower existences. Both it and the liberation through wearing should be read aloud, for the two combined are like a golden mandala inlaid with turquoise. Now that the great necessity of the liberation through hearing has been taught in this way, it will be shown how the bardo of the wrathful deities appears. Calling the dead person 3 times by name, one should say these words: O child of noble family, listen without distraction. Although the bardo of the peaceful deities has already appeared, you did not recognize, so you have wandered further on to here. Now on the 8th day, the blood-drinking, wrathful deities will appear. Recognize them without being distracted. O child of noble family, he who is called glorious great Buddha Haruka will emerge from within your own brain and appear before you actually and clearly. His body is wine-colored, with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 4 legs spread wide apart. The right face is white, the left one red, and the center one wine-colored. His body blazes like a mass of light. His 9 eyes gaze into yours with a wrathful expression. His eyebrows are like flashes of lightning. His teeth gleam like copper. He laughs aloud with shouts of ah la la and ha ha, and sends out loud whistling noises of shoo. His red gold hair flies upwards blazing. His heads are crowned with dried skulls and the sun and moon. His body is garlanded with black serpents and fresh skulls. His 6 hands hold a wheel in the first hand on the right, an axe in the middle, and a sword in the last, a bell in the first on the left, a plowshare in the middle, and a skull cap in the last. His consort Buddha, Krodishvari, embraces his body, with her right hand clasped around his neck and her left hand holding a skull full of blood to his mouth. He sends out loud palatal sounds and roaring sounds of thunder. Flames of wisdom shoot out from between the blazing Vajra hairs of his body. He stands on a throne supported by Garudas, with 1 pair of legs bent and the other stretched out. Do not be afraid of him. Do not be terrified. Do not be bewildered. Recognize him as the form of your own mind. He is your Yidam, so do not be afraid. He is really blessed Vairochana with his consort, so do not fear. Recognition and liberation are simultaneous. When this is said, he will recognize the Yidam and, merging inseparably with it, become a Buddha in the Sambhogakaya. But if he is afraid of it and escapes, and so does not recognize, then on the 9th day, the blood-drinking manifestation of the Vajra family will come to invite him. So to show him again, one should call the dead person by name and say these words: O child of noble family, listen without distraction. On the 9th day, the blood-drinking manifestation of the Vajra family, called Blessed Vajra Haruka, will emerge from the eastern quarter of your brain and appear before you. His body is dark blue in color, with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 4 legs spread wide apart. The right face is white, the left one red, and the center one blue. His 6 hands hold a Vajra in the first on the right, a skull cap in the middle, and an axe in the last, a bell in the first on the left, a skull cup in the middle, and a plowshare in the last. His consort Vajra Kodishvari embraces his body, with her right hand clasped around his neck and her left hand holding a skull full of blood to his mouth. Do not be afraid of him. Do not be terrified. Do not be bewildered. Recognize him as the form of your own mind. He is your Yidam, so do not be afraid. He is really blessed Vajrasattva with his consort, so have devotion. Recognition and liberation are simultaneous. When this is said, he will recognize the Yidam, and merging inseparably with it, become a Buddha in the Sambhogakaya. But if those whose karmic darkness is great are afraid of it and escape, and so do not recognize, then on the 10th day, the blood-drinking manifestation of the Ratna family will come to invite them. So to show him again, one should call the dead person by name and say these words. O child of noble family, listen without distraction. On the 10th day, the blood-drinking manifestation of the Ratna family, called Blessed Ratna Haruka, will appear before you from the southern quarter of your brain. His body is dark yellow in color, with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 4 legs spread wide apart. The right face is white, the left one red, and the center one blazing dark yellow. His 6 hands hold a jewel in the first on the right, a trident bearing 3 human heads in the middle, and a club in the last, a bell in the first on the left, a skull cup in the middle, and a trident in the last. His consort, Ratna Kodishvari, embraces his body, with her right hand clasped around his neck and her left hand holding a skull full of blood to his mouth. Do not be afraid of him. Do not be terrified. Do not be bewildered. Recognize him as the form of your own mind. He is your Yidam, so do not be afraid. He is really blessed Ratnasambhava with his consort, so feel longing. Recognition and liberation are simultaneous. When this is said, he will recognize the Yidam, and merging inseparably with it, become a Buddha. But if, even after being shown like this, he is pulled back by evil unconscious tendencies and is afraid and escapes, and so does not recognize the Yidam, if even when he sees Yamantaka he does not recognize him, then on the 11th day, the blood-drinking manifestation of the Padma family will come to invite him. So, to show him again, one should call the dead person by name and say these words. O child of noble family, listen without distraction. On the 11th day, the blood-drinking manifestation of the Padma family, called Blessed Padma Haruka, will emerge from the western quarter of your brain and appear before you clearly in union with his consort. His body is dark red in color, with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 4 legs spread wide apart. The right face is white, the left one blue, and the center one dark red. His 6 hands hold a lotus in the first on the right, a trident bearing 3 human heads in the middle, and a rod in the last, a bell in the first on the left, a skull cup filled with blood in the middle, and a small drum in the last. His consort, Padma Kodishvari, embraces his body, with her right hand clasped around his neck and her left hand holding a skull full of blood to his mouth. Do not be afraid of him. Do not be terrified. Do not be bewildered. Be joyful and recognize him as the form of your own mind. He is your Yidam, so do not be afraid. Do not be terrified. He is really blessed Amitabha with his consort, so feel longing. Recognition and liberation are simultaneous. When this is said, he will recognize it to be the Yidam, and merging inseparably with it, become a Buddha. But if, even after being shown like this, he is pulled back by evil unconscious tendencies, and is afraid and escapes, and so cannot recognize the Yidam, then on the 12th day, the blood-drinking manifestations of the Karma family will come, with the Gauris, Pishachis and Yoginis to invite him. If he does not recognize, he will be afraid. So to show him again, one should call the dead person by name and say these words. O child of noble family, listen without distraction. When the 12th day has come, the blood-drinking manifestation of the Karma family, called Blessed Karma Haruka, will emerge from the northern quarter of your brain and appear before you clearly in union with his consort. His body is dark green in color, with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 4 legs spread wide apart. The right face is white, the left one red, and the center one majestic dark green. His 6 hands hold a sword in the first on the right, a trident bearing 3 human heads in the middle, and a rod in the last. A bell in the first on the left, a skull cup in the middle, and a plowshare in the last. His consort, Karma Krodishvari, embraces his body, with her right hand clasped around his neck and her left hand holding a skull full of blood to his mouth. Do not be afraid of him. Do not be terrified. Do not be bewildered. Recognize him as the form of your own mind. He is your Yidam, so do not be afraid. He is really Blessed Amoghasiddhi with his consort, so feel intense devotion. Recognition and liberation are simultaneous. When this is said, he will recognize the Yidam and merging inseparably with it become a Buddha. Through the instructions of his guru, he will recognize them as his own projections, the play of the mind, and he will be liberated. It is just like seeing a stuffed lion, for instance. He feels very frightened if he does not know that it is really only a stuffed lion, but if someone shows him what it is, he is astonished and no longer afraid. So here too he feels terrified and bewildered when the blood-drinking deities appear with their huge bodies and thick limbs, filling the whole of space. But as soon as he is shown, he recognizes them as his own projections, or as Yidams, the luminosity on which he has meditated before, and the self-existing luminosity which arises later, mother and son, merge together, and like meeting a man he used to know very well, the self-liberating luminosity of his own mind spontaneously arises before him, and he is self-liberated. If he does not receive this showing, even a good person can turn back from here and wander in samsara. Then the 8 wrathful Gauris and the Pishachis with various heads will emerge from within his own brain and appear before him. So to show him again, one should call the dead person by name and say these words. O child of noble family, listen without distraction. The 8 Gauris will emerge from within your own brain and appear before you. Do not be afraid of them. From the eastern quarter of your brain, white Gauri will appear to you, holding a corpse as a club in her right hand and a skull cup filled with blood in her left hand. Do not be afraid. From the south, yellow Gauri shooting an arrow from a bow. From the west, red Pramoha holding a sea monster banner. From the north, black Vetali holding a vajra and a skull cup filled with blood. From the southeast, orange Pukasi holding entrails in her right hand and eating them with her left. From the southwest, dark green Gasmari, drinking from a skull cup filled with blood, which she holds in her left hand and stirs with a vajra in her right hand. From the northwest, pale yellow Chandali, tearing a head and body apart, holding the heart in her right hand and eating the body with her left. From the northeast, dark blue Shmashani, tearing a head and body apart and eating. These 8 Gauris of the directions, surrounding the 5 blood-drinking Harukas, will emerge from within your own brain and appear before you. Do not be afraid of them. O child of noble family, listen without distraction. After them in turn, the 8 Pishachis of the holy places will emerge and appear before you. From the east, Singamukha, wine-colored, lion-headed, with her 2 hands crossed on her breast, holding a corpse in her mouth and tossing her mane. From the south, Vyagrimukha, red, tiger-headed, with her 2 arms crossed pointing downwards, her eyes staring and her teeth snarling. From the west, Shurgalamukha, black, fox-headed, holding a razor in her right hand and entrails in her left, eating them and licking the blood. From the north, Shvanamukha, dark blue, wolf-headed, carrying a corpse to her mouth with both hands, her eyes staring. From the southeast, Rudra Mukha, pale yellow, vulture-headed, carrying a large human corpse over her shoulder and holding a skeleton in her hand. From the southwest, Kankamukha, dark red, hawk-headed, carrying a large flayed skin over her shoulder. From the northwest, Kakamukha, black, raven-headed, holding a skull cup in her left hand and a sword in her right, and eating a heart and lungs. From the northeast, Ulumukha, dark blue, owl-headed, holding a vajra in her right hand and a sword in her left, and eating. These 8 pishachis of the holy places, surrounding the 5 blood-drinking harukas, will emerge from within your own brain and appear before you. Do not be afraid of them. Recognize whatever appears as the play of the mind, your own projections. O child of noble family, the 4 goddesses of the gates will also emerge from within your brain and appear before you, so recognize them. From the eastern quarter of your brain, Ankusha, white, tiger-headed, holding a goad and a skull cup filled with blood, will emerge and appear before you. From the south, Pasha, yellow, sow-headed, holding a noose. From the west, Shumkala, red, lion-headed, holding an iron chain. And from the north, Ganta, green, serpent-headed, holding a bell. These 4 goddesses of the gates will emerge from within your own brain and appear before you. Recognize them as Yidams. O child of noble family, after the 30 wrathful harukas, the 28 yogins will emerge in turn from within your brain and appear before you, with various heads and bearing various symbols. Do not be afraid of them, but recognize whatever appears as the play of your mind, your own projections. At this moment of reaching the crucial point, remember the instructions of your guru. O child of noble family, from the east, the 6 yoginis of the east will emerge from within your brain and appear before you. Rakshasi, demoness, wine-colored, with the head of a yak, holding a vajra in her hand. Brahmi, orange, serpent-headed, holding a lotus in her hand. Mahadevi, great goddess, dark green, leopard-headed, holding a trident in her hand. Lobha, greedy, blue, mongoose-headed, holding a wheel in her right hand. Kumari, virgin, red, with the head of a yellow bear, holding a short spear in her hand. And Indrani, white, with the head of a brown bear, holding a noose of entrails in her hand. Do not be afraid of them. O child of noble family, from the south, the 6 yoginis of the south will emerge from within your brain and appear before you. Vajra, yellow, with the head of a pig, holding a razor in her hand. Shanti, peace, red, with the head of a sea monster, holding a vase in her hand. Amrita, nectar of immortality, red, scorpion-headed, holding a lotus in her hand. Chandra, moon, white, hawk-headed, holding a vajra in her hand. Danda, club, dark green, fox-headed, holding a club in her hand. And Rakshasi, demoness, dark yellow, tiger-headed, holding a skull full of blood in her hand. Do not be afraid of them. O child of noble family, from the west, the 6 yoginis of the west will emerge from within your brain and appear before you. Pakshini, eater, dark green, vulture-headed, holding a club in her hand. Rati, pleasure, red, horse-headed, holding a large corpse's trunk in her hand. Mahabala, great strength, white, Garuda-headed, holding a club in her hand. Rakshasi, demoness, red, dog-headed, cutting with a vajra razor in her hand. Kama, desire, red, with the head of a hoopoe, shooting an arrow from a bow in her hand. And Vasaraksha, protectress of wealth, dark green, with the head of a deer, holding a vase in her hand. Do not be afraid of them. O child of noble family, from the north, the 6 yoginis of the north will emerge from within your own brain and appear before you. Vayudevi, wind goddess, blue, wolf-headed, waving a flag in her hand. Nari, woman, red, buffalo-headed, holding a stake in her hand. Varahi, sow, black, with the head of a sow, holding a noose of teeth in her hand. Vajra, red, with the head of a crow, holding a child's skin in her hand. Mahahastini, elephant, dark green, elephant-headed, holding a large corpse in her hand and drinking its blood. And Varuna Devi, water goddess, blue, serpent-headed, holding a noose of snakes in her hand. Do not be afraid of them. O child of noble family, the 4 yoginis of the gates will emerge from within your brain and appear before you. From the east, white Vajra, cuckoo-headed, holding an iron hook in her hand, and from the south, yellow Vajra, goat-headed, holding a noose in her hand. From the west, red Vajra, lion-headed, holding an iron chain in her hand. And from the north, dark green Vajra, serpent-headed, holding a bell in her hand. These 4 yoginis of the gates will emerge from within your brain and appear before you. These 28 yoginis arise spontaneously from the play of the self-existing form of the wrathful Herukas, so recognize them. O child of noble family, the Dharmakaya appears as the peaceful deities out of part of the emptiness. Recognize it. The Sambhogakaya appears as the wrathful deities out of part of the luminosity, so recognize it. If at this time, when the 58 blood-drinking deities emerge from within your own brain and appear before you, you know that whatever appears has arisen out of your own radiant insight, you will immediately become a Buddha, inseparable from the blood-drinking deities. O child of noble family, if you do not recognize in this way, you will be afraid of them and escape, and so go on to more suffering. If you do not recognize in this way, you will see all the blood-drinking deities as lords of death, and you will fear them. You will feel terrified and bewildered and faint. Your own projections will turn into demons, and you will wander in samsara. But if you are neither attracted nor afraid, you will not wander in samsara. O child of noble family, the largest body of these peaceful and wrathful deities are like the whole sky. The medium ones are like Mount Meru, and the smallest ones are like 18 of our bodies, one on top of the other. So do not be afraid of them. All phenomena appear as lights and images. By recognizing all these appearances as the natural radiance of your own mind, your own radiance will merge inseparably with the lights and images, and you will become a Buddha. O child, whatever you see, however terrifying it is, recognize it as your own projection. Recognize it as the luminosity, the natural radiance of your own mind. If you recognize in this way, you will become a Buddha at that very moment. There is no doubt. What is called perfect instantaneous enlightenment will arise on the spot. Remember, O child of noble family, if you do not recognize now and are still afraid, all the peaceful deities will appear in the form of Mahakala, and all the wrathful deities will appear in the form of the Dharma King, the Lord of Death, and you will wander in samsara with all your projections turned into demons. O child of noble family, if you do not recognize your own projections, even though you have practiced Dharma for an eon and are learned in all the sutras and tantras, you will not become a Buddha. But if you recognize your projections, with one secret and one word, you will become a Buddha. If you do not recognize your projections, they will appear in the form of the Dharma King, the Lord of Death, in the bardo of Dharmata, as soon as you are dead. The largest bodies of the Lords of Death fill the whole sky, and the medium ones are like Mount Meru. They will come filling the whole universe. With teeth biting the lower lip, glassy-eyed, their hair tied on top of their heads, with huge bellies and thin necks, holding the records of karma in their hands, shouting, "Strike and kill," licking up brains, tearing heads from bodies, pulling out internal organs. In this way they will come, filling the whole universe. O child of noble family, when projections appear like this, do not be afraid. You have a mental body of unconscious tendencies, so even if you are killed and cut into pieces, you cannot die. You are really the natural form of emptiness, so there is no need to fear. The lords of death, too, arise out of your own radiant mind. They have no solid substance. Emptiness cannot be harmed by emptiness. Be certain that the external peaceful and wrathful deities, the blood-drinking Harukas, the animal-headed deities, the rainbow light, terrifying forms of the lords of death, and so on, have no substantiality. They only arise out of the spontaneous play of your own mind. If you understand this, all fear is naturally liberated, and merging inseparably, you will become a Buddha. If you recognize in this way, they are your yidams. Think with intense longing, they have come to invite me in the dangerous pathway of the Bardo. I take refuge in them. Remember the three jewels. Remember your own yidam. Call his name and supplicate him with these words. I am wandering in the Bardo, so be my rescuer. Seize me with compassion, O precious yidam. Call your guru's name and supplicate him. I am wandering in the Bardo, so be my rescuer. With your compassion, do not abandon me. Supplicate the blood-drinking deities with longing and say this inspiration prayer. When through strong unconscious tendencies I wander in samsara, in the luminosity of abandoning all fear, may the blessed ones, peaceful and wrathful, go before me. The wrathful goddesses, queens of space, behind me. Help me to cross the Bardo's dangerous pathway and bring me to the perfect Buddha state. When parted from beloved friends, wandering along, my own projections' empty forms appear. May the Buddhas send out the power of their compassion so that the Bardo's terrors do not come. When the 5 luminous lights of wisdom shine, fearlessly may I recognize myself. When the forms of the peaceful and wrathful ones appear, fearless and confident, may I recognize the Bardo. When I suffer through the power of evil karma, may my yidam clear away all suffering. When the sound of Dharmata roars like 1,000 thunders, may it all become the sound of the 6 syllables. When I follow my karma without a refuge, may the Lord of great compassion be my refuge. When I suffer the karma of unconscious tendencies, may the samadhi of bliss and luminosity arise. May the 5 elements not rise up as enemies. May I see the realms of the 5 Buddhas. Say this inspiration prayer with deep devotion. All fears will disappear, and you will certainly become a Buddha in the Sambhogakaya. So it is very important. Do not be distracted. These words should be repeated 3 or up to 7 times. However great the sins and however bad the remaining karma may be, it is impossible not to be liberated. But if whatever is done for them, they do not recognize, then they have to wander in the 3rd Bardo, the Bardo of becoming. So its showing will be taught in detail below. Most people, whether they were much or little adept in meditation, are very confused by fear during the Bardo of the moment before death, and so they have no means except this liberation through hearing. To those who have meditated a lot, the Bardo of Dharmata comes suddenly when their mind and body separate. Those who have recognized their own mind and become experienced while they were alive are very strong when the luminosity appears during the Bardo of the moment before death. Therefore, practice during life is most important, and those who, while they were alive, have meditated on the visualization and complete practices of the tantric deities are very strong when the peaceful and wrathful visions appear during the Bardo of Dharmata. Therefore, it is extremely important to train the mind thoroughly in this liberation through hearing in the Bardo, especially during one's life. It should be grasped, it should be perfected, it should be read aloud, it should be memorized properly, it should be practiced 3 times a day without fail, The meaning of its words should be made completely clear in the mind. Its words and meaning should not be forgotten, even if 100 murderers were to appear and chase one. Since this is called the great liberation through hearing, even people who have committed the 5 deadly sins will certainly be liberated if they only hear it. Therefore, it should be read aloud among great crowds and spread afar. Even if it has been heard like this only once and the meaning not understood, in the bardo state the mind becomes 9 times more clear, so then it will be remembered with not even a single word forgotten. Therefore, it should be told to all during their life. It should be read at the bedside of the sick. It should be read beside the bodies of all the dead. It should be spread far and wide. To meet with it is great good fortune. It is hard to meet with except for those who have cleared away their darkness and gathered merit. If one hears it, one is liberated simply by not disbelieving. Therefore, it should be greatly cherished. It draws out the essence of all Dharma. The end of the showing of the bardo of Dharmata, called the Great Liberation Through Hearing. The bardo teaching which liberates just by being heard and seen. Sarva Mangalam. Respectful homage to the deities, gurus, yidams, and dakinis. May they cause liberation in the bardo. In the Great Liberation Through Hearing, the bardo of Dharmata has been taught above. Now comes the remainder of the bardo of becoming. Although the bardo of Dharmata has been shown many times before this, apart from those who were adept in meditation on Dharma and have good karmic results, because of fear and bad karma, recognition is difficult for those who were not adept or who were very wicked. So from about the 10th day onwards, they should be reminded again in these words. O child of noble family, listen well and understand. Hell beings, gods, and the bardo body are born spontaneously. When the peaceful and wrathful deities appeared in the bardo of Dharmata, you did not recognize them, so you fainted with fear after 5.5 days. But when you recovered, your consciousness grew clear, and a body like your former one rose up. It is said in the Tantra, with the former and future material body of the bardo of becoming, complete with all the senses, wandering without obstruction, possessing the power of miracles resulting from karma, seen by the pure eyes of gods with the same nature. Here, former means that you have a body like your former one of flesh and blood because of your memories of it, but it is also radiant and has some marks like the body of the Golden Age. This is the experience of a mental body, so it is called the mental body of the bardo experience. At this time, if you are going to be born as a god, you will experience the realm of the gods. And whatever you are going to be born as, jealous god, human, animal, hungry ghost, or hell being, you will have that experience. Therefore, former means thinking, for up to 4.5 days, that you have a material body of memories of your former one. And future means that after that, you will have experiences of wherever you are going to be born later. So they say former and future. Whatever projections arise at this time, do not follow them or be attracted to them or yearn for them. If you are attracted to them or yearn for them, you will wander in the 6 realms and suffer misery. Although the projections of the bardo of Dharmata appeared until yesterday, you did not recognize them, so you had to wander here. Now, if you are able to, meditate undistractedly. Rest in the pure, naked mind, luminosity, emptiness, which your guru has shown you, relaxed in a state of non-grasping and non-action. You will attain liberation and not enter a womb. If you cannot recognize, visualize your yidam or your guru above your head and feel intense devotion very strongly. This is very important. Again and again, do not be distracted. So one should say. If he recognizes this, he will be liberated and not wander in the 6 realms. But under the influence of bad karma, it is difficult to recognize, so one should say these words. O child of noble family, listen with undistracted mind. Complete with all the senses means that even if you were blind, deaf, lame, and so on when you were alive, now in the bardo state, your eyes see forms, your ears hear sounds, and all your senses are clear and faultless. So it is said, complete with all the senses. This is a sign that you have died and are wandering in the Bardo state, so remember the instruction. O child of noble family, without obstruction means that as you are a mental body and your mind is separated from its support, you have no material body. So now you can pass back and forth even through Mount Meru, the king of mountains, or anywhere except your mother's womb and the Vajra seat. This is a sign that you are wandering in the Bardo of becoming. So remember your Guru's teaching and supplicate the Lord of great compassion. O child of noble family, possessing the power of miracles resulting from karma means that you now have miraculous powers resulting from the force of karma in accordance with your actions, not those which come from meditation or virtues. You can circle the 4 continents and Mount Meru in an instant and arrive anywhere you want instantaneously as soon as you think of it, or in the time it takes a man to stretch out and draw back his hand. But these various powers are unsuitable. Do not think about them. Now you have the ability to display them without hindrance. You can perform everything you think of, and there is no action you cannot do. So recognize and supplicate your Guru. O child of noble family, seen by the pure eyes of gods with the same nature means that those who are going to be born with the same nature will see one another in the Bardo state. So those who are going to be born as gods see each other. In the same way, whichever of the 6 realms they are going to be born in, those of the same nature will see each other. Do not yearn for them, but meditate on the Lord of great compassion. Seen by the pure eyes of gods also means seen by the pure divine eye of meditation in real samadhi, and not only that which comes from the merit of the gods. But they do not always see. If they concentrate on seeing, they will see, but if not, or if their meditation is disturbed, they do not see. O child of noble family, with a body like this, you will see your home and family as though you were meeting them in a dream. But although you speak to them, you will get no reply, and you will see your relatives and family weeping. So you will think, I am dead, what shall I do? And you will feel intense pain, like the pain of a fish rolling in hot sand. But now suffering is no use. If you have a Guru, supplicate him, or supplicate the Yidam, the Lord of great compassion. Even though you are attached to your relatives, it is of no use, so do not be attached. Supplicate the Lord of great compassion, and there will be no suffering or fear. O child of noble family, blown by the moving winds of karma, your mind, without support, helplessly rides the horse of wind like a feather, swaying and swinging. You will say to the mourners, I am here, do not weep. But they will not perceive you, so you will think, I have died. And now you will feel great pain. Do not suffer like that. All the time there will be a gray haze like the gray light of an autumn dawn, neither day nor night. This kind of Bardo state will last for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 weeks, up to 49 days. It is said that the suffering in the Bardo of becoming generally lasts for 21 days, but this is not quite certain because of the influence of karma. O child of noble family, at this time the great tornado of karma, terrifying, unbearable, whirling fiercely, will drive you from behind. Do not be afraid of it. It is your own confused projection. Dense darkness, terrifying and unbearable, will go before you with terrible cries of strike and kill. Do not be afraid of them. In the case of others who have done great evil, many flesh-eating demons will appear as a result of their karma, bearing various weapons, yelling war cries, shouting kill, strike, and so on. You will feel that you are being chased by various terrifying wild animals and pursued by a great army in snow, rain, storms, and darkness. There will be sounds of mountains crumbling, of lakes flooding, of fire spreading, and of fierce winds springing up. In fear you will escape wherever you can, but you will be cut off by 3 precipices in front of you, white, red, and black, deep and dreadful, and you will be on the point of falling down them. O child of noble family, they are not really precipices, they are aggression, passion, and ignorance. Recognize this now to be the Bardo of becoming, and call the name of the Lord of great compassion. O Lord of great compassion, my Guru, the three jewels, do not let me fall into hell. Supplicate fervently like this, do not forget. In the case of others who have gathered merit and were virtuous and practiced Dharma sincerely, all kinds of perfect enjoyment will invite them, and they will experience all kinds of perfect bliss and happiness. In the case of those who are indifferent and ignorant, who did neither good nor evil, they will not experience pleasure or pain, but only ignorance and indifference will appear. Whatever arises like this, O child of noble family, whatever pleasures and objects of desire, do not be attracted to them or yearn for them. Offer them to the Guru and the three jewels. Give up attachment and longing in your heart. And if the experience of indifference arises without either pleasure or pain, rest your mind in the great symbol state of an undistracted non-meditation. This is very important. O child of noble family, at this time bridges, shrines, and monasteries, huts, stupas, and so on will shelter you for a moment, but you will not stay there for long. Since your mind is separated from your body, you cannot settle down. You feel angry and cold, and consciousness becomes airy, speeding, swaying, and impermanent. Then you will think, alas, I am dead. What shall I do now? And thinking this, your heart will suddenly grow empty and cold, and you will feel intense and boundless pain. Since you must move on without settling in any one place, do not occupy yourself with all kinds of thoughts, but rest your mind in its basic state. The time comes when you have no food except that which has been dedicated for you to eat, and there is no certainty of friends. These are signs of the mental body wandering in the bardo of becoming. At this moment, pleasure and pain are determined by your karma. You will see your homeland, friends, and relatives, and your own corpse, and you will think, now I am dead, so what should I do? The mental body will be in extreme pain, so you will think, now why not find a body? And you will experience going everywhere to look for a body. Even if you enter your own corpse up to 9 times, winter will have frozen it, or summer made it rot, or else your relatives will have burned it or buried it in a grave, or given it to the birds and wild animals. For a long time has passed in the bardo of Dharmata, so you will find nowhere to enter. You will be in great despair, and have the feeling of being squeezed in between all the rocks and stones. Suffering like this is the bardo of becoming. Even if you look for a body, there is nothing but suffering. So cut off your yearning for a body and rest in the state of non-action, undistracted. By being shown in this way, liberation from the bardo is attained. But if, in spite of being shown like this, it is impossible to recognize because of the power of bad karma, one should call the dead person by name and say these words. O child of noble family, listen. It is your own karma that you are suffering like this, so you cannot blame anyone else. It is your own karma, so now supplicate the 3 jewels fervently. They will protect you. If you do not supplicate like this and do not know the great symbol meditation, and you do not meditate on your yidam, then the good conscience within you will collect all your good actions and count out white pebbles, and the bad conscience within you will collect all your evil actions and count out black pebbles. At this time you will be very frightened and terrified, and you will tremble and lie, saying, I have not sinned. Then the Lord of Death will say, I will look in the mirror of karma. And when he looks in the mirror, all your sins and virtues will suddenly appear in it clearly and distinctly. So although you have lied, it is of no use. Then the Lord of Death will drag you by a rope tied round your neck and cut off your head, tear out your heart, pull out your entrails, lick your brains, drink your blood, eat your flesh, and gnaw your bones. But you cannot die, so even though your body is cut into pieces, you will recover. Being cut again and again causes extreme pain, so do not be afraid when the white pebbles are being counted. Do not lie, and do not fear the Lord of Death. Since you are a mental body, you cannot die even if you are killed and cut up. The Lords of Death are the natural form of emptiness, your own confused projections, and you are emptiness, a mental body of unconscious tendencies. Emptiness cannot harm emptiness. The uncharacterized cannot harm the uncharacterized. External Lords of Death, gods, evil spirits, the bull-headed demon, and so on, have no reality apart from your own confused projections, so recognize this. At this moment, recognize everything as the bardo. Meditate on the samadhi of the great symbol. If you do not know how to meditate, look closely at the nature of what makes you afraid, and you will see emptiness which has no nature whatever. This is called the Dharmakaya. But this emptiness is not negation. Its nature is frightening. Mind with great awareness and clarity. This is the mind of Sambhogakaya. The emptiness and the luminosity are not two separate things, but the nature of emptiness is luminosity, and the nature of luminosity is emptiness. Now the indivisible emptiness luminosity, the naked mind, is stripped bare and dwells in its uncreated state. This is the Svabhavakaya. Its own natural energy arises everywhere without obstruction. This is the compassionate Nirmanakaya. O child of noble family, see in this way without distraction. As soon as you recognize, you will attain complete enlightenment in the four kayas. Do not be distracted. This is the dividing line where Buddhas and sentient beings are separated. It is said of this moment, in an instant, they are separated. In an instant, complete enlightenment. Until yesterday, you were distracted, so although so much of the bardo state has appeared, you have not recognized, and you have so much fear. If you are distracted now, the rope of compassion will be cut off, and you will go to a place where there is no liberation. So be careful. By being shown like this, even though he did not recognize before, he will recognize here and attain liberation. If he is a layman who does not know how to meditate like this, one should say these words. O child of noble family, if you do not know how to meditate like this, remember the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, and the Lord of great compassion, and supplicate them. Meditate on all the terrifying projections as the Lord of great compassion, or as your Yidam. Remember your Guru, and the secret transmission name you had in the human world, and tell it to the Dharma King, the Lord of Death. Even if you fall down the precipice, you will not be hurt, so give up fear and terror. By being shown in these words, even though he was not liberated before, he will be liberated here. But because of the possibility that he may not recognize and so not be liberated, it is very important to make another effort. So one should call the dead person by name again and say these words. These present experiences will throw you into states of joy and sadness alternately at each moment, like a catapult. So now do not create any feeling of passion and aggression. If you are going to be born in a higher realm, at the time when experiences of the higher realms occur, your relatives in the place you have left are sacrificing many animals dedicated for the sake of the dead. So impure thoughts will arise in you, and you will feel violent anger, which will cause you to be born as a hell being. So whatever is done in the place you have left, do not get angry, but meditate on kindness. If you are attached to the possessions you have left behind, or if you feel attached to them through knowing that someone else is owning and enjoying your things, you will get angry with the people you have left behind, and that will certainly cause you to be born as a hell being or a hungry ghost, even if you are going to reach a higher state. In any case, even if you are attached to the things you have left behind, you cannot get them. It is no use to you. So give up attachment and yearning for your possessions. Abandon them. Make a firm decision. Whoever is enjoying your things, do not be possessive, but let them go. With one-pointed concentration, think that you are offering them to your Guru and the three jewels, and remain in a state of desirelessness. When the Kankani ritual for the dead is recited for you, and the purification from the lower realms, and so on, are performed for your sake, with a subtle supernatural perception resulting from your karma, you will see them being done impurely, sleepily, inattentively, and so on, with careless behavior without observance of the Samaya vows, and you will be aware of lack of faith and feelings of disbelief, sinful actions through fear, and impurities in the rituals. And so you will think, alas, they are deceiving me. Surely they are deceiving me. Thinking this, you will have great sorrow and despair, and on top of not feeling pure devotion, you will disbelieve and lose faith. And that will certainly cause you to go to the lower realms. It is no use but very harmful. So however impurely the rituals are performed by the spiritual friends you have left behind, think with pure faith and devotion, well, My projections must be impure. How can there be impurity in Buddha's words? These are caused by my own impure projections, like seeing the faults of my own face reflected in a mirror. As for these people, their body is the Sangha, their speech is the holy Dharma, and their mind is the nature of the Buddha. Therefore, I take refuge in them. Then whatever is done in the place you have left will help you. So it is very important to have pure thoughts in this way. Do not forget. If you are going to be born in one of the three lower realms, at the time when experiences of them occur, your relatives in the place you have left are performing virtuous rituals free from sin, and gurus and teachers are practicing holy Dharma with absolute purity of body, speech, and mind. So you will feel great joy on seeing them, and that will immediately cause you to be born in a higher realm, even if you are going to fall down into the three lower realms. So it is very helpful. Therefore, it is very important not to have impure thoughts, but to feel pure devotion without prejudice. So be careful. O child of noble family, to sum up, now your mind in the Bardo state has no support, so it is light and mobile. And whatever thought arises in it, good or bad, it is very powerful. So do not think of any evil actions, but remember the practice of virtue. If you have no practice, feel devotion and pure thoughts. Supplicate your Yidam and the Lord of Great Compassion, and say this inspiration prayer with intense concentration. When parted from beloved friends, wandering alone, my own projections' empty forms appear. May the Buddhas send out the power of their compassion, so that the Bardo's terrors do not come. When I suffer through the power of evil karma, may my Yidam clear away all suffering. When the sound of the Dharmata roars like 1,000 thunders, may it all become the sound of the 6 syllables. When I follow my karma without a refuge, may the Lord of Great Compassion be my refuge. When I suffer the karma of unconscious tendencies, may the samadhi of bliss and luminosity arise. Say this prayer fervently. It will certainly lead you on the path. Be absolutely convinced that this is not false. This is very important. When this is said, he will remember and recognize and so attain liberation. But even though one does this many times, recognition is difficult because of the influence of much evil karma, so it is very helpful to repeat it again many times. Calling the dead person again by name, one should say these words. O child of noble family, if you have not understood what has gone before, from now on the body you had in your past life will grow fainter, and your future body will become clearer. So you will feel sad and think, I am suffering like this, so now I shall look for whatever kind of body appears. And you will move about, backwards and forwards, towards anything that appears. The 6 lights of the 6 realms of existence will shine, and the one in which you are going to be born because of your karma will shine most brightly. O child of noble family, listen. If you ask what the 6 lights are, the soft white light of the gods will shine, and similarly, the red light of the jealous gods, the blue light of human beings, the green light of the animals, the yellow light of the hungry ghosts, and the smoke-colored light of the hell beings. These are the 6 lights. At that moment, your body will also take on the color of the place where you're going to be born. O child of noble family, at this time, the essential point of the instruction is very important. Whatever light shines, meditate on that as the Lord of Great Compassion. Meditate on the thought that when the light appears, it is the Lord of Great Compassion. This is the most profound essential point. It is extremely important and prevents birth. Meditate for a long time on whichever deity is your Yidam, as a vision without any real nature of its own, like an illusion. This is called the pure illusory body. Then let the Yidam disappear from the edges inwards and rest for a while in the inconceivable state of emptiness luminosity, which consists in nothing whatever. Meditate again on the Yidam, then again on the luminosity. Meditate like this alternately, and after that let your mind too disappear from the edges inwards. Wherever there is space, there is mind, and wherever there is mind, there is the Dharmakaya. Rest in the state of simplicity and selflessness of the Dharmakaya. In this state, birth is prevented, and he will become a Buddha. But those whose practice was poor and who were not adept in meditation will not understand, and still confused will wander to the entrance of a womb. So the instructions for closing the womb entrance are very important. One should call the dead person by name and say these words: O child of noble family, if you have not recognized what has gone before, now you will feel that you are moving upwards or across or downwards by the force of karma. So at this moment, meditate on the Lord of great compassion. Remember. Then you will have the experience, like that which was described before, of whirlwinds, snowstorms, and hailstorms, darkness closing around, and many men chasing you, and you will escape from them. Those without merit will feel that they are escaping to a place of suffering, but those with merit will feel that they are arriving in a place of joy. At this time, O child of noble family, all the signs of the country and place where you are going to be born will appear. So now listen without distraction, for there are many very profound essential points of instruction. Although you have not understood these secrets of recognition before, even one whose practice was very poor will get the point here, so listen. At this time, it is very important to take great care with the method of closing the entrance of the womb. There are two methods: stopping the person who is entering, and closing the womb entrance which is being entered. This is the instruction for stopping the person who is entering. O child of noble family, clearly visualize whichever deity is your yidam as a vision with no real nature of its own, like an illusion or the moon in water. If you have no specific yidam, it is the Lord of great compassion himself. Visualize him vividly. Then let the yidam disappear from the edges inwards and meditate on the luminosity emptiness without any object of thought. This is the profound secret. It is said that by means of it the womb is not entered. So meditate in this way. But if this does not stop you and you are just about to enter a womb, there are profound instructions for closing the womb entrance, which is about to be entered. So listen. Repeat after me these words from the main verses of the Bardo. Now, when the Bardo of becoming dawns upon me, I will concentrate my mind one-pointedly and strive to prolong the results of good karma, close the womb entrance, and think of resistance. This is the time when perseverance and pure thought are needed. Abandon jealousy and meditate on the Guru with his consort. Say these words clearly aloud and arouse your memory. It is very important to meditate on their meaning and to put it into practice. This is the meaning. Now, when the Bardo of becoming dawns upon me, means that now you are wandering in the Bardo of becoming. As signs of this, if you look into the water, you will not see your reflection, and your body has no shadow. Now there is no material body of flesh and blood, but these are signs of the mental body wandering in the Bardo of becoming. So now you must concentrate your mind one-pointedly without distraction. Just now, that one-pointed concentration is the most important thing. It is like controlling a horse with a bridle. Whatever you concentrate on will come about. So do not think of evil actions, but remember the Dharma, the teachings, the transmissions, and the authorizations for texts such as this liberation through hearing, which you received in the human world, and strive to prolong the results of good karma. It is very important. Do not forget. Do not be distracted. Now is the time which is the dividing line between going up and going down. Now is the time when, by slipping into laziness even for a moment, you will suffer forever. Now is the time when, by concentrating one-pointedly, you will be happy forever. Concentrate your mind one-pointedly. Strive to prolong the results of good karma. Now the time has come to close the womb entrance. It is said, close the womb entrance and think of resistance. This is the time when perseverance and pure thought are needed. Now that time has come. First, the womb entrance should be closed, and there are 5 methods of closing it, so understand them well. O child of noble family, at this time projections of men and women making love will appear. When you see them, do not enter in between them, but remember and meditate on the man and woman as the Guru and his consort. Mentally prostrate yourself and make offerings with deep devotion and ask for teachings. As soon as you concentrate intensely on this thought, the womb entrance will certainly be closed. But if this does not close it, and you are just about to enter a womb, meditate on the Guru and his consort as your own Yidam, or the Lord of Great Compassion with his consort, and mentally make an offering to them. With intense devotion, ask them to bestow spiritual attainments. This will close the womb entrance. But if this does not close it, and you are just about to enter a womb, here is the third instruction on turning away passion and aggression. There are 4 kinds of birth: birth from an egg, birth from a womb, spontaneous birth, and birth from moisture. Of these, birth from an egg and birth from a womb are similar. As above, there will be projections of males and females in sexual union, and if you enter a womb at this moment through the power of passion and aggression, you will be born as a horse, bird, dog, human being, and so on, whatever it may be. If you are going to be born as a male, you will experience yourself as male and feel violent aggression towards the father and jealousy and desire for the mother. If you are going to be born as a female, you will experience yourself as female and feel intense envy and jealousy of the mother and intense desire and passion for the father. This will cause you to enter the path leading to the womb, and you will experience self-existing bliss in the midst of the meeting of the sperm and ovum. From that blissful state, you will lose consciousness, and the embryo will grow round and oblong and so on until the body matures and comes out from the mother's womb. You will open your eyes, and you have turned into a puppy. From first being a man, you have now become a dog. So you will suffer in a dog kennel, or similarly in a pigsty, or an anthill, or a wormhole, or else you may be born as a young bull, or goat, or lamb, and so on. There is no returning here. You will endure all kinds of suffering from a state of great stupidity and ignorance. Circling like this around the 6 realms of existence of hell beings, hungry ghosts, and so on, you will be tormented by boundless suffering. There is nothing more powerful or terrifying than this. Alas, alas, those who do not have a guru's sacred teachings will fall down the great precipice of samsara in this manner and endure endless, unbearable suffering. So therefore listen to my words and understand this instruction of mine. Now the instruction for closing the womb entrance by turning away passion and aggression is given. Listen and understand. It is said, close the womb entrance and think of resistance. This is the time when perseverance and pure thought are needed. Abandon jealousy and meditate on the Guru with his consort. As above, you will have feelings of jealousy. If you are going to be born as a male, you will love the mother and hate the father. And if you are going to be born as a female, you will love the father and hate the mother. So at this time, there is a profound instruction. O child of noble family, when passion and aggression arise like this, meditate in this way. Alas, I am a being with such evil karma that I have been wandering like this in samsara until now, through clinging to passion and aggression. If I go on feeling passion and aggression like this, I shall wander in samsara endlessly and sink into the depths of the ocean of suffering for a long time. So now I will feel no passion or aggression at all. Alas, now I will never again feel passion and aggression. By concentrating your mind intensely and one-pointedly on this thought, that itself will close the womb entrance, so the Tantras say. O child of noble family, do not be distracted. Concentrate your mind one-pointedly. But if, even after doing this, the womb entrance is not closed, and you are about to enter a womb, then it should be closed by the instruction of the unreal and illusory nature of everything. Meditate in this way. Alas, the father and mother, the great storm, the whirlwind, the thunder, the terrifying projections, and all these apparent phenomena are illusory in their real nature. However they appear, they are not real. All substances are false and untrue. They are like a mirage. They are not permanent. They are not changeless. What is the use of desire? What is the use of fear? It is regarding the non-existent as existent. All these are projections of my mind, and since the mind itself is illusory and non-existent from the beginning, from where externally do they arise like this? I did not understand in this way before, and so I believed the non-existent to exist, the untrue to be true, the illusion to be real. Therefore, I have wandered in samsara for so long. And if I do not realize that they are illusions, I shall still wander in samsara for a long time, and certainly fall into the muddy swamp of suffering. Now they are all like dreams, like illusions, like echoes, like cities of the Gandharvas, like mirages, like images, like optical illusions, like the moon in water. They are not real, even for a moment. Certainly they are not true, but false. By concentrating one-pointedly on this conviction, belief in their reality is destroyed, and when one is inwardly convinced in such a way, belief in a self is counteracted. If you understand unreality like this from the bottom of your heart, the womb entrance will certainly be closed. But if, even after doing this, the belief in reality is not destroyed, and the womb entrance is not closed, and you are about to enter a womb, there is a profound instruction.
No sound.
O child of noble family, if even after doing this, the womb entrance is not closed, now it should be closed by the fifth method, meditation on the luminosity, which should be done in this way. All substances are my own mind, and this mind is emptiness, unarisen and unobstructed. Thinking this, keep your mind natural and undiluted, self-contained in its own nature like water poured into water, just as it is, loose, open, and relaxed. By letting it rest naturally and loosely,
Coming
be
to you
sure that
live
the womb
from
entrance to all four kinds of birth will certainly be closed.
Penticton, British Columbia, Canada.
Many true and profound instructions for closing the womb entrance have been given above. It is impossible for anyone of high, average, or low capacities, whichever he may be, not to be liberated by them. Why is this? Firstly, because consciousness in the Bardo state possesses supernatural perception of worldly things, so he can hear what I say. Secondly, even if he was deaf and blind, now he has all the senses complete, so he can hear what is said. Thirdly, being continually overcome by fear, he is thinking undistractedly what to do, so he listens to what I say. And fourthly, as the consciousness has no support, it comes directly to wherever the concentration is directed, so it is easy to guide. The mind is 9 times more clear, so even if he is stupid, by force of karma, the mind becomes so clear at this time that it can meditate on whatever is taught. Essential points such as these are the reason. For the same reason, it is also helpful to perform the rituals for the dead. Therefore, it is very important to persevere in reading this great liberation through hearing for up to 9 days. Even if he is not liberated at one showing, he will attain liberation at another. That is the reason why not one, but many showings are necessary. Even then, there are many kinds of people who are not used to doing good actions, but were extremely skilled in doing evil actions right from the start, and through the influence of many powerful veils of error, are not liberated, in spite of being shown and given these objects of meditation so many times above. So now, if the womb entrance has not been closed before, a profound instruction for choosing the womb entrance will be taught below. One should call on the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas for help and repeat the refuge, then call the dead person by name 3 times and say these words. O child of noble family who is dead, listen. Although you have been shown with the instructions above so many times, you have not understood. So now, if the womb entrance has not been closed, the time has come to take a body. There are not one, but many true and profound instructions for you to choose a womb entrance. So understand and do not be distracted. Listen well with intense concentration and understand. O child of noble family, now the signs and characteristics of the continent where you are going to be born will appear, so recognize them. Examine where you are going to be born and choose the continent. If you are going to be born in the eastern continent, noble body, you will see a lake adorned with geese and ganders. Think of resistance and do not go there. Although it is full of happiness, it is a place where Dharma does not flourish, so do not enter it. If you are going to be born in the southern continent, Rose Apple Island, you will see luxurious, beautiful dwellings. You should enter it if you can. If you are going to be born in the Western continent, enjoyment of wish-fulfilling cows, you will see a lake adorned with horses and mares. Do not go there, but come back here. Although it has great pleasures, it is a place where Dharma does not flourish, so do not enter it. If you are going to be born in the Northern continent, unpleasant sound, you will see a lake adorned with cattle or with trees. Recognize them as signs of taking birth and do not enter there. Although it has long life and merits, Dharma does not flourish there, so do not enter. If you are going to be born as a god, you will see beautiful, many-storied temples made of various jewels. If you are fit to enter there, you should enter. If you are going to be born as a jealous god, you will see beautiful groves, or what seem to be revolving wheels of fire. Do not enter there at all, but think of resistance. If you are going to be born as an animal, you will see, as through a mist, rock caves and holes in the ground and straw huts. Do not enter there. If you are going to be born as a hungry ghost, you will see tree stumps and black shapes sticking up, shallow caves and black patches. If you go there, you will be born as a hungry ghost and experience all kinds of suffering through hunger and thirst. So do not go there at all, but think of resistance and persevere strongly. If you are going to be born as a hell being, you will hear songs sung by those of evil karma, or you will have to enter helplessly, or you will feel that you have gone into a dark land with black and red houses, black pits and black roads. If you go there, you will enter hell and experience unbearable suffering through heat and cold from which you will never get out. So do not go into its midst. Do not enter at all, but be careful. It is said, close the womb entrance and think of resistance. This is needed now. O child of noble family, even though you wish not to go, you have no power of your own. You are helplessly compelled to go. From behind, the avengers of karma pursue you, and in front, avengers and murderers drag you along. Darkness, hurricanes, violent storms, noises, snow and rain, fierce hailstorms and snowstorms will whirl you around, and you will escape from them. Then in escaping, you will look for a refuge, and you will find safety in the luxurious houses described before, or in rock shelters or holes in the ground, between trees, or in the round cavities of lotus flowers and so on. Hidden there, you will be afraid to come out, and you will think, I cannot go out of here now. And through fear of leaving, you will become very attached to that place. You are afraid of meeting those terrors of the bardo if you go outside. You feel extreme fear of them. And so you hide inside and take a body, however bad it may be, and will experience all kinds of suffering. That is a sign that demons and evil forces are obstructing you now. And at this time, there is a profound instruction, so listen and understand. At this time of terror, when you are helplessly pursued by the avengers, you should immediately visualize with your whole mind the blessed supreme Haruka, or Hayagriva, or Vajrapani, or your Yidam, if you have one, with a huge body and thick limbs, standing in a terrifying attitude of wrath, which crushes all evil forces into dust. Separated from the avengers by his blessing and compassion, you will have the power to choose the entrance of a womb. This is the true profound secret of the instruction, so understand it. O child of noble family, the gods of meditation and so on are born through the power of samadhi. A large class of evil spirits, such as hungry ghosts and so on, have changed their attitude while in the bardo state. Then they are able to appear in various illusory forms of hungry ghosts and demons, and are transformed into that mental body itself. The hungry ghosts who dwell in the depths of the sea and the hungry ghosts who fly through space, and all the 80,000 classes of negative forces and so on, have taken on that mental body by changing their attitude. At this time, the best thing is to contemplate the great symbol of emptiness. But if you cannot do that, then take part in the play of illusion. If you cannot do that either, at least do not be attached to anything, but meditate on the Yidam, the Lord of great compassion, and you will become a Sambhogakaya Buddha in the Bardo state. O child of noble family, if you have to enter a womb in this way through force of karma, the instruction for choosing the entrance to a womb will now be taught. Listen, do not go into whatever womb entrance appears. If the Avengers come and you cannot avoid entering, meditate on Hayagriva. Since you now possess subtle supernatural perception, you will know all the places in turn, so make a choice. There are 2 instructions, for transference to a pure Buddha realm and for choosing an impure samsaric womb entrance, so act in this way. Transference to the pure realm of space, of purified faculties, is directed like this. Ah, how sad it is that I still remain in this muddy swamp of samsara even now, after such a long time of countless ages without beginning or end, and while so many others have already become Buddhas, I have not been liberated. From this moment on, I feel sickened at this samsara. I dread it. I am worn out with it. Now it is time to get ready to escape. So I must bring about a spontaneous birth in a lotus flower at the feet of the Buddha Amitabha in the Western blissful realm. With this thought, concentrate intensely on the blissful realm in the West. It is vital to make this effort. Or else, if you direct intense concentration, one-pointedly and without distraction, toward whichever realm you wish, the pure realm, or complete joy, or the densely filled, or the realm of willow leaves, or the palm tree mountain, or the palace of lotus light in Urgyan, you will immediately be born in that realm. Or if you wish to go into the presence of Lord Maitreya, in the joyful realm, concentrate on this thought. At this moment in the Bardo state, the time has come for me to go into the presence of the Dharma king Maitreya in the joyful realm, so I will go, and you will be born spontaneously in the heart of the lotus in the presence of Maitreya. Otherwise, if you cannot do this and wish to enter a womb, or find you have to enter one, there is an instruction for choosing an impure samsaric womb entrance, so listen. As before, look at the continent you are going to choose with supernatural perception and enter a place where Dharma flourishes. If you are going to be spontaneously born in a filthy dung heap, you will perceive that fetid mass as sweet-smelling, and you will feel attracted to it and be born there. So whatever appears, do not trust it, but put an end to the signs of desire and hatred and choose a womb entrance. Again, it is very important to concentrate like this. I will be born as a universal emperor for the good of all sentient beings, or as a brahmana, like a great sala tree, or as the son of a siddha, or in a family of a pure lineage of dharma, or in a family where the father and mother have faith, and taking a body with merits which can benefit all sentient beings, I will do good. Concentrating on this thought, the womb should be entered. At this time, you should bless the womb you are entering as a palace of the gods, and supplicate the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, and the Yidams, especially the Lord of Great Compassion, and enter the womb with a longing of the request for transmission. It is possible to make a mistake in choosing the entrance of a womb like this, by seeing a good womb entrance as bad or a bad one as good, under the influence of karma. So now again, the essential point of the instruction is very important. So do this. Even if a womb entrance appears good, do not trust it. And even if it appears bad, do not feel dislike for it. The true, profound, essential secret is to enter into the supreme state of equilibrium in which there is no good or bad, acceptance or rejection, passion or aggression. But, except for the few who are experiencing this, it is hard to get rid of the disease of bad unconscious tendencies. So to prevent him taking refuge among sinners of the poorest capacities, the lowest of the low, like beasts, if he cannot cut off passion and aggression in this way, one should call the dead person again by name and say these words. O child of noble family, if you do not know how to choose a womb entrance and cannot get rid of passion and aggression, whatever of the above experiences may arise, call on the name of the 3 jewels and take refuge in them. Supplicate the Lord of Great Compassion. Go on with your head held high. Give up attachment and yearning for the relatives and friends, sons and daughters you have left behind. They cannot help you. Enter now into the blue light of human beings, or the white light of the gods. Enter the jeweled palaces and the pleasure gardens. This should be repeated up to 7 times. Then one should supplicate the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas and read the Bardo prayer, which protects from fear, the main verses of the Bardo, and deliverance from the dangerous pathway of the Bardo up to 7 times. Then one should read the liberation through wearing, which spontaneously liberates the skandhas, and the daily practice, which spontaneously liberates the unconscious tendencies, clearly and distinctly. Thus, by acting rightly, yogins of the highest insight effect the ejection of consciousness in the Bardo for the moment before death, and do not have to wander in the Bardo state, but bypass it and attain liberation. Below them, a few experienced people recognize the luminosity of the Dharmata after the Bardo of the moment before death, and bypass and become Buddhas. Those below them are liberated in accordance with their karmic results at one time or another when the peaceful and wrathful projections appear in the Bardo of Dharmata during the following weeks. As there are many stages, they will recognize whichever is appropriate and attain liberation. But those whose good karmic results are weak and who have many veils of error and very bad karma must wander on down to the Bardo of becoming. But as there are many showings, like the steps of a ladder, they will recognize at one or another and be liberated. But if those whose good karmic results are very weak do not recognize during the above and are overpowered by fear, there is a series of instructions in turn for closing a womb entrance and for choosing a womb entrance. So they will recognize at one or another, and trusting the object of meditation, attain the highest state of boundless virtue. Even the lowest of the low, like beasts, are turned back from the lower realms by the virtue of taking refuge. They will attain a precious human body complete with all the freedoms and good opportunities, and in their next life meet a holy guru, a spiritual friend, so they will get instruction and be liberated. If this teaching is received during the Bardo of becoming, the instruction prolongs one's good karmic results, like putting a pipe into a broken water channel. It is impossible even for all great sinners not to be liberated when they hear this teaching. Why is this? Because during the Bardo, both the compassionate invitation of all the peaceful and wrathful Buddhas and deities and the invitation of the tempters and negative forces come together. So just by hearing the teaching at this time, their attitude is influenced and they attain liberation. Influence is easy because the mental body has no basis of flesh and blood. However far they have wandered in the Bardo state, they see and hear with subtle karmic supernatural perception, and they come. This is extremely helpful, for then they understand, and their mind is instantaneously influenced. It is like the device of a catapult, or like a huge tree trunk which cannot be moved by 100 men, but when it is put in water can be taken wherever one wants in a moment. It is like controlling a horse with a bridle. Therefore, one should approach all who have died, and if the corpse is present, a friend should read this reminder again and again until blood and pus come out of the nostrils. Meanwhile, the corpse should remain undisturbed. The observances for this are: animals should not be sacrificed for dedication to the dead person. In the presence of the corpse, friends and relations should not weep and mourn and make noise, which may be done elsewhere, and as many acts of virtue as possible should be done. As well as this teaching of the great liberation through hearing, it is very good if any of the other teachings joined to the end of this instruction are also read. One should read this continually and learn the word meanings and terms by heart. Then when death is certain and the signs of death have been recognized, if one's condition allows, one should read it aloud oneself and contemplate it. And if one is not able to do that, it should be given to a Dharma brother or sister to read. For this reminder will certainly liberate, there is no doubt. This teaching does not need any practice. It is a profound instruction which liberates just by being seen and heard and read. This profound instruction leads great sinners on the secret path. If one does not forget its words and terms, even when being chased by 7 dogs, the instruction liberates in the bardo of the moment before death. Even if the Buddhas of the past, present, and future were to search, they would not find a better teaching than this. The bardo instruction which liberates human beings, the profound innermost essence, the great liberation through hearing. This treasure was discovered by the Siddha Karmalingpa in the mountain of Gampodar. May it benefit the Dharma and all sentient beings. Sarva Mangalam.
When you Tao Te Ching can be where is the way to the way? Tools. When someone asks, he answers. Tao Te Ching. 1. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness. The gateway to all understanding. 2. When people see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. Long and short define each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore, the master acts without doing anything and teaches without saying anything. Things arise and she lets them come. Things disappear and she lets them go. Acts, but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it. That is why it lasts forever. 3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know.
As a justifiable
Practice
homicide.
not doing,
Ambler family attorney says
and
that is
everything will
outrageous.
fall into place.
On
4.
March 28, 2019, Williamson County
The Dow
Sheriff's
is like a
deputies are
well,
pursuing 40-year-old Javier
used,
Ambler just
but
after
never
1
used
morning.
up.
According to a sheriff's department,
It is like the eternal
Ambler
void,
failed to dim his car's headlights
filled
as
with
he drove
infinite
past the deputies.
possibilities.
The report says Ambler tried to flee.
It is
The
hidden,
officers
but
had a
always
30-minute
present.
pursuit that ended up in the city of
I don't know who gave
The
birth to
incident
it.
report says Ambler crashed his car 5
It is
times
older
during
than
the
God.
pursuit. And that's where the officer's body camera footage captures how the arrest turned deadly. The video first obtained by KBGE-TV and
The Dow doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil.
According to the
The
documents
Master doesn't take sides.
Ambler exited his car with
She
his
welcomes both
not
saints
intoxicated
and sinners.
unarmed. Officers tried to handcuff Ambler.
The Dow is like a
He resisted
bellows.
and pushed back on the
It
officers
is
as
empty,
he
yet
refused to follow
infinitely
the
capable.
verbal commands. But the body
The
camera
more you
footage
use it,
captures Ambler
the
in
more it
distress.
produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand.
Ambler is heard saying he can't breathe and that he's not
Hold on to the
resisting.
center. 6. The Tao is called the Great Mother,
Officers realize Ambler
empty
is unresponsive.
yet inexhaustible. It gives birth to infinite worlds.
You can no longer hear him talking on
It is always present within you.
Officers then
You can use
unhandcuff
it
Ambler and
any
continue
way you want.
administering CPR compressions until medical units arrive on the scene.
7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal?
What we understand is that the district, there are multiple
It was never born.
investigations still ongoing.
Thus,
We
it
spoke
can
with the
never
district
die.
attorney, in Austin, Texas, because that is where the pursuit.
Why is it
there in
infinite?
Travis County, just south of Williamson County, the DA.
It has no desires for itself.
Trying to present this
Thus,
case,
it
to
is
a grand
present for
jury
all beings.
Consideration of criminal charges. They were had hoped
The
to do
Master
that
stays
in March,
behind.
because of the COVID pandemic.
That is why
It's
she is
not
ahead.
final grand jury. They're hoping that that can be done.
She is
by,
detached from
June,
all
July
things.
At some point.
That is why
We have
she is
reached
one
out
with them.
To, the Williamson County Sheriff's Department and have not
Because she
heard
has
back
let
today.
go of
But
herself.
in documents filed with the state
She is
attorney,
perfectly
General's
fulfilled.
office, the Williamson County Sheriff's Department said that officers with their
8.
Office of Professional Standards found that, quote, after reviewing video
The
evidence,
supreme
OPS
good is like
the
water,
primary and assisting
which
deputies
nourishes
acted
all
in
things
accordance
without
with the
trying to.
guidelines of the Sheriff's Department and used, quote, objective
It is content
reasonableness
with the low
on the
places
level of force
that people
used in that
disdain.
incident. Anderson?
Thus, it is like the
I
Tao.
appreciate it. Joining me now is Ron Johnson, the former Missouri Highway Patrol captain.
Indwelling,
Applauded for the
live
peaceful
close to the
response
ground.
to us in Ferguson, Missouri, 6 years ago in the demonstration.
In thinking,
Kevin Johnson, thanks so much for
keep
being
to the
with us.
simple.
Can you just walk us through? It's very
In conflict,
easy to look at something and
be
have
fair
opinions about
and
it.
generous.
And there's obviously multiple moving parts to this. But
In
can
governing,
you walk us through what
don't try to
protocol is for
control.
officers trying to bring somebody into custody
In work,
who may be resisting,
do what you
but
enjoy.
may be in distress as well?
In family life,
Well, I think initially you use
be
those
completely
tactics
present.
that you've been trained on to when someone is resisting.
When you are content to be
it
simply
starts at a
yourself
different level of
and don't
compliance. You're
compare
asking him
or
to
compete,
put his arms behind his back.
everybody
But
will
in
respect
watching
you.
this video, it's obvious that at a certain point he's in distress. He is not
9.
attempting to fight you. He is definitely in distress. He's
Fill your
sullen,
bowl
he
to
can't
the
breathe.
brim,
You can hear it in his voice.
and it
You
will
can actually see
spill.
it in his face. But you see him not taking any action.
Keep
towards
sharpening
officer.
your knife,
More so trying
and it will
to
blunt.
maybe clutch his own
Chase
chest.
after
I mean,
money
he's trying to bring his
and
own
security,
hand, but not in an aggressive way.
and your
So I
heart
think
will never
we see this,
unclench.
and he's definitely in distress. This was tough to watch.
Care
I
about
watched
people's
it,
approval,
and it took me back to what we're
and
seeing
you will be
with
their
Mr.
prisoner.
Floyd. But he's definitely in distress. He tells her about his heart condition. And so you have to begin to take
Do
that
your work,
consideration. And
then
yes,
step
police
back.
officers run across suspects who
The only
say
path to
different
serenity.
things. But you have to assess things based on the merit of that moment.
10.
I would imagine, some officers watching this would say, well,
Can you
people
coax
say
your
all the
mind
time,
from
"I
its
can't believe
wandering
you're hurting me."
and keep to the original oneness?
I don't know how one deals with that.
Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's?
How do you deal with that?
Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will?
You can see the look on his face that he is in distress.
Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their
Police reform
course?
means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. You hear some protesters talking about defund
Can you
police.
step back from your own mind
Defund police idea, and
and
also when
thus
you think about
understand
police
all
reform,
things,
what are reforms that can be made short term and
giving
long-term?
birth and nourishing,
Well, when I hear defunding police,
having
I take that
without
Let's just
possessing,
make sure we're looking at budgets and make sure
acting with no expectations,
that if there's things there that we can
leading
move around to
and not
another,
trying to control.
another agency, then we need to look at that. But we may look
This
at
is the
departments and say that
supreme
they're
virtue.
underfunded. We may say that they're exactly funded. But most people that are saying defund the police
11.
are saying get rid of the police. But
Get rid of them.
He joins
Get
spokes
rid of the
together
police.
in a wheel.
No, that's exactly what
It
we're
is
saying.
the
Get rid of
single
them.
hole that makes the wagon
Don't need them.
move.
Don't need them.
For a police
We
department,
shape clay
while we're
into a
trying
pot,
to mend our ways with community in this nation,
but it is the
that
emptiness
would be the way to
inside
do it. Say, yes, look at
that
us.
holds
We can
whatever
have
we
I
want.
like that sign behind you. Walk by faith, eh? No, 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 no,
We
no.
hammer wood for a house,
It's about
but
training.
it is
We have
the
to make
inner
sure that training
space
is correct,
that makes it
we're
livable.
giving everybody a
Step
seat.
down.
When we're listening to the
We
people
work
that,
with being,
Step the
are in our
fuck.
communities, especially in our
but
African
non-being
Oh
is what we use.
yeah.
We need
You
to
sound really
listen to
tough
them
now.
and let them give
Yeah,
us
I'm tough.
the solutions
12.
that they see, and we need to start implementing those.
Stand down.
Colors blind the
Ron
eye,
Johnson, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you very much.
sounds
Thank you very much.
deafen the ear,
We just had as George Floyd is remembered.
Flavors
attended the funeral of
numb
Dr.
the
Martin
taste.
Luther King Jr. and also marched
Thoughts
in Memphis
weaken the
in
mind,
1968. Samuel L. Jackson
Desires
was by the outpouring of grief
wither
as well
the
as
heart.
protests then and now when we return.
The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision.
Chances are you know
He
us.
allows things to come and go.
Laugh with you. We surprised you.
His heart
On occasion,
is
we
open
probably
as the
didn't.
sky.
We've done this all with one thing in mind: to help protect the things you love.
13.
If we can't offer you the best price, we'll help you find a better one.
Success
Not with us.
is as dangerous
That's how
as
it's been for the
failure.
past 80 years. Not just today
Hope
or this month.
is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure?
From our segment, the perfect
Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky.
to our ready-to-wash system that cleans any detail.
When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground,
And to secure your phone,
you will always keep your balance.
WeatherTech is everything. to
What does it mean that hope is as hollow as
Order
fear?
today at WeatherTech.com. WeatherTech, made right.
Hope and fear are both phantoms
Emily hasn't bought groceries.
that arise from thinking of the self.
So how is she creating this masterpiece?
When we don't see the self as self,
Her
what do we
freezer
have
is
to
stocked
fear?
with Daily Harvest. That's how. Chef crafted
See the
food,
world as yourself.
organic ingredients, delivered to your door.
Have faith in the way
Ready
things
in
are.
minutes. See for yourself.
Love the world as yourself. Then
Go to
you can care for
dailyharvest.com
all
to get
things.
started today.
Look at this. Everyone is on their knees as
14.
George Floyd's brother is on his knees.
Otherwise, been a very peaceful
Look,
day with people gathering here in large numbers full
and
of
it can't be
passion and
seen.
anger.
Listen, and it can't be heard.
The world is the thing that I believe in.
Reach,
What we're trying to do is stand up for the basic
and it
rights
can't
of
be
community.
grasped.
We are tired and we want to see change.
Above, it isn't bright.
I never had time for breakfast.
Below,
Until I found Daily Harvest.
it isn't dark.
It's clean food built on organic fruits and vegetables. That's ready in minutes
Seamless,
with zero prep work.
unnameable.
Get started today.
It
at
returns to the
dailyharvest.com.
realm of
We are
nothing.
KiwiCo, and we deliver hands-on STEM projects designed to
Form
inspire
that
young
includes
leaders.
all
Kids of all
forms.
ages can explore science, engineering,
Image
art,
without an
and more.
image.
Get 30% off Visit
subtle,
tribecode.com. Must be
beyond
listened
all
to.
conception.
It's time we remind the world
Approach it,
that women over 50
and there is no beginning.
still exist.
Follow it, and there is no end.
Internet's for every age.
You can't know it.
Are you sick and tired
But
of
you
looking
can
and
be
feeling heavy? Probiotics promotes healthy digestion
at
and helps
ease
you lose
in your
weight.
own
Patented
life.
probiotics ease constipation, gas, and bloating, while powerful EGCG burns
Just
fat and
realize
calories.
where you
Unleash
come
your
from.
potential with ProbioSlim, the #1 probiotic fat burner at Walmart.
This is the essence of wisdom.
I'm Vanessa Yurkevich, and this
Hi,
is
Vanessa.
CNN.
15.
CNN, eh?
Severe psoriasis.
No.
Little things can become
The
big
ancient
habits.
masters
That's why there's
were
a
profound
term.
and subtle.
Shikasa is not a creed. It's a
Their
pill.
wisdom was unfathomable.
Another police officer takes
There is
this
no way to describe it.
and then
All we can
moves the
describe
man on his head,
their
or at the very
appearance.
least his upper back. You can
They
also
were
hear
careful
on
as
the
someone
video one of
crossing
the
an
police
iced-over
officers saying,
stream.
"Don't run away from police."
Alert
As a kind of
as a warrior in
explanation
enemy
as to
territory.
why we're seeing this. The man in the
Courteous as a
video is
guest.
Elliot McLeod, and we spoke to
Fluid
his
as
father
melting
Terry
ice.
McLeod today. Here is what Terry had to tell us.
Shapeable as a block of wood. Receptive as a valley. Clear as a glass of water.
But looking at it today, it
Do you
breaks
have
my
the
heart.
patience to wait till
Today
your
it
mind
breaks my
settles
heart to see
and the
how
water
they
is
treated him,
clear?
how they mistreated him,
Can you remain
because he was
unmoving
handcuffed
till
and
the right
he
action
didn't have
arises by itself?
to go through what he went through.
The
The
master
McLeods
doesn't
are
seek
from the
fulfillment,
Big Stone First Nation in Wabasca,
seeking,
Alberta.
not
This video
expecting.
was taken by a bystander. A friend
She's
of that
present
bystander did lodge a
and can welcome
complaint
all
to Edmonton
things.
police about the use of force you see here, Carol.
So what's the reaction then?
16.
Well, there's been a lot. So if you'll recall, just last
Empty
week,
your mind.
other videos
All
surfaced of
thoughts.
another, even older incident from 2018. Now, they
Let your
were
heart
showing an Edmonton police officer place his knee on the neck of
Watch
a
the
black
turmoil
man.
of beings
Jean-Claude Rocondo told the
contemplate
CBC that he was
their
only trying to
return.
help his wife, who had been in a car accident and
Each
shown
separate
up
being
on
in
the
the
scene, and things
universe
escalated from there.
returns to the
So a
common
lot of
source.
advocates for police reform in the last week
Returning
have
to the
been
source
pointing at these two videos,
is
saying,
serenity.
"Well, this is why police reform needs to
If you
happen."
don't
Now, I
realize
do want
the
to clarify
source,
for our viewers that
you
Elliot
stumble in
McLeod
confusion
was
and sorrow.
charged much later than this video
When
was
you realize
taken.
where you
He
come
was
from,
charged earlier this year, in
you
fact, in
naturally
February
become
2020,
tolerant,
for an unrelated
disinterested,
homicide incident.
amused,
As for this video,
kind-hearted
it's
as a
unclear
grandmother,
why police were chasing him. We did get in
dignified
touch
as a
with
king,
Edmonton police. They told us that they received a
immersed in
complaint,
the wonder
that
of the Tao.
they had their professional
You can
standards
deal
branch
with whatever
look
life
into it.
brings you.
The standards branch kicked this off
And when
to
death
the Crown
comes,
Prosecution Service in
you are
Alberta
ready.
to ask them whether criminal charges should be laid about
17.
this incident on these two police officers. Now, we've been in touch with the Crown Prosecution
master
Service,
governs,
and it looks like they're still
the
looking
people
into
are hardly
things.
aware that
They
Still
said
looking
that they
into
passed this
things.
off to the Calgary branch in order to maintain
Next
independence.
is a leader who is loved,
Rafi, thank you. Rafi Boudjikanian in Edmonton.
Next, one
A
who is
Montreal
feared.
woman and her daughters are shaken after a violent run-in
The
with
worst
police.
is one who
The
is
family was out
despised.
for a picnic yesterday when riot police stormed through Old Montreal.
If you don't
As Simon
trust the
Nakashny
people,
explains, they say they were
you make them
traumatized.
untrustworthy.
Natasha Skeet and her daughter spent yesterday afternoon
The master
picnicking in the
doesn't
old
talk.
port, along with a
He
friend
acts.
and her baby. But as they headed back, signs of
When his work
danger.
is
We were coming
done,
on the cross street, coming up,
people
and
say,
some people
"Amazing.
told us, don't go, there's
We
tear
did it.
gas being shot.
Riot
by
police were
ourselves."
trying to break up an illegal protest nearby. When things died down, they made their way back to their cars
18.
on St. Paul to leave. Then another disruption. A group of
When the
noisy
great
teens
Tao
was running
is
down the
forgotten.
street.
I told them stop, because we do
Goodness
have kids here.
and piety
We don't want
appear.
you to attract any youth here. And then we started hearing the
When the
pow, pow,
body's
pow
intelligence
turn,
declines,
and we saw riot police coming up the street.
cleverness
Skeet
and
shoved her
knowledge
kids and the dog into her friend's car.
We didn't have a chance to get ourselves in the car.
when
First
there is no
instinct is
peace
protect
in
the
the
children.
family.
We have kids.
Skeet
Feel
says
your
she told
piety
police to
against.
stop so she could get her family out of there. Instead, she says an
When
officer
the country
shoved her down the
falls
street with
into
his
chaos,
shield onto her friend's car with the
Take
kids
it as
Mm-hmm.
inside.
One of the other officers, one of his fellow colleagues, looked in and
19.
saw the kids. They were crying, they were screaming, they were
Throw
hyperventilating.
away
He pulled that
holiness and
officer
wisdom.
off of me, and they carried up the
People
street.
will be
My
100
kids are in this
times
car
happier.
crying, and they're telling me to leave my kids in the car. Look at
Throw
that.
I
away
was actually
morality
sad
and
at the
justice.
same time because I didn't like when the officer was like pushing my mom.
Skeet thinks the officer assumed she was part of the group they were chasing because she was black. It's shaken the family's faith in the police.
I thought they were supporting us, but now that I see they're really not, I'm really scared of them.
In a statement, Montreal police say they can't comment or give information on specific files, but they acknowledge the video and will do appropriate follow-up. They also say Skeet can file a formal complaint with the Police Ethics Commission. Skeet says she'll do that, but what she really wants is an apology and better training in de-escalation.
My children were traumatized. We got home, and my daughter is asking me, Mommy, is it safe now?
What difference?
That's not right.
CBC News, Montreal.
Coming up, we'll look at how a recent anti-racism protests are sparking conversations around money spent on policing and how that message is being received in this country. Stay with us.
Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade.
For the latest coronavirus pandemic updates, breaking news, and top stories,
Our top priority is to get people help before it's
download the CBC News app now.
Other people have what they need.
Our sense of adventure, our desire to travel,
possess.
our hunger for the open road has never been stronger.
I alone.
When you're ready to go, Jeep can help with all your sales and service needs. You have the option to buy remotely with Jeep Click and Drive. And right now, you pay what we pay with no payments for 120 days. Jeep, helping you get back on the road with employee price plus and 0% financing for 84 months.
When summer gives you more backyard time, DQ gives you the Summer Blizzard menu with new flavors like new raspberry fudge bliss and Oreo cheesecake, because more summer is just more fun. Look for drive-through takeout and delivery options at your DQ.
When you need relief from the toughest allergy symptoms like sneezing, nasal, sinus congestion, and itchy, watery eyes, fight back with Reactin Complete, one fast-acting, long-lasting solution to relieve all your toughest allergy symptoms. Reactin Complete.
At Walmart, a lot of work goes into lowering prices on everything in our stores. Like this $1 pack of chalk. Because these days, it's more than just chalk. It's a chance to get outside. A message of hope. 30 minutes of mom time. And a super cool robot. That's why Walmart is committed to low prices, helping you stretch every dollar on all of life's essentials. And that's worth every penny. Walmart. Save money,
The Dow
live
is
better.
ungraspable.
The price badges show a great price at good price. If it's maybe a little bit above average.
When I take a look at good price and great price, I absolutely trust that on Auto Trader.
The Dow is dark.
It's Leon's anniversary sale. For a limited time only, shop our anniversary specials in-store and online at leons.ca. Plus, pay absolutely nothing, not even the taxes, until 2022. Leon's anniversary sale ends soon. Don't miss it.
Mom used to
say go out and play, but inside
The Dow is.
game. Not just the little ones, grown-ups too. Checking the
And
world
beyond
with
is
the program view.
and is
Let's stay
not.
connected, one with the flow. Let's stay playful.
How do I know this is true?
She used Voltaren after hurting her knee yesterday. Ugh, that means
I look
exercise.
inside
Like
this.
pills, Voltaren Amyl Gel Joint Pain Extra Strength targets pain and inflammation, but is applied topically, and you can go 12 hours between applications.
I love exercise.
This year, the Home Depot is here to help bring spring to you. The fresh green grass under your feet. The familiar smell of the season's first barbecue. A burst of lively
Let
colors.
yourself be quick.
And the indescribable feeling of spring when we need it most.
Did you want to become
Visit
full?
HomeDepot.ca for all your
Let
spring needs.
yourself be happy.
Get fast delivery right to your door or curbside
If you
pickup.
want to be reborn,
Let us bring spring to you.
let yourself die.
I'm Andrew Chang. Tonight on The National, Minneapolis moves to disband its police force. What could police reform look like in Canada? That's tonight.
The master, by residing in the Dow, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display
Members of the
himself.
public were able to pay their final respects to
People
George
can
Floyd
see
in
his
Houston
life.
this afternoon ahead of his funeral. The unarmed black man
Because
died
he
in
has
police
nothing to
custody
prove.
after an officer kneeled on his neck for more than
People
8
can
minutes.
trust his word.
Floyd's death has sparked anti-racism protests across the U.S. and around the world.
Because he
He will
doesn't
be
know
laid to
who
rest
he
tomorrow
is.
next to his mother. In
People
the wake of
recognize
Floyd's death,
themselves
there have been
in him.
renewed calls to defund police services. Next month, a
Because
motion
he
to
has
do
no
just that will
goal
go
in
before
mind.
Toronto City Council. The
Everything
CBC's
he
Greg
does
Ross is more on the
succeeds.
plan and reaction from the head of the police union.
The ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up.
Just days after thousands took
They
to the
weren't
streets of
using
Toronto
empty
to
phrases.
protest police brutality and anti-black racism,
Only in being
City
good
Councillor Josh
does it
Mamo
go.
is leading a new charge to cut police
Can you be
funding by
true
10%.
yourself?
That's more than $120 million that he says could be used to support community resources.
23.
Maybe we don't need police to do certain tasks, and where there might be
Express yourself
alternatives to
completely.
policing that might be able to de-escalate
Then
a
keep
situation better than having somebody with a uniform and a gun
Be
be the
like
first
the
person to
forces of
arrive and
nature.
we've seen incidents that have turned into
When
tragedies.
it blows,
With our
there is only wind.
communities, including people who are black,
When it rains,
indigenous, and people of color.
Today, the head of the union that represents police officers
when the
fired
clouds
back.
pass,
It appears not to
the
be
sun
involved by
shines through.
emotion. It appears to be an emotional reaction to
If you open
what's
yourself to the
transpired over the
dial,
last few weeks.
Mike
you are
McCormick
one
says
with the
a cut of this
dial.
magnitude will result in hundreds of jobs being lost.
We're looking at anywhere from
If you open
800
yourself
employees
to insight, you are at one with insight. And you can use it. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. "27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. 28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There is a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself.
Not good enough.
The master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others.
Get rid of the police.
Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. The great Tao flows everywhere. All things are born from it, yet it doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work, yet it makes no claim. It nourishes infinite worlds, yet it doesn't hold on to them. Since it is merged with all things and hidden in their hearts, it can be called humble. Since all things vanish into it, and it alone endures, it can be called great. It isn't aware of its greatness. Thus, it is truly great. She who is centered in the Tao can go where she wishes without danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Music or the smell of good cooking may make people stop and enjoy, but words that point to the Tao seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, there is nothing to see. When you listen for it, there is nothing to hear. When you use it, it is inexhaustible. 36. If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. 37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace. 38. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things, yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. "39. In harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious. The earth is solid and full. All creatures flourish together, content with the way they are, endlessly repeating themselves, endlessly renewed. When man interferes with the Tao, the sky becomes filthy, the earth becomes depleted, the equilibrium crumbles, creatures become extinct. The master views the parts with compassion because he understands the whole. His constant practice is humility. He doesn't glitter like a jewel, but lets himself be shaped by the Tao, as rugged and common as a stone. 40. Return is the movement of the Tao. Yielding is the way of the Tao. All things are born of being. Being is born of non-being. When a superior man hears of the Tao, he immediately begins to embody it. When an average man hears of the Tao, he half believes it, half doubts it. When a foolish man hears of the Tao, he laughs out loud. If he didn't laugh, it wouldn't be the Tao. Thus it is said, the path into the light seems dark. The path forward seems to go back. The direct path seems long. True power seems weak. True purity seems tarnished. True steadfastness seems changeable. True clarity seems obscure. The greatest art seems unsophisticated. The greatest love seems indifferent. The greatest wisdom seems childish. The Tao is nowhere to be found, yet it nourishes and completes all things. 42. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to all things. All things have their backs to the female and stand facing the male. When male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. Ordinary men hate solitude, but the Master makes use of it, embracing his aloneness, realizing he is one with the whole universe. 43. The gentlest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. That which has no substance enters where there is no space. This shows the value of non-action. Teaching without words, performing without actions. That is the Master's way. 44. Fame or integrity? Which is more important? Money or happiness? Which is more valuable? Success or failure? Which is more destructive? If you look to others for fulfillment, you will never truly be fulfilled. If your happiness depends on money, you will never be happy with yourself. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. 45. True perfection seems imperfect, yet it is perfectly itself. True fullness seems empty, yet it is fully present. True straightness seems crooked. True wisdom seems foolish. True art seems artless. The Master allows things to happen. She shapes events as they come. She steps out of the way and lets the Tao speak for itself. 46. When a country is in harmony with the Tao, the The factories make trucks and tractors. When a country goes counter to the Tao, warheads are stockpiled outside the cities. There is no greater illusion than fear, no greater wrong than preparing to defend yourself, no greater misfortune than having an enemy. Whoever can see through all fear will always be safe. "47. Without opening your door, you can open your heart to the world. Without looking out your window, you can see the essence of the Tao. The more you know, the less you understand." The master arrives without leaving, sees the light without looking, achieves without doing a thing. 48. In the pursuit of knowledge, every day something is added. In the practice of the Tao, every day something is dropped. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. True mastery can be gained by letting things go their own way. It can't be gained by interfering. 49. The master has no mind of her own. She works with the mind of the people. She is good to people who are good. She's also good to people who aren't good. This is true goodness. She trusts people who are trustworthy. She also trusts people who aren't trustworthy. This is true trust. The master's mind is like space. People don't understand her. They look to her and wait. She treats them like her own children. 50. The master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die, and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind, no resistances in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. He holds nothing back from life. Therefore, he is ready for death, as a man is ready for sleep after a good day's work. 51. Every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence, unconscious, perfect, free, takes on a physical body, lets circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, protects them, takes them back to itself, creating without possessing, acting without expecting, guiding without interfering. That is why love of the Tao is in the very nature of things. "52. In the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it. All things return to it. To find the origin, trace back the manifestations. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light. This is called practicing eternity. 53. The great way is easy, yet people prefer the side paths. Be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper, while farmers lose their land, when government officials spend money on weapons instead of cures, when the upper class is extravagant and irresponsible, while the poor have nowhere to turn, all this is robbery and chaos. It is not in keeping with the Tao. 54. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. 55. He who is in harmony with the Tao is like a newborn child. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female, yet its penis can stand erect. So intense is its vital power. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly, without desire. He never expects results. Thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed. Thus his spirit never grows old. "56. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. 57. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. 58. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the Master is content to serve as an example and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce. Straightforward, but supple. Radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas. tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view, and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for her child. '60. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. You spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. 61. When a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. Act without doing. Work without effort. Think of the small as large, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. The giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. '66. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them. The master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her because she competes with no one. No one can compete with her. 67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty, but impractical. But But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense. And to those who put it into practice, this loftiness has roots that go deep. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts, you return to the source of being. Patient with both friends and enemies, you accord with the way things are. Compassionate toward yourself, you reconcile all beings in the world. 68. The best athlete wants his opponent at his best. The best general enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do it in the spirit of play. In this, they are like children and in harmony with the Tao. 69. The generals have a saying: rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward without advancing, pushing back without using weapons. There is no greater misfortune than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your 3 treasures and become an enemy yourself. When 2 great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. 70. My teachings are easy to understand and easy to put into practice. Yet your intellect will never grasp them, and if you try to practice them, you'll fail. My teachings are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning? If you want to know me, look inside your heart. 71. Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know is a disease. First realize that you are sick. Then you can move toward health. The master is her own physician. She has healed herself of all knowing. Thus, she is truly whole. 72. When they lose their sense of awe, people turn to religion. When they no longer trust themselves, they begin to depend upon authority. Therefore, the master steps back so that people won't be confused. He teaches without a teaching so that people will have nothing to learn. 73. The Tao is always at ease. It overcomes without competing, answers without speaking a word, arrives without being summoned, accomplishes without a plan. Its net covers the whole universe, and though its meshes are wide, it doesn't let a thing slip through. 74. If you realize that all things change, there is nothing you will try to hold on to. If you aren't afraid of dying, there is nothing you can't achieve. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you'll cut your hand. 75. When taxes are too high, people go hungry. When the government is too intrusive, people lose their spirit. Act for the people's benefit. Trust them. Leave them alone. 76. Men are born soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail. 77. As it acts in the world, the Tao is like the bending of a bow. The top is bent downward. The bottom is bent up. It adjusts excess and deficiency so that there is perfect balance. It takes from what is too much and gives to what isn't enough. Those who try to control, who use force to protect their power, go against the direction of the Tao. They take from those who don't have enough and give to those who have far too much. The master can keep giving because there is no end to her wealth. She acts without expectation, succeeds without taking credit, and doesn't think that she is better than anyone else. 78. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard. The gentle overcomes the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but few can put it into practice. Therefore, the master remains serene in the midst of sorrow. Evil cannot enter his heart, because he has given up helping. He is people's greatest help. True words seem paradoxical. 79. Failure is an opportunity. If you blame someone else, there is no end to the blame. Therefore, the master fulfills her own obligations and corrects her own mistakes. She does what she needs to do and demands nothing of others. 80. If a country is governed wisely, its inhabitants will be content. They enjoy the labor of their hands and don't waste time inventing labor-saving machines. Since they dearly love their homes, they aren't interested in travel. There may be a few wagons and boats, but these don't go anywhere. There may be an arsenal of weapons, but nobody ever uses them. People enjoy their food, take pleasure in being with their families, spend weekends working in their gardens, delight in the doings of the neighborhood. And even though the next country is so close that people can hear its roosters crowing and its dogs barking, they are content to die of old age without ever having gone to see it. 81. True words aren't eloquent. Eloquent words aren't true. Wise men don't need to prove their point. Men who need to prove their point aren't wise. The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing. By not dominating, the master leads.
I started out yesterday to discuss what the self means in Hindu philosophy. The principle Tat Tvam Asi, that art thou, meaning that the self is the basis of all being. And being is not something into which we come, but out of which we proceed. In popular language, we say, I came into this world, as if you came from somewhere else altogether, from outside. But you don't, you come out of this world, just in the same way as the leaves come from the tree. And so in that way you are an expression of it, and the self meaning itself, self meaning identity, self meaning basis, ground, is what everybody fundamentally is. Then I went on to discuss the world as the self in the sense of the cosmos as the self. the great cycles of time, in which, according to Hindu philosophy and mythology, the world is manifested and then again withdrawn. And now I want to go on to discuss the human world as the self. Well, now, there have in the known history of mankind been about 3 types of culture. We'll call them hunting cultures, agrarian cultures, and industrial cultures. The hunting culture seems to have been the earliest. And agrarian cultures arose when hunters learned to farm and therefore had to settle in certain places. And it was then that men built cities. And when we pass from the hunting to the agrarian culture, we notice 2 very important changes occur. In the hunting culture, every man is expert in the whole culture. That's because he spends a good deal of time alone in the forests or on the hills. And so he has to know how to make clothes, how to cook, how to build, how to fight, ride, and all those things. But as soon as people become settled in cities, we get a division of labor. Because it's obviously more practical when you're all living together, for some people to specialize in some things and some in others. The other important difference is the difference of religion between the hunting culture and the agrarian culture. The religious man of the hunting culture is generally known as a shaman, S-A-H-A-M-A-N. And a shaman is a kind of weird individual, and I mean weird in the ancient sense of the word, not queer, but weird in the sense of magic. Because he is a person of a peculiar type of sensitivity who finds initiation into the shaman role by going off by himself for a long time into the depths of the forest or the heights of the mountains. And in that isolation, he comes in touch with a domain of consciousness which is known by all sorts of names. The spirit world, the ancestors, the gods, or whatever. And his knowledge of that world is supposed to give him the peculiar powers of healing, of prophecy, of magic in general. The thing that you must note, though, about a shaman is that his initiation is found by himself. He does not receive initiation from an order or a guru. On the other hand, the religious man of the agrarian is a priest. And a priest is almost invariably an ordained person. He receives his power from a community of priests or from a guru. In other words, from tradition. Tradition is all important in the agrarian community. Now then, reasonably enough, the first communities are stockaded enclosures. They are made of palings. And so we speak of people being within the pale and beyond the pale. And we've got the word paling we still use in fencing, and you know that the Spanish for a tree is palo. So here is a primitive stockaded community. And as often as not, this community will settle at a crossroads for obvious reasons. Where roads cross, that's where people meet. And so it's liable to have 4 gates and these crossing main streets. And that immediately establishes 4 divisions of the city. And so oddly enough, in Hindu society, there are 4 castes based on the 4 fundamental divisions of labor. Number 1 is the caste of priests, and they're called Brahmana. Number 2 is the caste of warriors, and also rulers, and they're called Kshatriya. Number 3 is the caste of merchants and tradesmen. They're called Vaishya. And number 4 are laborers, and they are called Shudra. So those are the 4 principal roles in the world of settled humanity. It's interesting, I said people settled in cities because they had to plant. And there are many legends to the effect that what they were mostly concerned with planting were grapes for wine. They cultivated vineyards. And it's said of Noah that after the flood in the Bible, the first thing he did was to plant a vineyard. He knew which side was up. So now, then those are the roles. Those are, you might say, masks, as it were, of the Brahman in this game called the social game. Now then, when you enter society, you are born into a caste. And this is very understandable in a community where you don't have a generalized system of education. You don't go to school, and therefore you learn what to do in life from your parents and your family. So if you grow up as a carpenter's son, it never occurs to you to do anything else but carpentry. Why would you? You might become a better carpenter than your father, but still that would be the natural thing to do. It's only when one is exposed to school and then the people begin to talk about, well, what do you want to be in life? That people get the idea that they might be anything. So if this sort of way of life is natural to you, you don't find it particularly objectionable. Of course, all kinds of weird complications and rituals and prohibitions grow up in the course of time that can make this system very cumbersome, as it has been until quite recently in India. Then what happens is this. You go through an evolution in your development in this community, which has first of all the stage called brahmacharya, studentship or apprenticeship. After that you enter the stage of grihastha, meaning householder. And a householder has 2 duties. One is called artha, A-R-T-H-A, and the other kama, K-A-M-A. Artha means the duties of citizenship, partaking in the political life of the community. Kama, K-A-M-A, means the cultivation of the senses, of aesthetic and sensual beauty. And therefore, karma includes the art of love, the arts of beautification, of dress, of cooking, and all that kind of thing. So that the Kama Sutra is the scripture about love. Kama, in a sense, means passion, and is the great Hindu manual of how to behave sexually. It's a book that every child ought to read on gaining puberty, so that he would get some sense of how to make love without being a mere buffoon. Then there is also the Artha Shastra, and that is the scripture about rulers and the way of the Kshatriya caste. Now, So you've got these stages now. Brahmacharya, which is studentship, Artha and Kama, they go together. And they constitute the duties of Grihastha, of a householder. Beyond that, there is the duty of Dharma, D-H-A-R-M-A. And Dharma has many, many meanings in Sanskrit. It can mean something like law or justice. Could even mean slightly righteousness, but not as we have come to understand that word in common speech today. Perhaps rightness would be better than righteousness. But dharma has a primary meaning of method. So when we speak of the dharma of the Buddha's doctrine, it is the Buddha's method, not law. So a citizen also has to conform to dharma. And that is to say, to ritual and ethical and moral game rules for the community. But now, when in the course of time he has established his household, he has taught his oldest son to take over the governorship of the household. The father, or for that matter, mother, may enter into a new stage of life altogether, which is not grihastha, but is called vanaprastha, and that means forest dweller, as distinct from householder. Now you see what's happened. We've gone full cycle. We came out of the forest as a hunter. We settled in a community and indulged in what is called in Sanskrit loka sangraha. Sangraha means upholding. Loka, the world. Upholding the world game. And that is everybody's dharma or duty. Dharma can also be translated duty. And svadharma, S-V-A in front of dharma, means your own duty. Or better, your own function, which we would translate into English as vocation. So everybody's caste work is his svadharma. And of course, these castes are subdivided into various other kinds of specializations. When you have fulfilled your svadharma, you go into the vanaprastha stage. Now, anciently, that meant that you actually did go out into the forest. And you became, of all things, it's called a shramana in Sanskrit. S-R-A-M-A-N-A. And it is thought that that is the word shaman. You see, what happens is this then, that an individual who all his life long has played the social game is then says, well, now I've done that. I've assumed this role, I've become identified with tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor, whatever it was. But now who am I? Really? In order to find that out, I have to go off by myself. Why? Because you have a role conception, a mask conception of yourself, because other people tell you who you are. We are constantly, in every social interchange, in the most common remarks, telling other people who they are. Everything leads up to that. The way I act towards you, the way you act towards me, tells me who I am and tells you who you are. For example, you come and sit here and listen to me talk. You are, by doing that, telling me I'm some kind of a teacher. And you're telling yourselves that you're some kind of students. And that's only one thing, you see, one little incident. In business, every day, in your housework and everything you do, everybody around you is telling you what you are and who you are by expecting certain behavior from you, which if you're a reasonable and socially inclined person, you perform because that's what's expected of you. So you are told who you are. So when we had enough of that, you see. Let's not listen to all this anymore. That's why the Sharmanawa or the Vanaprastha, one of the first things he practices is silence. It's called Mauna, M-A-U-N-A. And he may take a vow not to speak for a month or a year. And after about a month of Mauna, you don't only stop talking, but you stop thinking in words. And that's a very curious experience when it happens, because all the senses take on a tremendous intensity. You see things which you've never seen before, because you stop codifying and classifying the world by thinking. Sunsets appear incredibly more vivid, and flowers are enchanting. The whole world comes alive to the Mauni. The only danger is this: the Mauni has to be careful, because he loses all moral discrimination. In other words, if a Mauni gets involved in a riot, he joins the riot, because that's just the way things are going, you see. And so he has to be careful. And that's why, in this state of Vanaprastha, the new man in the game will seek out a guru, a teacher, who has been through the whole discipline of yoga, or whatever it is, that is practiced by a Vanaprastha, and will help him out and see that he doesn't get into trouble. That's why a guru, when he accepts a student, is always said to become responsible for that individual's karma. Karma, you know, means activity, and also the results of activity. So you see what's happened. This man who goes into the Vanaprastha state of life takes off every sign that would identify him as someone. He does away with his name. He does away with the usual clothes he would wear and puts on usually a yellow or some kind of a robe, or he may more often than that be really naked. And maybe have a loincloth or not even that. And often these people cover themselves with ashes, and their hair is matted, and they don't take care of themselves that way anymore because they're outside the pale. You see, they are outcasts, but they are upper outcasts. Below them are the lower outcasts, known as today the Harijan, the name that Gandhi gave them, the untouchables. And the untouchables were the aboriginal peoples of India. When the Aryan invasion occurred, at a rather vague date, but shortly after 2000 BC, the Aryans formed these castes, and the people who were originally in the land, like the Indians here, were considered to be outcasts. They were beyond the pale. So you have here a marvelous microcosm. You have a political and social analog of the manifestation and withdrawal of the worlds, of the Lord playing the game, or the self playing the game of being all of us, and then as each individual reaches moksha, the self realizes in terms of an individual life that it is the self. So exactly in this way, the child, representing the self on the way in, comes into this world, plays around for a while. There are 4 castes, just as there are 4 yugas to the Kalpa cycle, you remember? And then out it goes, back to the forest. We would say back to nature. But you see, the outgoing stage of Vanaprastha is a much higher state in the course of evolution than the hunting society person, who is primitive. He isn't simply going back to where he came from. He's spiraled. He's come round to an equivalent position, but at a higher level. And what he has gained in the interim is self-awareness. I mean that too in the ordinary sense when we speak of self-consciousness. See, it's not much fun to be happy and not know it. We need a certain resonance. Self-consciousness is an echo in our heads, an echo of what we do, but wouldn't be aware of doing it if there wasn't an echo. When you see yourself in a mirror, that mirror is a visual echo of your face. And that's why in a room such as this, it's a very comfortable room for me to talk in, because it has resonance. And so self-consciousness is neurological resonance. Now you know how troublesome resonance can get if it's not properly worked out. You can get echoes that just won't stop. So you go into a great cave somewhere and you say, hi! It is hi, 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 all up in the distance. See? That's very confusing. Now that's the sort of snarl that self-consciousness can get into, and we call it anxiety. When I keep thinking, did I do the right thing? In the course of some performance, if I'm constantly aware of myself in a kind of anxious, critical way, my resonance becomes too high. So I get confused and jittery. But if you learn that self-consciousness has limits, that self-awareness cannot possibly enable you to be free of making mistakes. You can learn to be spontaneous in spite of being self-aware and enjoy the echo. So what happens, that having developed self-consciousness through education, through work with other people, having developed all the disciplines of the culture, the Vanaprastha then becomes again as a child. But then, you see, he has what Freud says the child has from the beginning. Freud called it the oceanic feeling. The oceanic feeling is the sensation of being one with the universe. The Vanaprastha gets that back. But it's not a child's oceanic feeling. It's an adult's oceanic feeling. Something which the psychoanalysts don't discuss. Because according to them, all oceanic feelings are regressive. But if there is a mature oceanic feeling, as contrasted with the immature oceanic feeling of the child, which is as different as the oak is from the acorn. And so you can have this sensation, you see, of total unity with the cosmos, of the, shall I call it, expansion to infinity or contraction to infinity of your identity, without forgetting society's game rules with regard to you. In other words, it doesn't mean that you forget your address, telephone number, social security number, and the name you were given. You remember all that. And you can play that game when necessary. But you know it's a game. So, there is no way, as a matter of fact, of escaping from playing these games. And the only thing is that when you find out, you see that you are thoroughly selfish, you inquire, what is it? What is the self that I love? What is this thing that I'm so interested in advancing and in protecting? And you look very closely into what you feel when you think you feel yourself. Do you know what you find out? That yourself is everything that you thought was someone else or something else. You have no knowledge of yourself, you see, except in relation to others. Self and other are as inseparable as back and front. There is no knowledge of self without the knowledge of otherness. There is no knowledge of the voluntary without the knowledge of the involuntary. Of can without can. So they go together. And that going together of self and other is non-duality. That's Advaita. That is the self with a capital S. So through self, one finds deliverance from self. And so finally we come to the last consideration, which is the question, in what way and by what means can an individual who is under the impression that he is a separate individual, limited by and enclosed in his bag of skin, how can such a person effectively realize that he is deep down the universal self, the Brahman? This, of course, is a curious question. It proposes a journey to the place where you already are. Now, it's true that you may not know that you are there, but you are. And if you take a journey to the place where you are, you will visit many other places than the place where you are. And perhaps when you find through some long experience that all the places you go to are not the place you wanted to find, it may occur to you that you were already there in the beginning. And that is the Dharma, or method, as I translated that word, which all gurus, teachers of spiritual development, use fundamentally. They are all of them tricksters, but in the most beneficent sense of the word trickster. Why trickster? Because, do you know, it's terribly difficult, in fact it's impossible, to surprise yourself on purpose. And yet, to be surprised is a great thing. But you can't plan a surprise for yourself. Somebody else can do it for you. And that is why so often a guru or teacher is necessary in this process. But let me say right from the start that a guru, there are many kinds of gurus. First of all, among human gurus, there are square gurus and there are beat gurus. There are gurus like, well, let's say a great Zen master today. Let's take Oda Roshi at Daitokuji, who is a square guru and a very good one. But you go through regular channels. Then there is a guru like Mr. Gurdjieff, who is a rascal guru, who leads you in by means that are very, very strange indeed. Then there are gurus that are not people. The gurus may be situations, a certain kind of problem or encounter. Even a book can to some extent be a guru. A friend can be a guru. I've often thought of writing a story about a man who is some sort of guru seeker and potential yogi, who goes one day into an automat and sits down at a table where there is another fellow And he sort of thinks that this man looks wise. And he projects onto him the idea that he is a guru. And he says, I feel there's something special about you. And the man says, oh, really? Really, actually, there's nothing special about me. I happen to be an insurance salesman. And this other fellow says, isn't that fascinating how modest he is? And then I want to develop this story step by step. They keep meeting each other because they both eat at the same automat regularly for lunch. And although the fellow really is an insurance salesman and doesn't know a thing about these things, it in the end results in the enlightenment of the person who projected this image upon him. So there are, as I say, many kinds of guru. But the problem of the guru is to show the inquirer in some effective way that he already has what he's looking for. Now, in Hindu traditions, the realization of who you really are is called basically sadhana. And sadhana means the discipline, the way of life that is necessary to follow in order to escape from the illusion that you are merely an skin-encapsulated ego. And sadhana comprises yoga, from the root yug, which means to join. And so from that, in Latin, we get jungere, to join, and in English, junction, and also yoke. And junction is also the word union, you see. All this derives from the Sanskrit root, yoke. A yoke is also a discipline. When you yoke oxen, that is a kind of a discipline. Now, strictly speaking, in the very strictest sense, yoga means the state of union, the state in which the individual self, what is called the Jivatman. Jivatman is approximately translatable as ego. Jivatman finds that it is ultimately Atman, which equals Brahman, the supreme self. So yoga is the state. The strictest meaning of yoga is the state of union, and a yogi means one who has realized that union. But we find that the word is not normally used in that way, in that strict sense. Yoga, in the normal way of use, means the practice of meditation, whereby one comes into the state of union. And the yogi means one who is a traveler, a seeker, who is on the way to that point. But again, strictly speaking, there is no method to arrive at the place where you are. And no amount of searching will uncover the self. Because all searching implies the absence of the self, the big self, the self with a capital S. So that to seek it is to thrust it away. And to practice a discipline to attain it is to postpone realizing. There is a famous Zen story told of a monk who was sitting in meditation, and the master came along and said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm meditating to become a Buddha." Whereupon the master picked up a brick that was lying nearby and started polishing it, rubbing it. And the monk said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I am rubbing this brick to make it a mirror." He said, "By no amount of rubbing could you ever make a brick into a mirror." The master replied, "By no amount of zazen could you become a Buddha." Zazen means sitting meditation. They react very badly to this story in modern day Japan. Anyway, what is important, you see, quite radically here, supposing that I say to you, each one of you is really the great self, the Brahman. And you say, well, yeah, all you've said up to now makes me fairly sympathetic to this intellectually, but I don't really feel it. What must I do to feel it really? My answer to you is this. You ask me that question because you don't want to feel it really. You're frightened of it. And therefore, what you're going to do is you're going to get a method of practice so that you can put it off. So that I can say, well, I can be a long time on the way getting this thing. And then maybe I'll be worthy of it after I have suffered enough. See, because we are brought up in a social scheme whereby we have to deserve what we get. And the price that one pays for all good things is suffering. But all of that is precisely postponement. Because one is afraid here and now to see it. If you have the nerve, real nerve, you would see it right away. Only that would be, when one feels you shouldn't have nerve like that. Well, that would be awful. That would be, that wouldn't do at all. Because after all, I'm supposed to be poor little me. And I'm not really much of a muchness. And I'm playing the role of being poor little me. And therefore, in order to be something great, like a Buddha or a Jivan Mukta, one liberated in this life, I ought to suffer for it. So you can suffer for it. There are all kinds of ways invented for you to do this. And you can discipline yourself, and you can gain control of your mind, and you can do all sorts of extraordinary things. I mean, you can drink water in through your rectum and do the most fantastic things. But that's just like being able to run the 100 yards in 9 seconds, or push a peanut up Mount Tamalpais with your nose, or any other kind of accomplishment you want to engage in. There's absolutely nothing to do with the realization of the self. The realization of the self fundamentally depends on coming off it. Sort of, when we say to people who put on some kind of an act, they say, oh, come off it. And some people can come off it. They laugh and say they suddenly realize, they're making fools of themselves, and they laugh at themselves and they come off it. So in exactly the same way, the guru, the teacher, is trying to make you come off it. Now, if he finds he can't make you come off it, he's going to put you through all these exercises, so that you, at the last time, when you've got enough discipline, enough suffering, and enough frustration, you'll give it all up and realize you were there for the beginning and there was nothing to realize. But the guru is very clever. He says, all right, if this is the way you have to do it, this is the way you feel. You asked for it. You came to me, I didn't invite you, you see, the guru says. You came to me and said, I want to learn yoga. Well, he said, yoga is you're Tattvamasi, you're that. Well, now you say, I'm sorry, I don't understand that, because I only get it intellectually, I don't feel it. We'll be on a plane. Oh, he says, one of those. So, see, I've got to satisfy you. The customer is always right, I've got to give you all this work to do. Because you can't see directly. But he's looking at you in a funny way, you see. The guru is always saying to you, you know, what are you doing? What's your game? Imagine, for example, a father confessor. And you feel terribly guilty that you've committed murders and robberies and adulteries and fornications and all kinds of arson and injury to people and financial shenanigans. And you go to this man and say, I am a terrible sinner. He says, I have murdered somebody. How many times? And you think, oh, good Lord, this man doesn't realize how awful I am. You recite all these things. He's perfectly calm. And then you say to him, well, you don't seem to be very sharp. He said you haven't confessed any serious sins. I said, what do you mean by serious sin? Well, he said, what do you think? Well, I just feel wrong. I just feel there's something in the basis of me that tells me that I am not what I ought. Could it be that I'm spiritually proud? I'm egocentric? It's not so much. It's very usual. It's quite ordinary sin. But he says you are guilty of something. Really? What can that mean? Now he says, come on. Go deeper. What is the real sin? You think, what, me? I, little me, could do something worse than murder, worse than spiritual pride? Just little me? I mean, I'm a reasonably well-intentioned person. What does that mean? And he looks at you in a funny way. You know, it gets kind of a Kafkaesque situation where you're accused of a crime that's not specified, and yet the accuser says, you jolly well know what you've done. Of course, we can't mention it. Do you understand the reason? Because, it's like those laws that are on the books in the state of California and several other states, where people are accused of the abominable crime against nature. It can't be mentioned. It's too dreadful to be talked about. So this guy does the same thing, but it's in a different dimension. You've done it. Now what? What did you do? See, the real crime is that you won't admit you're God. That's false modesty. So the guru challenges you. He challenges. You raise the question. He doesn't go out and preach in the streets. Say, come on, everybody, you ought to be converted. He sits down under a tree and waits. And people start coming around, and they offer him propositions. He answers back. And he challenges in any way that he thinks is appropriate to your situation. Now, if you've got a thin shell and your mask is easily dispatched with, he simply uses what we might call an easy method. He says, listen, Shiva, come off it. Don't pretend you're this guy here. I know who you are. And the guy sort of twinkles a bit and says, well, I guess you're right. But the people aren't like that. They have very thick shells. And so he has to invent ways of cracking them. So here's how it goes. To understand yoga, you need to get hold of a good translation of Patanjali, the Yoga Sutra. I don't know which is the best translation. There's so many of them. It says it starts out, now yoga is explained. First verse. And the commentators say now has a special meaning because it follows from something else that you're supposed to know beforehand. That you're supposed to be, in other words, a civilized human being before you start out on yoga. We don't teach yoga to baboons. And so you're supposed to have been disciplined in artha, kama, and dharma. In politics, sensuality, and dharma, justice. And then you can start yoga. Then the next verse is Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha, which means yoga is the cessation of revolutions of the mind. In other words, you can interpret that at many levels. Chitta meaning consciousness, like a pool, like water, like a reflecting pool. If there are waves on that, it doesn't reflect, it breaks up all the reflection. So stop the waves on the mind, and it will reflect reality clearly. Get a perfectly calm mind. That's one meaning of it. Another meaning of it is stop thinking. Eliminate all contents from the mind, all thoughts, all feelings, all sensations, everything. How will you do that? Well, it goes on to say you do it by certain steps. First of all, pranayama, which means the control of the breath. Pratyahara, which means preliminary concentration. Dharana, a more intense form of concentration. Dhyana, which is the same dhyana is Sanskrit for Zen. And that means profound union between subject and object. And finally, samadhi, which is way out. Now, what's happening? Control your mind. First of all, by breathing. Breathing is a very strange thing because breathing can be viewed both as an involuntary and as a voluntary action. You can feel I breathe, and yet you can feel it breathes me. And they have all sorts of fancy breathing plays.
Frustrated that clean clothes you want to wear all
They're very amusing to
Try
practice
Bounce Wrinkle
because
Guard
you get very
Dry
high
Sheets.
up.
The Bounce Wrinkle Guard shorts have fewer wrinkles in static and
So
more
they
softness.
set you up these tricks.
It's the world's first mega sheet that does the job of
And
3
of
dryer
course-
sheets. Bounce out wrinkles.
If you are bright,
Elena, someone burned
you may begin to realize some things at that point. If you are not very bright, then you have to go on. And so next they really get to work on
all
concentration.
fall sports, including football, field hockey,
Concentrate the mind on one point.
the University of Ottawa, and soccer. Are
Now
canceled.
this can be
Meaning university
absolutely
stadiums across the country will remain empty. For many student athletes, including Carter
I
Malik,
suggest
who
that
has worn
you
number
try it this
50
way
the
if you
last
want to
3
make it
years for the St. FX Axemen, it's an abrupt
Select
end.
a highlight on some bright, some polished surface, copper or glass or something.
It's hard knowing you will never
Where there's a
walk
little
on the
tiny
field with his
reflection.
teammates again.
Say a mechanical or an electric light bulb. Look at it and put your eyes out close, so that the
Youth
bright
sports
spot
officials
appears
have
to
been
be
wrestling with this decision for months.
So if you're only online and there is
fuzzy
no
circle.
on campus and you don't
Now
have
look
teams,
very carefully
and then you don't have a
at the
league and then
design.
you don't have a playoff, how is it that you have a national championship?
University of
Let's see if we can
Toronto
make it
field hockey player Rachel Spout
There's a
says
definite
today's
pattern
decision means more than canceled
of
games.
blur.
It's a lost opportunity to
You can have
showcase
one
hours of hard work to fellow students, friends, and family.
Then
They agree that
go back
universities
and get your eyes in
close
focus
school,
and look at the intense
it's
light.
part of the school sports, so it wouldn't make sense to
You can go in, like you're falling down a funnel,
Some student athletes
and at the end of that funnel is this intense light.
some winter sports like hockey.
And go down, go in. It's well, thrilling experience.
Officials say final decisions about the fate of those
And
sports
suddenly the guru guru wakes you up and says, what are you doing?
Jamie Strachan, CBC News, Toronto.
Next on the national, a new
That's our
dining
realization.
event. As Newfoundland
Right.
restaurants begin to open back up,
As we
one
live in a
restaurant
world
is supplying their
we
dinner dates.
identify ourselves with the ego, we get into trouble, we suffer, we're in a mess.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Lottomax.
Because you're afraid of
The
it.
next Lottomax jackpot is an estimated $25 million.
So then, all that you're doing, practically, is based on fear. You're just escaping, you're running away. How do you think you can get realization? There's one. So you think, well, now I've got to go on with my yoga practice, my concentrations, my exercises, but not for a fearful motive.
It's greased 5 times faster.
You know that guru who is watching, he's a very, very sensitive man, and he knows when they're doing, and he always knows what your motive is. So he puts you onto the kick of getting a pure motive. And that means very deep control of the emotion. I mustn't have impure thoughts. All right, so you go along and you manage to repress as many impure thoughts as possible. And one day he asks you, why are you repressing these thoughts? What's your motive? Trying to have a pure mind. You find out that you had an impure motive for trying to have a pure mind. You did it for the same old reason you started out the thing in the beginning, because you were afraid, because you wanted to get one up on the universe. So eventually, you find out, you see, that your mind is what is called in Sanskrit Buddha, which means great. Because it can only go in vicious circles. Everything it does to get out of a trap puts it more securely in the trap. Every step in the direction of liberation is a new tie-up. So that you started, with molasses in one hand and feathers in the other. That was the original situation of man. The guru made you put them together. See, like that. And said, now pick the feathers off. And the more it is, the more of a mess the whole thing gets. So you get involved and involved and involved. And he, in the meantime, has been telling you, yes, you made a little attainment today, but it was only the 8th stage, and there are 64 altogether. And you've got to get that 64th stage. And he knows how to spin it out and drag it all out, because you are ever hopeful that you will get that thing. Just as you might win a prize, or win a special job, or a great distinction, and be somebody. That's the motivation all along, only it's very spiritual here. It's not worldly recognition. You want to be recognized by the gods and the angels. It's the same story on a higher level. So he keeps holding out these baits. And as long as the pupil falls through,
That's what would be weird.
he holds out more baits. Until after a while, the pupil gets the realization of what he's doing.
How do you know what to do here? Why are you prepared for this?
This is on wheels, which means I can hook it
That
up.
he's making an enormous amount of progress and getting nowhere.
Sarcasm?
Like in Alice Through the Looking Glass, when the